Goku's otherworldly journey starting from Naruto. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction, so don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 301, A World of Despair. This is a separate, unknown parallel world of Dragon Ball. It was April 21st, 764 AI on this day. Baozi Mountain was shrouded in dark clouds and thunder and lightning. Son Goku, who transformed into Super Saiyan and defeated the cosmic overlord Frieza, tragically passed away from a viral heart attack a year after returning to Earth. He was only 27 years old. Woo Goku, Chi-Chi, already in tears, watched her husband die, collapsing helplessly in the arms of the Bull Demon King. How could it be? How could Goku be gone just like that? Bulma, Krillin, Master Roshi, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and other friends expressed not sadness but disbelief. They couldn't believe that their close companion of nearly 20 years, the one who had constantly strengthened himself, who had always stood before them in times of crisis, helping them defeat powerful enemies and saving the Earth, had died of illness, leaving them forever. Piccolo, their former enemy and now their friend, watched his old friend depart in silence, his heart a complex mess. Kakarot, you damned bastard, Vegeta leaned against the outside, his fists clenched, veins bulging. I haven't defeated you yet, how can you die like this, Dad? Gohan, standing by the bedside, collapsed to his knees, his eyes draining of life as he watched Goku, his eyes closed, his body suddenly dead. At only 7 years old, while most children enjoyed family joy, he faced the tragic loss of a loved one. He knew his father would never return. Shenron couldn't resurrect humans who died of natural causes. Tick-tock. 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 Tears fell like broken strings, and the peaceful sleeping figure on the bed grew increasingly blurred. The heavens seemed to sense Gohan's sorrow, and the long simmering rain poured down, as if bidding Goku farewell. After a long moment, a long, suppressed cry finally broke through the rain, echoing through the heavens and earth. Dad, a few days later. Gohan, calming himself and burying his sorrow, stood at the doorway, looking at Chi-Chi, whose eyes were still red. He solemnly vowed, Mom, I'm going to school. Don't worry, I'll become an excellent scholar. At the same time, he silently repeated, Dad, I'll take good care of you. Don't worry, his expression was filled with determination. Despite his youth, he had already matured far beyond his peers after enduring fierce battles and the death of loved ones. Was this a blessing or a tragedy? Well, my dear Gohan, Mom believes in you. You can do it. Looking at her son, who would soon be her companion, Chi-Chi concealed her sorrow, smiled gently, and stepped forward to smooth the wrinkles on Gohan's clothes. Then, after watching Gohan's retreat, she stood there in a daze for a long time until he disappeared. Then, she returned to her house and began her work to earn money. Now that Goku was gone, she would raise Gohan single-handedly and make him the greatest scholar. She vowed. Time slipped by. As time passed since Goku's passing, everyone seemed to forget the heartbreak and return to their normal lives. Gohan studied diligently, his excellent grades delighting Chi-Chi. Krillin abandoned his martial arts pursuits and chose to become an ordinary person, working a regular job in a big city, planning to save money, find a wife, marry, and have children, leading a normal life. Piccolo lived alone in the deserted wilderness, continuing to hone his martial arts skills and endure loneliness. But occasionally, at night, he would conceal his presence and quietly make his way to Baozi Mountain. Standing outside the house where Gohan and Chi-Chi lived, he would peer through the window at Gohan sleeping inside, a smile curling his lips. Then, as Gohan, seemingly sensing something, woke from his sleep, he would conceal his presence and quietly depart. Vegeta, the proud Saiyan prince, continued to live in Bulma's house. He was hell-bent on reaching Super Saiyan status, and while he persisted in his training, attempting a breakthrough, Goku's death had taken its toll on him, and his will to fight was no longer as strong as it once was. However, his long relationship with Bulma, coupled with her eager advances, ultimately succumbed to her allure, and they conceived a new life. Master Roshi returned to his island, continuing his life with the old turtle, leaving a bucket of blood in front of the television each day. Yamcha traveled extensively with Pool, leaving behind numerous romantic affairs in various cities. Tien Shinhan and Gyoza cultivated in the mountains, striving to reach a higher realm. Goku's friends and family each lived their own lives. Occasionally, in the middle of the night, they would recall that familiar, innocent smile. Then, upon waking the next morning, they would forget their sorrow and continue on with their lives. Everything seemed beautiful. But, this beauty was cut short after only 2 years. Today is May 12th. Reporters out in the field are reporting that a massive explosion occurred on Grand Island around 9 o'clock this morning. The cause of the explosion is still unknown, and the number of casualties is also unknown. Now, let's connect with the reporters out in the field to see if there's any new progress. Inside Kame-sama's house, Kame-sama was about to switch channels to Bunny Girl doing yoga when he heard the sound coming from the TV and instinctively paused. Massive explosion, Kame-sama muttered, his eyes fixed on the TV, ready to see what had happened. Soon, the scene shifted. The host sitting in the broadcast studio disappeared, replaced by a female reporter standing on the sandy ground. The female reporter looked at the camera with a serious expression and said, "Okay, this is reporter Zaya Omami. According to preliminary investigations, the explosion occurred in the suburbs, specifically in an unknown underground space." As she spoke, she turned sideways and pointed to a large pit behind her. The purpose of this underground space is still unknown, but experts speculate that it likely contains a secret laboratory. The explosion was likely caused by some experiment within the lab going awry, leading to boom boom boom. Before the female reporter could finish her words, several earth-shattering explosions suddenly rang out from the television. The reporter's expression shifted from calm to shock. What is that?" The cameraman, true to his craft, quickly focused the camera on the spot the reporter pointed. 2 ant-sized figures hovered in the sky above the distant city. From their location, a series of bright spots appeared, then plummeted into the city like falling stars, scattering flames across the city. Clearly, the city was under attack by an unknown force. About 10 seconds later, when the 2 figures ceased their attack and vanished into the horizon, the female reporter quickly boarded a plane and instructed the pilot to fly toward the city. The city was now devastated, with corpses strewn across the ground. Aside from the crackling of flames, no other sound could be heard. Countless limbs and body parts fell onto the collapsed buildings, onto the shattered billboards, and onto the cracked streets. Everything seemed to be extremely physically unpleasant. The female reporter, staring intently at the city, trying to report what was happening, turned pale and began to retch. After a long moment, with a look of panic and fear on her face, she trembled and said, "Front, Zaya Omai reports from the front. Saran Metropolis, it's gone, snap." The remote control in his hand suddenly cracked and rapidly expanded. Hearing the sound, Master Kame looked down. "Ah! My remote control," clanking. A commotion erupted from Master Kame's house. After a moment, looking at the remote bound with tape, Master Kame finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the remote was saved. Replacing it would have been a real hassle. After resolving the matter, Master Roshi's playful and relaxed expression faded. He clasped his hands behind his back and asked, without turning back, "You all saw that, didn't you?" "Yes, I did, Master Mutant. I wonder who could be so cruel. That beautiful girl must be terrified right now. Let me go protect her." 3 voices rang out from behind. Looking closely, they were Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Yamcha. "Looks like we need to stretch our legs before this gathering." Krillin stripped off his casual clothes and rummaged through the drawers. "Master Mutant, I remember you still have Goku and my martial arts uniforms here." "Oh, yes, in the second drawer from the bottom," Master Roshi replied instinctively. Then, his expression faltered at the mention of a certain name. At the same time, Krillin, who had opened the drawer and taken out a martial arts uniform, paused. "Come to think of it, he's been gone for 2 years now." Looking at the other large martial arts uniform in the drawer, Krillin's eyes were filled with nostalgia. "If you were still here, he'd have already dispatched the enemy before us. We just need to wait here, and you'll see him return, beaming, claiming he's defeated the enemy. Then, he'll say he's hungry and urge us to bring out the food." "Oh, Goku, that's just the way he is." Krillin instinctively smiled. Then, his smile faded, and he quickly donned his martial arts uniform. He fastened his belt, and said seriously, "Now that Goku's gone, it's up to us to protect the Earth." Tien Shinhan and Yamcha nodded. "That's right. We'll protect the Earth, Mr. Mutant, please wait here. Gohan and Bulma haven't arrived yet. By the time they do, we should be almost done. Okay, remember to be careful. Master Roshi nodded solemnly. Don't worry. There's no one on Earth who can defeat us right now. We didn't sense any particularly powerful auras. They're probably just two weaklings. Yamcha smiled confidently. If I weren't afraid they'd escape, I think I could go alone. There wouldn't even be a need for three of us. Stop rambling. Let's go. Oh, Jiozi, you stay here. No, I'm coming with you. Tien Shinhan. Okay, fine. Remember to follow me then. Yeah. With Master Roshi watching, Krillin and the other three soared into the sky, flying towards Grand Island, ready to strike down the criminals who were slaughtering the city. Unbeknownst to them, what awaited them on this journey wasn't victory, but the gate of hell. With a snap, Yamcha, charred, lost focus as he collapsed on his knees, dead. Yamcha, Krillin, not far away, his eyes bloodshot. Without thinking, he condensed a ki slash from his hand and hurled it at the blonde woman in front of Yamcha. However, this ki slash, with its immense destructive power but limited attack range, failed again. The blonde woman vanished instantly. Then, as her ki slash cleaved a building and flew off into the distance, she appeared before Krillin like a ghost and delivered a vicious uppercut to his stomach. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. 2 seconds later, the blonde withdrew her hand, and Krillin fell to his knees, clutching his stomach. Who are you? Who are you? The blonde's slender, white fingers brushed across her cheek, casually tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Her smile was charming yet cold. We're androids, and my name is Number 18. Number 18, Krillin's eyes widened, his voice barely audible. As he was about to slip into unconsciousness, a single thought crossed his mind. Sorry, Goku, I can't seem to protect Earth anymore. After realizing that Krillin had completely lost his breath, Number 18 curled his lips and felt bored. He's so vulnerable. He fell down with just one punch. Then, without even looking at Krillin, he turned his gaze to Number 17 who was walking not far away. Is it over? Number 17 curled up a cold smile. Of course, although I was a little surprised by the ability of that little guy, he was too weak. I just wanted to have some fun and he died. After he died, I was too lazy to fight anymore, so I sent the three-eyed guy to see him. Oh, let's go. To the next city. Number 18 and Number 17 soared into the sky and soon disappeared into the horizon. Soon after, several reporters arrived trembling with fear, delivering a poignant report into the cameras. Everyone, not long ago, a great battle took place here. Several warriors bravely attacked two demons. However, the power of these two demons was too great. Even with their utmost might and their lives, the warriors were unable to defeat them. Now I want to ask, is there still hope? How can we defeat these two demons? Inside came Sama's house. Cups on the table were knocked over, spilling water all over the floor. Despite this, no one in the room put the cups back down, even getting soaked by the water. How could it be? Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Gyoza, they're all dead. Watching the footage on TV, Bulma covered her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. It's true. I can't sense their aura anymore. 9-year-old Gohan, now a bit taller, looked sad and angry after sensing the aura of Earth. Soon after, Bulma left Trunks, just a few months old, in the care of Chi-Chi. She and Gohan then set off back to the western capital, intending to retrieve the Dragon Ball detector. They would use it to collect the Dragon Balls and wish to travel to New Namek and use the Dragon Balls there to revive Krillin and the others. However, just as they had retrieved the Dragon Ball detector, Gohan suddenly noticed Piccolo's anger rising. After a moment's shock, an idea struck him. He ignored Bulma's cries and flew at top speed towards Piccolo's location. However, upon arriving at his destination, he was greeted by a gradually cooling corpse. Next to it, scribbled words read, Gohan, run. A few days later, Vegeta, having successfully achieved Super Saiyan status, returned from Earth. Declaring, no one can stand up to me, Super Vegeta. He set out with a defiant and confident smile to search for androids 17 and 18, who had already become known to the world. Just when Gohan and Master Roshi were shocked by the extremely powerful aura belonging to Vegeta coming from the other side of the Earth, and thought that Vegeta would be able to defeat the enemy this time. This powerful aura was only short-lived, and suddenly disappeared after rising for a while. It was not until Gohan risked his life to carry Vegeta's body back that everyone completely gave up and accepted the cruel fact that even the Super Saiyan was defeated by the android. At this point, the only Z warrior left on Earth was the 9-year-old Gohan. And having lost the Dragon Balls, they no longer had the chance to resurrect the Z warriors. For a time, incomparable despair enveloped everyone's hearts. Attached is a picture of Gohan with a broken arm. Chapter 302 Gohan is alone. According to statistics, the two demons have wreaked endless slaughter in 12 cities, resulting in numerous casualties. A conservative estimate is at least 6 million. The king has now dispatched 100 fighter planes, 400 tanks, and 30,000 soldiers to siege the two demons. Justice is clear. We have every reason to believe that this time the demons will be eradicated. Avenge the innocent lives lost. Return peace and tranquility to Earth. On the television, the host was filled with righteous indignation, his every word resonating. It seemed as if this siege was certain to succeed. The vast majority of Earth believed the same. They glued to their televisions, eager to witness the heartwarming spectacle of the military sieging the demons and bringing them to justice. But someone disagreed. That person was Gohan. After witnessing the defeat and death of Super Saiyan Vegeta, he knew that no one on Earth could stop the two androids. If there was any possibility for the future, the only one was thump, thump, thump. After lining up the textbooks on the desk and putting them away in the closet, Gohan stood up and went to the wardrobe, pulling out a training suit similar to Piccolo's. Piccolo had given it to him after their return to Earth from Namek, hoping he would train well. Sadly, before Goku's death, he'd worn it a few times for training. After Goku's death, the suit was completely hidden in the closet, never to be taken out again. Only now had it finally seen the light of day. Uncle Piccolo, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar training suit in his hands, Gohan couldn't help but think of his master, aloof on the outside but warm on the inside, who had treated him with such kindness. He'd once thrived under his strict guidance. But now, he could no longer teach him. He sniffed and wiped the tears from his eyes, his melancholy expression disappearing. He quickly put on the suit, his eyes filled with a resolute determination that resonated deeply. Only I can protect the Earth. Uncle Piccolo, Dad, Uncle Krillin, Uncle Yamcha, Uncle Tien Shinhan, Uncle Gyozzi, and Uncle Vegeta, rest assured, I will defeat the androids. Absolutely, absolutely. If there was still a possibility of defeating the androids in the future, he believed it would be him. As long as he could break through to Super Saiyan and train even harder, he believed he could defeat the androids. This was Earth's only hope for the future. Just as he had put on his training clothes, his face full of fighting spirit, and was about to leave through the window to train, the door suddenly opened. It was none other than his mother, Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi entered with a glaring expression. After scanning the room, she fixed her gaze on Gohan and demanded, "Gohan, what are you doing dressed like this, Mom?" Gohan's expression immediately sank. He wanted to leave through the window because he was afraid to face his mother. He knew that if Chi-Chi knew his intentions, she would stop him. After all, Chi-Chi only wanted him to be a brilliant scholar, not a martial artist, let alone one who risked his life fighting powerful enemies. But how could he possibly study now? If times were peaceful, with no powerful enemies attacking, or with the protection of his elders, providing ample security, he could continue his studies as before, becoming the brilliant scholar Chi-Chi hoped for and the one he himself was interested in. But now, a powerful enemy has struck, his elders have perished one after another, and he is the strongest person left on Earth, the only one who could possibly defeat them. In this situation, how could he still have the heart to study? The fear in his eyes vanished imperceptibly, and a resolute determination that could shake anyone returned. Gohan raised his head, looked at his mother, and said firmly, "Mom, I'm going to train. I'm going to protect everyone in the Earth." Chi-Chi looked at him expressionlessly, then suddenly stepped forward and raised her hand. Just when he thought his mother was furious and ready to strike him, Chi-Chi gently stroked his hair and then pulled him into a hug. At the same moment, a voice filled with warmth and love echoed in his ears, "Go, Gohan. You're Goku's son, and you're my son too. Mom believes you can do it." Gohan froze in his tracks, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart, giving him immense strength. What could be more inspiring than a mother's trust and support? After a pause of 2 seconds, he hugged his mother tightly and nodded emphatically, "Yes, Mom, I will do it." With that, he released her hand, leaped out the window, and left without a backward glance. Shortly after he left, Chi-Chi, who had always maintained a loving smile on her face, suddenly knelt on the ground, covering her face with tears. Woo 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 Gohan, my Gohan, he. Ha. He. Ha. In a deserted space, 9-year-old Gohan trained alone. Unlike in the past, when he had received guidance from Piccolo or Goku, this time, he could only learn on his own. This kind of solitary training was the most arduous and the slowest progress. But what else could he do? Those who could have mentored him were gone, and even those who could have sparred with him, like Krillin and Tien Shinhan, were dead. He was left to rely on himself, and on himself alone. When training wore on, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Only when he was so exhausted he couldn't even move a finger did he stop, casually lying on the ground and snoring. When he woke, he, hungry as ever, hunted for prey, just as his father had done when they were little, to satisfy his hunger. Once he'd sated himself, he dragged his aching body back to training. This life of sleeping in the open, using the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed, lasted for a long, long time. 5 years later. Ha! In a wasteland riddled with holes, Gohan clenched his fists and roared softly, constantly raising his ki. His clothes were tattered, and his purple training uniform was barely visible. Beneath the tattered training suit that barely covered his private parts, a muscular, bronzed figure with distinct muscle lines could be clearly seen. This was the fruit of his 5 years of relentless training. Ha! As he roared, his long, casually tied black hair occasionally flashed with a hint of gold, and the rest of his hair, save for his bangs, began to lift slightly. Furthermore, within the white aura surrounding him, fleeting flashes of golden light could be seen. But that was all. Even after his strength and energy were exhausted, he still couldn't break through his limits and transform into Super Saiyan. Damn it! Why can't I succeed? Exhausted, he knelt on the ground, pounding his fists in frustration. 5 years had passed. 5 years since the androids appeared. In those 5 years, no one on Earth, no force, could stop the androids' rampage. Wherever they passed, rivers of blood flowed, and devastation spread. Countless people fled their families, leaving the entire planet in chaos. He'd been training here for 5 years, yet still hadn't reached Super Saiyan status. He refused to give up. Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin, Uncle Tien Shinhan, Uncle Yamcha, Uncle Gyoza. Gohan clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, unaware of the blood oozing from them. He squeezed his eyes shut, his mind replaying the scenes of Piccolo and the others' deaths. Sorrow, pain, anger, and other emotions surged wildly within him. Finally, when these emotions reached a breaking point, Furthermore, his pupils turned a pale green, and all the hair above his bangs rose, turning golden along with his eyebrows. It was clear at that moment that he had finally achieved Super Saiyan status. Soon after, as he gradually mastered this violent power and calmed it, tears streamed down his face. Uncle Piccolo, Dad, everyone, I've finally become a Super Saiyan. Inside the small house on Baozi Mountain, Chi-Chi sat staring out the window in a daze. 7 years had passed, and she looked much older than before, with many gray hairs in her hair. It was hard to believe she was only in her 30s. Chi-Chi, eat something. Look how much you've lost weight. The Bull Demon King brought a bowl of hot noodles, his heart aching at his daughter's weight loss. He had come here shortly after Gohan left, and lived with his daughter. Over those 7 years, he had witnessed his daughter's aging and weight loss. And in those 7 years, she had never smiled. He'd tried many things, but nothing worked. He could only hope, inwardly, for his precious grandson's return. Kiki, please eat a little. Kiki, you, eh? What's wrong? After placing the noodles in front of Kiki, Bull Demon King was about to try to coax his daughter to eat when he saw 2 tears suddenly stream down her face. For a moment, his expression grew panicky. But then, he noticed a wave of emotion he hadn't seen in a long time, happiness, excitement, and concern. A flash of inspiration struck him, and he jerked his head toward the window. In the distant woods, a figure, grimy and dressed like a homeless person, his face shrouded in dirt, was approaching them, step by step. Who is that? Before he could even identify the person, Kiki suddenly stood up, leaped out the window like a madman, and rushed toward the figure. Hey! Chi-Chi! Wait for me, Chi-Chi. Never mind how the Bull Demon King clumsily maneuvered himself to chase out of the small house. The grimy figure emerging from the forest paused when he saw Chi-Chi charging towards him, his expression a bit bewildered. A moment later, Chi-Chi rushed over and embraced him without hesitation. Gohan, my Gohan, you're finally back. Mom missed you so much. 16-year-old Gohan, now half a head taller than Chi-Chi, raised his hands with some trembling and slowly embraced his mother. Mom, I'm back. I'm sorry, he choked back tears. 7 years had passed since he left Chi-Chi. 2 years prior, after successfully transforming into Super Saiyan, he had chosen to continue his training. He aimed to fully master this power, becoming familiar with its use and making it even stronger. With Vegeta's experience as a Super Saiyan in mind, he knew that simply becoming a Super Saiyan wasn't enough, hence his decision. After achieving the desired results in his training, he belatedly realized he had been away from his mother for 7 years. So he returned. Now, staring at the dazzling whiteness of his mother's head, he felt a surge of guilt and self-blame. It was his absence that had caused his mother to age so much. Don't apologize, silly child. Chi-Chi slowly released her grip, but her hands remained tightly clasped around Gohan's. Looking at the child, now taller than herself, her face held no resentment, only concern and love. You're my child. Whatever you decide, Mom will support you. Look at you, you're so dirty. Go take a shower and change your clothes. By the way, you must be hungry. Mom will make you something. After you shower, you can eat, Chi-Chi muttered as she pulled Gohan towards the house. Hearing his mother's familiar concern, Gohan sniffed, wiped the tears from his eyes, and nodded heavily. Yes. Half a month later. Attention, residents of Star City. Attention, residents of Star City. A day ago, demons appeared in Sunny City and attacked it. Surveillance cameras detected them flying towards your location. To ensure your safety, please leave as soon as possible or find a secluded and safe place to hide. Seeing the sudden interruption of the announcement on TV, Gohan, who was eating, suddenly stood up. Finally, those two damn androids. 7 years ago, after slaughtering numerous cities in a row, the two androids seemed to have decided that if they continued like this, they would wipe out everyone on Earth and lose all the fun. So, they stopped slaughtering cities and acted based on their mood, sometimes killing when they were feeling down, and letting go when they were feeling up. Therefore, when they weren't attacking, their location was difficult to detect. Since the androids had no chi energy, Gohan couldn't use it to locate them, so he could only wait for their location to be revealed and broadcast on TV. Gohan, you? Chi-Chi put down her bowl and chopsticks and looked at Gohan nervously. Although she supported Gohan in defeating the androids, at this moment, any mother would be nervous, afraid that her child would never return. Mom, please don't worry, I will definitely defeat them. Gohan, knowing her feelings, stepped forward and gently hugged her. Then his eyes grew more determined, and he released her hand, turned around and strode out the door. This time, he was not only going to protect the Earth, but also to protect his mother. To protect all his remaining family and friends. So, this time, he had to go. He had to win this battle. Chapter 303 I wish I could be as strong as my father. Star City. The streets were choked with traffic. Families, anxiously hauling their vehicles, prepared to flee the city. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep. Drive. Get moving. The shrill honking of horns mixed with angry shouts, filling the entire city with an atmosphere of anxiety. It's so noisy in here. On the street, number 18 and number 17 strolled leisurely, hands in their pockets, a stark contrast to the chaotic scene on the street. The irritable drivers, trapped and unable to move, had no idea that the very people they were trying to avoid were passing right by them. If they had known, the streets would probably have calmed down immediately. Hey, number 17, there's a nice clothing store over there. Let's go check it out. Entering the city center, number 18 suddenly pointed to a store on a nearby street. Number 17 had no objection, as he, too, was looking to change his clothes. Soon, the two arrived in front of the clothing store. With a casual punch, they flung open the locked glass door and leisurely walked inside. A moment later, they emerged, now dressed in new clothes. Then, with a casual gas bomb, number 17 unleashed a blast, sending the entire store exploding. Hey, number 18, this city doesn't seem to have much fun. How about we have a killing contest? Number 17 suddenly suggested, his lips curled. A killing contest, as the name suggests, is a contest to see who can kill the most people. If they can't find any fun in a particular city, they often resort to this method. Haha, sure, those people are bothering me, Number 18 smoothed his hair, a smile that curled his lips like a chilling smile. Both men were men of action. Having agreed on their target, they immediately soared into the sky, aiming their palms at the most crowded areas of the city, and unleashed their gas bombs without hesitation. In an instant, gas bombs emitting the aura of death rained down upon the crowd like a shower of meteors, emitting a continuous rumble of bombardments. Flames shot up into the sky, and countless lives were lost in an instant. Citizens who hadn't been affected witnessed this horrific scene, and fear immediately washed over their hearts and faces. Devil. The devil is coming, run. Run, woo woo woo. Mom. Mom, screams and cries mingled, and panic spread across the city in an instant. The two androids, observing this scene, showed no trace of pity, but instead beamed with excitement. Ho ha ho ha. Run. Run. That's what makes it fun. Number 17 laughed heartily, his hands firing a continuous stream of gas bombs, blasting the fleeing citizens frantically. Humph. Don't even think about outsmarting me. Number 18, not one to be left behind, also raised his hands, ruthlessly harvesting lives like the Grim Reaper. Just as the two were enjoying themselves, a streak of light shot down from the sky. Stop it. You two damned bastards. As soon as the words left his mouth, the streak of light slammed directly into the unprepared number 17, sending him flying. Boom boom boom. In an instant, number 17 crashed through several buildings before plummeting to the ground, his fate unknown. Number 17, number 18's pupils shrank, and he quickly glanced at the billowing dust where number 17 had fallen, then fixed his gaze on the figure that had emerged from the streak of light. Who are you? Are there any masters like you on Earth? It was none other than Gohan, filled with fervor and a soaring fighting spirit, determined to defeat the androids once and for all. His face was filled with murderous intent, his aura undisguised. It was hard to imagine that this was the innocent boy who once wore a gentle smile and held a kind heart towards all living things. My name is Son Gohan, android, you've killed so many innocent people. It's time to go to hell. Gohan fixed number 18 with an icy gaze, his tone utterly sinister. Son Gohan, number 18 was startled at the name, then recalled the information Dr. Gero had implanted in their minds. So, your son Goku's son. Gohan's eyes narrowed. You know my father. In this world, he still didn't know the origins of the androids. Like other ordinary humans, he only learned their names and their status as androids when they introduced themselves to the camera. Therefore, he had no idea that the androids were created by Dr. Gero, a scientist from the Red Ribbon Corps and Goku's former enemy, to kill him. Haha, of course I know him. After all, we were created to kill him. Number 18 smoothed his hair and smiled charmingly. Gohan's pupils shrank, clearly startled by this information. So the androids appeared to kill his father, but his father had died 2 years before they appeared. Could it be that, having lost their target, they were now aimlessly slaughtering? Just as his mind was racing with speculation, a resounding thud erupted from the rubble of number 17's fall in the distance. Countless rubble scattering in all directions revealed number 17's figure. You damned bastard. Seeing his newly changed clothes begin to tatter, number 17 raged. Son Gohan, huh? I'm going to tear you to pieces. His superior hearing allowed him to overhear their exchange. He clenched his fists and soared into the air, reaching number 18 in the blink of an eye. Number 18, don't attack. I want to have some fun with him. Number 18 took in his situation, then understood and silently retreated a distance. Even that sudden attack hadn't harmed number 17, the boy before them posed no threat. Across from them, Gohan, having cast aside all distractions, didn't immediately attack. A one-on-one fight would be ideal for him, as he still didn't know the opponent's fighting style or their specific strength. A one-on-one fight would allow him to quickly grasp these details. Hey, let's go fight over there, Gohan said, sensing that there were still many living humans in the city. He pointed to a patch of wasteland outside. Without waiting for number 17's reply, he leaped towards it. Number 17 and number 18 exchanged a glance and followed suit. On the wasteland, Gohan and number 17 stood facing each other. A gust of wind blew, and Gohan's brows glared. His body transformed into a shadow, and in the blink of an eye, he was attacking number 17. Da. The shadowy fists rained down on number 17 like a torrential rain, looking incredibly powerful. But under this fierce attack, number 17 easily withstood all the blows with a single hand. Is that all you're capable of? Number 17 smiled contemptuously. Suddenly, A flying kick sent Gohan flying, unable to dodge. With a burst of energy, Gohan forced himself to stop midair. He rubbed his stomach and stared down at number 17, thinking, it seems I can't force him to push any further without becoming a Super Saiyan. With this thought, he slowly landed on the ground and clenched his fists. Bang, bang, bang. A continuous series of explosions echoed between heaven and earth. The two men moved so fast that even cameras couldn't capture them. Vast craters appeared on the ground at a visible speed, as if testifying to the intensity of the battle. Number 18, watching from the side, shifted his gaze, watching silently, without making any move. After a while, Gohan, gradually rediscovering the thrill of his childhood battles against powerful foes, suddenly knocked number 17 back, then raised his hands above his head. Magic flash, energy like the sun condensed in his palms, radiating a terrifying power. However, just as he was about to unleash this powerful attack on number 17, something unexpected happened. A whip kick suddenly struck from the side, slamming him hard. Bang! Caught off guard, Gohan plummeted to the ground like a falling star, buried deep in the rubble. Why are you interfering? 17, who had been sent flying earlier, approached 18, who had suddenly attacked and knocked Gohan down, a look of displeasure on his face. While Gohan's attack was incredibly powerful, he wasn't worried about not being able to withstand it. At most, he'd only sustain minor injuries. Nothing, just a little itchy. And don't you think you've been fighting for too long? I'm getting tired of waiting, 18 said nonchalantly. Is that so? Well, how about this? Since the killing contest was interrupted, how about we see who can kill him first? 17 pondered for 2 seconds before proposing. Oh, interesting. The bet is the right to decide which city we go to next? Oh, of course. As the two of them briefly agreed, Gohan erupted in golden energy below, shaking away the rubble, and then wiped the blood from his mouth. Is the other android going to attack too? This looks like a bit of a problem, he thought, watching the two androids fall side by side from the sky. Yet, despite the growing severity of the situation, he held no fear. Fighting one was a fight, fighting two was a fight. From their previous encounter, he could confirm that his strength was already slightly superior. Given that, even at the risk of serious injury, or even his own life, he should have a chance of defeating both androids. Gohan, you must return safely. At that moment, far away, Chi-Chi prayed silently at her window for her son. Having seen her husband battle so many battles to protect Earth and endure countless wounds, she sincerely wished the same for her son. But there was no other way. Her husband had passed away from illness, and the warriors who could protect Earth had perished one after another, leaving only her son. When her son, with eyes full of determination, promised to protect everyone in the Earth, she simply couldn't refuse. Besides, her son was a member of the Sun family. His blood flowed through his veins. She believed that as Goku's son, a son who had inherited his fighting spirit, he would be able to defeat any formidable foe. Go on, Gohan. Mom believes in you. Bang! Gohan's right fist slammed into number 17's face, sending him tumbling through the air. He then blocked number 18's attack with his left hand, engaging him in a series of exchanges of blows in the space of a second. Finally, finding a flaw, he unleashed a powerful blast of energy, sending him flying. It seemed he had the upper hand, but his expression betrayed no joy, instead a solemn expression. Huff, huff, huff. He landed on the ground, panting heavily, his forehead already covered in sweat. Ahead of him, number 17 and number 18, having been sent flying, flew back, landing not far from him. Their faces remained calm. Their breath untouched, and not even a drop of sweat formed. This, in turn, was the source of his deep anxiety. The prolonged battle had drained him of his energy, yet the two androids showed no signs of exhaustion. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to defeat even one, let alone both. As for using senzu beans to restore his strength, unfortunately, he'd previously used up all the senzu beans he'd collected in Karin Tower through training. And when he'd recently visited the cat hermit in Karin Tower, he'd been told that only one senzu bean remained, and the new one hadn't yet been cultivated. So, at the moment, he only had one. And since the senzu bean could instantly heal injuries and restore all his strength, he wasn't about to use it lightly. Noticing the look on his face, number 18 smoothed his hair, smiled faintly, and said, Haha, you finally figured it out? We androids possess infinite energy. No matter how long we fight, We never tire. What? Gohan's pupils shrank, and his heart sank. Infinite energy? What a terrifying truth. No wonder the opponent had fought for so long without even feeling tired. So, in this situation, could he still defeat him? After 2 seconds of deliberation, he decided to give it a go. He suddenly soared into the sky, landing with his back to the sun. Then, as the android looked at him, somewhat bewildered, he placed his hands on his temples. Sun fist, buzz. A dazzling light, like the sun, instantly emanated from him, blinding number 17 and number 18 with a stinging pain in their eyes. Ah! My eyes, having created such a golden opportunity, Gohan, without hesitation, placed his hands at his waist, forming a calyx. Kamapai Ki Gong wave, he gathered all his ki to its peak, channeling all that energy into the blue ball of light in his palms. Immediately, at the peak of his energy, he thrust his hands with all his might, unleashing a Kamehameha Ki wave, condensed with a conviction of victory, towards the 2 androids. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly erupted. Watching the 2 androids engulfed by the Kamehameha Ki wave, which then stirred up a cloud of dust, Gohan gasped, a nervous ache in his heart. Did it work? Just as he stared intently at the thick cloud, his left hand reaching for his waist, ready to retrieve senzu beans to restore his strength in case of an emergency, whoosh! A blast of energy suddenly erupted from the dust and smoke, striking the exhausted man with lightning speed and sending him careening backwards. Amidst the ash, a disheveled number 17 dropped his arm, tearing off the rags that fluttered from it. Almost died. That damn guy, his face was filled with murderous intent. If he hadn't deployed his shield at the last moment, dissipating much of the Kamehameha's energy, they would have been seriously injured. Huh? I didn't expect we'd almost get into this mess. An equally disheveled number 18 remained expressionless as he tore open his tattered jacket. The 2 men soared into the sky, watching Gohan struggle to rise from the rubble, and without hesitation, unleashed their energy blasts. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, Gohan was engulfed in a torrent of energy. When the billowing smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated, Gohan lay face down on the ground, battered and bruised. The golden hair that symbolized Super Saiyans had somehow returned to black. Damn it! Looking at the sack of senzu beans that had been accidentally dropped 5 meters away during the bombardment, Gohan clenched his still-moving right fist and struggled to crawl over. But the Kamehameha attack had already drained his strength, and the android's attack had severely injured him. His body was now completely drained, unable to muster any more strength. With a snap, he saw he could no longer reach the senzu beans, and the android was already falling in front of him. He felt a surge of resentment. Damn it! Why am I so weak? Number 17 raised his palm and pointed it at him. Son of Son Goku, you've caused us so much trouble, but that's enough. I'll send you to see your father now. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Staring at the blooming light before him, like the beckoning of death, Gohan looked dazed. If only I were stronger. If only I were as strong as my father. If I were my father, I would never lose. Right? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304 Dad. Swish. A figure appeared out of nowhere on a plane somewhere on Earth. Hiss, I'm feeling a little dizzy. It was none other than Goku. He rubbed his head, grimace. Although he'd already time-traveled twice, he was still unaccustomed to the experience. Huh? Where is this place? Why does it feel familiar? After his dizziness subsided, he looked up and around. While his surroundings were unfamiliar, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. Goku, I need to tell you something, Shenlong's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. There was a small problem with the transmission just now, so we didn't send you to the intended universe, but instead veered off somewhere else. The reason you feel familiar here is because this is a parallel universe to your own. The planet you're standing on is Earth. Parallel universe. Goku blinked and scratched his head. Having experienced the time travel of future Trunks, he was familiar with the term. Shenlong, are you saying there's another me here, along with Krillin, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and the others? It's highly likely, Goku, but it's not certain. Although parallel universes are very similar, there are always some differences. Oh, I see. Goku nodded, his chin resting on his hand. A hint of nostalgia washed over him. It's been ages since I've seen Krillin and the others. If they were here too, just thinking about meeting them would make me happy." Without hesitation, he sensed the Earth's chi. But a moment later, his brow furrowed. "Why is there so little chi on this Earth, and I can't sense my own chi, nor can I sense the chi of Krillin, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and the others? Does that mean this world doesn't have me and them?" He was puzzled. "But I can sense Master Roshi's aura, and I can sense Bulking and Chikai's aura, too. Where's Bulma? Is there Bulma?" Just as he was increasing his aura sensing accuracy, trying to locate Bulma, whose aura was weak, like that of an ordinary person, his expression suddenly changed. "Huh? This aura is Gohan." He suddenly sensed an aura that was just like that of an ordinary person, and it was none other than his son, Gohan. His brow furrowed in knots. Gohan's aura was clearly abnormal, and it was waning at a noticeable rate. It was obvious that he was on the verge of death. Without hesitation, he raised his sword finger to his forehead and vanished instantly. In the wasteland, number 17's palms were already gathering an astonishing amount of energy, ready to crush Gohan to ash. Knowing he was powerless to resist, Gohan could only watch helplessly as scenes flashed before his eyes. These images contained joyful moments of his childhood playing with his parents, images of him diligently training under the strict guidance of Uncle Piccolo, and pictures of his parents taking him to dinner with Uncle Krillin, Aunt Bulma, Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Yamcha, Grandpa Roshi, and others. In the end, these images faded, leaving only familiar faces. Foremost among them were his father with his innocent smile, the stern Uncle Piccolo, and his mother, with her aged features and dazzling white hair. "I'm sorry, Dad, Uncle Piccolo, I didn't defeat the enemy and protect the Earth. I'm sorry, Mom, I let you down." Tears blurred his eyes, and he closed them unwillingly, awaiting death. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before him, separating him from the two androids like a barrier shielding him from the wind and rain. "Snap, what are you doing?" Number 17, Goku, arriving at this point, grabbed number 17's hand, causing the terrifying energy within it to collapse. Number 17 was completely caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints in shock. Without a second thought, he unleashed a Kigen wave with his other hand. Simultaneously, number 18, beside him, reacted a beat later, also unleashing Kigen waves with both hands aimed at Wukong. Boom! The two Kigen waves hit Wukong flawlessly. Number 17 noticed the restraints on his hands had lifted, and he and number 18 immediately retreated. "How, no matter who it is, at this close range, they'll be dead or wounded," he said with a scornful smile, masking his earlier panic. But soon, as the smoke cleared, his expression suddenly changed. How is that possible? He saw Wukong, unharmed. Not only was his body unscathed, not even his clothes were torn in the slightest. He and number 18's pupils trembled, unable to take in the sight. Suddenly, in tacit coordination, they soared into the sky, their ki bombs condensing like champagne, raining down upon Wukong. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, an explosion far more powerful than the one that had struck Gohan occurred. "Wow, such a warm power, am I not dead yet?" Gohan, already half conscious, suddenly felt a surge of energy flowing through his body, warming him to the very core. Then, he realized he was being fed something and then being held. Why did this embrace feel so warm and familiar? He opened his eyes immediately. Upon seeing the familiar face before him, his pupils suddenly dilated, a look of disbelief on his face. Dad, Goku placed him on the edge of a rock, gently rubbed his head, and smiled faintly. "It's me, Gohan, Dad, am I dreaming?" As the person he had missed so much, who had been dead for 9 years, appeared before him, Gohan's expression suddenly became dazed. How should I put it, Gohan? I'm both your father and not your father. It's a difficult question to explain. We'll talk about it later. Now, let me first understand what happened on Earth. Goku smiled gently, then held his breath and concentrated, reading Gohan's memories. Gradually, his brow furrowed. So that's how it is? The me in this world died of a heart attack. In that case, this world is very similar to the one in future Trunks' world. As he read the memories, Gohan said nothing, just staring at him in amazement. Great. I see my father again. Now, I don't believe he's still okay. After releasing a large number of ki bombs in the air, number 17 gritted his teeth as he looked at the billowing smoke below. Number 17, you just saw that man, didn't you? Number 18, staring intently at the smoke, warned. I see. That person looks exactly like Sun Wukong. Could he be Sun Wukong? But according to our research, Sun Wukong died 9 years ago. Number 17's face was filled with confusion. Number 18 was equally baffled. As they conversed, the thick smoke billow gradually dissipated. When it completely cleared, their gazes suddenly focused. There was no sign of Goku or Gohan. Could it be that they had been annihilated by their attack? "Hey, what are you looking at?" a voice suddenly called out from behind them. "What?" Startled, they turned abruptly. Then, from beneath a rock in the distance, Goku was watching them. Behind him, Gohan, who should have died in their attack, was standing there. When did they get there? Number 17 and 18 were filled with a wave of emotion. They had been staring down. How could they have appeared behind them without anyone noticing? If the other party had attacked them instead of warning them, wouldn't they be in such a state right now? The thought of the dire consequences made them break out in a cold sweat. After exchanging a glance, they shared a common thought: run. Once they understood where the Sun Wukong had come from and how to defeat him, it wouldn't be too late to engage. Whoosh! The two men suddenly erupted in white auras and shot off like rockets in the opposite direction of Wukong. However, barely a second after they'd flown, a figure mysteriously appeared before them, stopping them. "I can't let you get away," the intercepting Wukong declared. Immediately, before the two androids could react, he suddenly appeared behind them. Simultaneously, two hand blades landed lightly on their necks. The next second, number 17 and number 18's pupils lost focus, and their bodies fell limply, each caught in Wukong's hands. In the distance, Gohan, whose consciousness was gradually returning, gaped in shock. Is this what a father can do? Soon after Goku scratched his head and gave a long explanation, Gohan, always highly intelligent, miraculously understood his explanation. "So, you're my father from another dimension, and you just happened to come to ours." "Indeed, in this dimension, my father died of illness, and there's no way he can be resurrected." Gohan looked a little dejected. Although this Goku was his father from another dimension, and he looked almost identical to his father in this dimension, they were still two people, and the Goku before him couldn't completely replace his real father. Even so, he was still happy, because Goku's arrival had finally soothed his heart, which had been grieving for 9 years after losing his father. "Dad, it's so good to see you," his eyes welled up. Goku smiled softly and pulled him into his arms. "Thank you for all the hard work, Gohan." Gohan's eyes welled up, tears threatening to fall. "It's not hard, Dad." He hugged Goku tightly, greedily breathing in the familiar scent. After a long moment, he wiped his eyes, pulled his hand back, and gathered his emotions. "By the way, Dad, why didn't you just kill them?" He pointed at the unconscious android lying beside him. "Oh, them." Goku put his hands on his hips and glanced over his shoulder. Then, looking at Gohan, he said seriously, "Gohan, you have to defeat them yourself. From now on, I will train you well and improve your strength." Gohan was stunned for a moment, then his face filled with surprise. "Dad wants to train me. This is so wonderful. God bless him, he's learned so much on his own over the years. If he had Goku's guidance from the beginning, his strength would never be what it is now." So he nodded heavily. "Yes. Dad, please go ahead and train me." On Kame Island, Master Kame, unusually, wasn't admiring the beauty by the television. Instead, he stood at the edge of the island, his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance, his thoughts unsettled. As usual, the old turtle stayed beside him, sprawled motionless on the ground, gazing into the distance as he had always done. On the old turtle's back, Pool did the same, though a touch of sadness crossed his face, as if he were missing his lost friend. Suddenly, several figures appeared behind them. "Hey! Grandpa Kame!" Master Kame shuddered. Leaping to his feet and turning to shout, "Who are you?" His eyes widened when he saw the two androids sprawled on the ground. He glanced up, seeing a familiar outfit and a face etched deep in his memory. He instinctively thought his eyes were blurring. He took off his glasses. Something was wrong. He put them back on. Still something was wrong. After repeating this several times, he darted over, touched their sides, then jumped up and tugged on their cheeks. After confirming the authenticity, he stepped back, his mouth gaping. "Goku! How did you survive?" After Gohan, who was following behind Goku, explained, Master Roshi finally understood what was going on. He stroked his beard and exclaimed, "Time travel, Goku, you're truly amazing." "Ha ha ha, no, It's all. Goku rubbed his head and chuckled, then stopped short, not mentioning the Shenlong's existence. This was because the Shenlong within him had told him not to. Master Roshi's eyes gleamed, but he didn't continue the conversation. Instead, he pointed at the two dead androids and said, Goku, you said you'd defeat them, so why did you bring them to me? You almost gave an old man like me a heart attack. He then held his hand to his heart and gasped, as if he'd been genuinely frightened. Haha, sorry, Goku said, scratching his head and chuckling apologetically. He then explained, I brought them here for a reason. He recounted his plan to train Gohan, allowing him to defeat the two androids once he'd become stronger. He then added, so before Gohan defeats them, I have to lock them up first, to prevent them from escaping or causing further harm to Earth. Grandpa, don't you know the Mephuha? Teach me, and I'll seal them away temporarily. I see, Master Roshi nodded. But the Mephuha isn't so easy to learn. 2 minutes later, Master Roshi's glasses tilted in shock as he watched Goku successfully seal the androids into a small bottle. Isn't that, wait. Back then, it must have taken him months to learn this technique, right? Recalling the moment Goku first saw him perform the Kamehameha with such skill, he felt a sudden sense of relief. Oh, this has happened before. That's not surprising. Not surprising. Bullshit. He squatted in the corner, drawing circles dejectedly, feeling grief-stricken for his talent which was a million miles behind Goku's. Woohoo. How unfair God is. Huh? What happened to Master Roshi? Seeing this, Goku was a little confused. It's okay, don't worry about him. Goku, and Gohan, are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? Master Roshi has stockpiled a lot of food here, the old turtle betrayed Master Roshi calmly. Really? Then we won't be polite, haha, ping pong clang. No. Wait. Goku and Gohan. Save some for me. Chapter 305 Sorry, Kiki. On Baozi Mountain, Chi-Chi paced back and forth in the room. She'd been feeling a strange unease for a while now, as if something had happened to Gohan on this trip, which was why she was so agitated. My Gohan will be fine, my Gohan will be fine, she clasped her hands together, muttering to herself. Beside her, the Bull King, feeling a little uneasy at her movements, spoke up, Don't go, Chi-Chi. You're making me panic too. Gohan is Goku's son. He'll definitely defeat the androids. You have to have faith in him. Hearing his reassurance, Chi-Chi paused, muttering to herself, as if to console herself, Yes. Gohan is Goku's son. He'll definitely defeat the androids. I have to have faith in him. Yes, I have to have faith in him. Then, she sat down quietly. Seeing this, the Bull King finally breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could relax for even a second, Chi-Chi leaped to her feet again, clutching her head and yelling, No. I'm panicking, Dad. I feel like something's happened to Gohan. The Bull Demon King sighed inwardly and stood up, wanting to hug his daughter and comfort her. But just then, there was a sudden knock at the door. Then, a voice rang out, Mom, Grandpa, I'm back. With a swish, Chi-Chi, already frantic, rushed to the door, opened it, and saw the son she'd been missing so much. After carefully looking him up and down and confirming that her son was not injured, she hugged him suddenly and said with a sob, Gohan, I'm glad you're back, I'm glad you're back. Mom was so worried about you. Gohan, who had changed into clean clothes at Master Roshi's place, also hugged his mother with red eyes. Yes. I'm back, Mom, sorry, I made you worry. Bull Demon King watched this scene with relief from behind. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. After hugging for a while, Gohan let go of her hand, then suddenly stepped aside and said to Chi-Chi and Bull Demon King, Mom, Grandpa, look who this is. As soon as the words fell, Goku, who was hiding outside the room, stepped out to the door, raised his hand, looked at the two of them and greeted them with a smile. Hey. Chi-Chi, Bull Demon King, I'm back. Looking at the figure that often appeared in her dreams at midnight, the person so familiar that even after 9 years, she could still clearly remember every pore on the other's face, Chi-Chi was a little dazed for a moment. Behind her, the Bull Demon King wasn't much better, having fallen into a state of dementia. Wukong, is that you, Wukong? Chi-Chi's lips trembled as she stared at her lover in bewilderment. She raised her hand, wanting to touch Wukong's face, but stopped herself, fearing it was just an illusion that would burst if she touched it. Wukong exchanged a subtle glance with Gohan, then smiled faintly. He took Chi-Chi's hand and placed it on his face. It's me, Chi-Chi. I'm back. Feeling the warmth that only a living person could feel, Chi-Chi could no longer contain her emotions. She threw herself on Wukong, wailing uncontrollably. Woo woo woo. Wukong. Aren't you dead? Do you know how much I've missed you all these years? Woo woo woo. Wukong held her body and said in the gentlest of words, I'm sorry, Chi-Chi, for all the suffering you've endured, not just from this world, but also from the old world. I've caused you so much. I'm sorry, Chi-Chi. Come on, Goku, Gohan, eat. These are your favorite dishes. Seeing her son safely return and her husband resurrected after 9 years, Chi-Chi seemed like a changed person, brimming with energy, none of her previous gloomy, aged look. Before Goku and Gohan could react, she dashed out with swiftness, returning with a mountain of ingredients in a flash. Before they could dissuade her, she'd whipped up a massive table of food and stood at the table, beaming with joy, ready to watch them enjoy. Oh, this, Goku scratched his head, glancing at the delicious array of dishes. He and Gohan exchanged glances, each seeing the embarrassment in the other's eyes. While the food was delicious, they had just feasted at Master Roshi's. Even as Saiyans, they couldn't handle it at this moment. After all, they weren't Luffy's monstrous gluttons, with their bottomless appetites, ready to devour anything. What's wrong? Why aren't you eating? Is there something wrong with my cooking? Seeing their reluctance to move, Chi-Chi looked puzzled and took a bite herself. It's fine, it tastes just like usual. After setting down her chopsticks, her expression grew even more bewildered. Seeing this, Goku felt even more insecure. He glared at Gohan, as if to say, you do it, Gohan. However, Gohan glared back, no, you do it, Dad, you do it, Gohan, no, you do it, Dad. The two exchanged glances for a while before Chi-Chi finally caught on. But she didn't react. Instead, she clutched her hands over her cheeks and sobbed, wow, are you guys saying my cooking isn't good? As she spoke, she sniffled, as if she were genuinely crying. Seeing this, Goku and his son were overwhelmed and quickly waved their hands, saying, no, that's not the case, Chi-Chi Mom, we actually just had a meal at Master Roshi's, so we're a little full now. After saying this, they both smiled awkwardly in unison. Okay. So that's how it is. I was wondering why you guys weren't eating. After hearing the truth, Chi-Chi dropped her pretense and lowered her hands, her face showing no trace of tears. She raised her eyebrows and glared, changing from a gentle mother and a caring wife to a shrewd woman. She pointed at the two of them and scolded, I rushed to buy so much food, thinking that you and your son could fill your stomachs quickly. But I didn't expect you to not go home and eat outside before coming back. It's okay if you're full, but you didn't even tell me before. The father and son shrank their necks like quails and muttered softly, isn't it that you're too fast, Kiki Mom? You didn't give us a chance to explain, huh? When Kiki glared at them, the two of them changed their words immediately from the heart. It's all our fault, Kiki Mom, calm down, we won't dare to do it again next time. After staring at the two of them for a while, Kiki folded her hands across her chest and turned her head away. Huh? Forget it. Since you two admitted your mistakes, I'll forgive you this time. Thank you, Kiki Mom. After the incident, Kiki prepared to put the prepared meals away and put them in the refrigerator. Even though she couldn't eat it now, she could have it tonight. Saiyans weren't particularly picky, and they could even enjoy leftovers. However, just as she was picking up her food, she suddenly remembered something and looked at Goku and asked, oh, Goku, I forgot to ask you, didn't you die of a heart attack 9 years ago? How did you suddenly come back to life? Although she was delighted by her husband's resurrection, she also wanted to understand. How could someone who even Shenlong couldn't save be resurrected 9 years after his death? This, Goku was stunned for a moment, then explained with a vague look in his eyes, it's like this, Chi-Chi. My resurrection this time is hard to explain. It's, seeing him stuttering, Gohan quickly replied, Mom, don't ask. Dad's resurrection this time involves something very secret. If revealed, it could put the Earth in danger. After hearing this explanation, Chi-Chi blinked and said thoughtfully, is that so? Then I won't ask. Anyway, Goku's return is the best thing that could happen. With a smile of happiness she hadn't seen in 9 years, she excitedly walked to the kitchen with the food. After she was gone, Goku flashed at Gohan's side, raised his palm to his mouth, and whispered, hey, Gohan, is this really going to work? Will Chi-Chi believe this explanation? Gohan nodded, a confident smile on his face. Don't worry, Dad, This explanation is absolutely fine. Even before the two returned, Gohan had proposed that Goku disguise himself as the Goku who had died of illness. He did this for no other reason than to see how hard his mother had endured these past 9 years. Her husband's untimely death had left her devastated and psychologically damaged, leaving her without a strong support. Later, as a son, he had been away from home for training, leaving her with a longing for him that had grown severe and aged her health considerably. So, now, he believed nothing could better cheer his mother up and restore her vitality than the resurrection of her husband, who had been dead for 9 years. If he told her the truth, simply that it was Goku from another dimension who had come to visit, even if his mother would be happy, it would be superficial, because he wasn't her real husband. Faced with such a well-reasoned proposal, Goku, who had always felt guilty about Chi-Chi, accepted without hesitation. Since he couldn't make amends for the Chi-Chi of his previous world, he would, on behalf of his own self in this world, make amends for the Chi-Chi of this world. Doing so would at least alleviate his guilt. The next morning. What? Goku, you're taking Gohan to train? The house on Baozi Mountain shook 3 times. Chi-Chi, feeling deeply moved by the reunion of her family of 3 and basking in the promise of a bright future, suddenly lost her joyful smile when she heard Goku was planning to take Gohan with him to train. She transformed into a savage tigress, clutching Goku's collar. Now that you're back, Goku, Gohan doesn't have to fight anymore. He should study now, so he can become a great scholar. Chi-Chi glared at Goku fiercely, her spit practically flying into his face. Ahua, Chi-Chi, this. Goku raised his hands, racking his brains for an explanation. He muttered to himself, as expected, Chi-Chi is always like this, no matter which world she's in. This is really frustrating. Fortunately, this world's Gohan was very mature. Before he could come up with a solution, he spoke. Mom, Dad can't always protect me. Just like 9 years ago, when he fell ill and passed away, and then the other elders passed away one after another, I had to step up to protect everyone, protect the earth, and protect you, Mom, but without Dad's guidance, how could I have the strength to protect you? I've trained diligently for 7 years, but in the end, I still lost to the androids. But if I had Dad's guidance from the beginning, I believe it wouldn't have taken even 7 years to surpass the androids. So, Mom, he looked at Chi-Chi with sincere eyes. Please let me train. Let me accept Dad's guidance and become a qualified warrior, a son who can stand before you and protect you from the elements. Hearing his earnest words, Chi-Chi fell silent and slowly loosened her grip on Goku's collar. She immediately came to Gohan and gently brushed the dust off his shoulders, her brows softening. Gohan, you've grown up and know how to protect Mom. Mom is so happy, but Mom can't bear to leave you. You said we've just been reunited as a family of 3, and you're going out to train. I don't know when you'll be back, Goku interjected. One day, just one day, Chi-Chi. I'll take Gohan to the spirit time chamber to train. 1 year there equals 1 day outside. After a year of training, I'll bring Gohan back. Really, Gohan? Chi-Chi turned to look. Of course it's true, Goku nodded solemnly. Chi-Chi turned back, as if she had made a decision. She grabbed Gohan's shoulders, her eyes firm, and her tone unquestionable, commanding. In that case, Gohan, go ahead. You must become stronger under Daddy's guidance. Become as strong as your dad. No, become stronger than your dad. Gohan's face darkened, and he stood up straight, shouting, Yes, Mom. A sprawling manor housed the home of Bulma, the world's wealthiest woman and chairman of the Universal Capsule Company. At this moment, the vast estate was deserted, barely a glimpse of life. In the living room of a large house in the center, a thin figure was doing push-ups. 488, 489, 490. This slender figure was none other than Trunks, Bulma and Vegeta's son. Only 7 years old, ever since witnessing the androids wreaking havoc on the world, he'd begun training, hoping to one day defeat them. Huff. Huff. After 1,000 push-ups, Trunks paused, breathless, and lay on the ground. Looking at his limp arms, he clenched his fists in frustration and said, Damn it. If this keeps up, when will I ever defeat the androids? But then he paused, remembering something that had happened recently. Oh, right, Gohan said he'd be the one to defeat the androids. So, it seems I don't have anything to do then. Thinking of this, he tugged at his hair, ruffling it. Thoughts raced through his mind. Yesterday, when the androids appeared, had Gohan gone looking for them? Had he found them and fought them? Or hadn't he? If he had, Had Gohan won? If not, would he? He felt his thoughts becoming increasingly confused and irritated, so he decided to stop thinking. Just then, two figures suddenly appeared beside him. Trunks, what are you doing? Looking at Trunks writhing on the ground like a worm, Gohan couldn't help but wonder. He hadn't anticipated that his sudden cry would be like those of someone locked in a room, doing something shameful that no one else could see, only to be caught and their actions fully witnessed. Chapter 306, Get Stronger, Gohan. In the living room, Trunks' cheeks were as red as apples, a truly adorable sight. Seeing this, Gohan, somewhat amused, said, "Sorry, Trunks, did I scare you? We just got here." Goku, standing beside him, also raised his hand and greeted, "Hey." "Hello, Trunks." Seeing the unfamiliar face, Trunks felt even more embarrassed, wishing he could crawl into a crack in the ground. Fortunately, curiosity ultimately overcame his shame, preventing him from scurrying off. Looking at Goku, dressed like Gohan but with a completely unfamiliar face, he couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" "Do you know me?" Goku grinned, "My name is Son Goku." "Of course I know you. You're Bulma and Vegeta's child, Son Goku." Trunks blinked, feeling as if he'd heard the name somewhere before. It sounded strangely familiar. "He's my dad, Trunks. We're here to find Aunt Bulma." Trunks' eyes widened at Gohan's words. He remembered. Son Goku. Wasn't that the name Mom kept saying? He was Gohan's dad, but didn't he die of illness many years ago? It seemed he died before he was even born. As if noticing his confusion, Gohan smiled. "You're wondering how my dad came back to life, right? That's a long story. Now, can you please take us to Aunt Bulma first?" Trunks, deeply impressed by Gohan's recent display of strength, agreed without hesitation. "Okay, I'll take you there. Mom's working on something in the basement." In a spacious room filled with sophisticated instruments, Bulma was tinkering intently with something. Suddenly, there was a beep at the door, followed by Trunks' voice from inside. "Mom, are you busy? Gohan-san has someone here to see you." This was the paging feature Bulma had set up so Trunks could tell her something important. After all, her room was shielded from all electronic signals and was also extremely soundproof. Without this feature, Trunks would have had to open the door and come in without warning if he wanted to reach her. This would undoubtedly scare her, despite her dedicated research, and could even cause errors in her research. Outside, Trunks finished his words and hung up the phone. "Mom must have heard it. We'll just wait here for her. If she's busy with research, it might take a while," he explained to Goku and his son. "Yeah, it's okay. We're not in a hurry," Gohan nodded. So the three of them stood outside, waiting quietly. 5 minutes later, the doorknob suddenly turned. Soon, Bulma appeared at the door, a slightly exhausted look on her face. "Gohan brought someone to see me?" "It's Chi." Before she could finish her words, she saw Goku standing beside him. Her eyes widened, and she shuddered. You, Goku." Goku raised his palm in a signature greeting. "Hey. Bulma, long time no see." In the living room, Bulma looked Goku up and down, her expression complex with emotion as she sighed. "I never thought I'd see you again, Goku." Ever since her friend passed away 9 years ago, she had believed she would never see him again. Although she was already researching a time machine capable of traveling back in time, she was only at the beginning stages and had no confidence in its construction. Therefore, she hadn't expected to see Goku again, which was why she was so overwhelmed with emotion. "I never thought I'd see you again, Bulma." Goku's face was filled with nostalgia. Believing that too many people would increase the risk of a secret being leaked, he and Gohan decided not to reveal to Bulma the truth about his identity as Goku from another dimension. Because of this, Bulma thought he was saying he hadn't expected to be resurrected after his death from illness. Unbeknownst to her, he was actually saying that after leaving his original dimension, he would still see her in another dimension. After a brief reminiscence, Bulma discussed Earth's current state. "Goku, if only you hadn't died of illness 9 years ago. Earth wouldn't be in this state today." Bulma felt a touch of sadness as she thought of the devastation wrought on Earth by the androids, including the deaths of friends like Krillin, Vegeta, and even her parents. If Goku had lived, none of these disasters would have occurred. After all, Goku had always been their pillar of support. No matter how powerful the enemy, Goku always managed to turn the tide, saving them and the Earth from danger. "Haha, Bulma, I almost forgot. We came here not only to meet you, but also to tell you that I've temporarily subdued the androids." Goku chuckled and dropped a bombshell. "What? Are you serious? What? The androids have been subdued?" Bulma and Trunks, who had been listening intently nearby, exclaimed in surprise. Bulma, realizing what she was saying, immediately grasped the key point. Temporarily subdued? What does that mean? Are they going to cause trouble again? Trunks looked at Goku nervously. Haha, that's not what I meant. Goku smiled and waved his hand. They've been temporarily sealed away by my Mafuha. From now on, I plan to train Gohan thoroughly, improve his strength, and then I'll personally defeat the androids. Upon hearing this explanation, Bulma couldn't help but pat her chest. Huh? Why didn't you tell me earlier, Goku? You've got me so scared. But, she looked at Goku closely, her gaze lingering for a few seconds on the exposed tendons of his arm. Since you were able to subdue them, it means you're stronger than them. As expected, it's you, Goku. You never disappoint. She smiled with emotion, wishing even more that Goku hadn't died of illness 9 years ago. In response to her praise, Goku simply rubbed his head and smiled innocently. Just then, a voice rang out from the side. Well, you said you subdued the androids. Are you more powerful than Gohan? Trunks clenched his fists, staring at Goku without blinking. Yet, my dad is much more powerful than me, Trunks, Gohan replied before Goku could reply. Trunks' eyes instantly sparkled. He looked at Goku with admiration and said, Go, Uncle Goku, you just said you train with Gohan, brother. Could you take me with you too? I want to become powerful, too, because Vegeta died shortly after he was born. Trunks had been largely on his own training since childhood. The only time he'd received guidance was a week ago, when Gohan came to visit Bulma after finishing training. Well, that might not be possible. Under his expectant gaze, Goku scratched his face in embarrassment. I'm taking Gohan to the Spirit Time Chamber for training. Only 2 people can go in there at a time, so I probably can't bring you this time. Just as the light in his eyes dimmed visibly, Goku added with a smile, but after this, you can always come find me and train with us. And with that, his eyes lit up again. Really? Of course it's true. Yet, that's awesome. After making a promise with Trunks and saying goodbye to Bulma, Goku and Gohan arrived at the Celestial Temple. The temple was deserted. After the Celestials vanished with Piccolo's death, only Popo remained. And now, Popo was meticulously sweeping the floor with a broom. Hey, Popo, Goku greeted with a smile. You're here, Goku. Hearing the voice, Popo stopped sweeping, turned around, and responded calmly, as if he'd known Goku was coming. Hey, Popo, aren't you surprised to see me? Goku's question was met with Popo's unfazed response, not at all. I saw you when you defeated the androids, haha, you really can't hide anything from you, Goku said, rubbing his head with a silly grin. He then pointed inside the Temple of Heaven and said, I'm here to take Gohan to the Chamber of Spirits in time to train. Is that okay with that, Popo? Popo nodded, of course, but remember, everyone can only stay there for 2 years. Yeah, I know. Thank you, Popo. Goku waved, then led Gohan towards the Chamber of Spirits in time. As Gohan stepped onto the temple building and was about to disappear around the corner, Popo, who had been watching him, suddenly said, I'm glad to see you again, Goku. Goku paused and turned to look. In the sunlight, Popo, who had been expressionless until then, smiled sincerely. Goku was stunned for a moment, then smiled back. Ah, me too, Popo. Then he disappeared around the corner, entering the Chamber of Spirits in time with Gohan. Outside, Popo's gaze remained unchanged, his smile lingering for a long time. Inside the Chamber of Spirits in time. Is this the Spirit Time Chamber? It looks empty. Gohan, entering this place for the first time, stood on the steps of the only building connected to the main gate and surveyed his surroundings curiously. Yes, there's nothing here except this resting room. When I was little, I couldn't stand it after a month in here, Goku explained with a smile. Not only is the air thin here, but the temperatures are also extremely extreme. I remember it reaching 40 or 50 degrees Celsius during the day, and 30 or 40 degrees below zero at night. So, Gohan, be prepared. This isn't something you can just endure. Hearing this, Gohan's face darkened, his gaze firm. Dad, I've been prepared for a long time. Please train me to your heart's content. Goku's smile faded, his expression becoming serious. Then, Gohan, show us your full strength now. Yes, Dad, After answering loudly, Gohan clenched his fists, his brows sharpening. At the same time, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Seeing this, Goku simply nodded, his demeanor unchanged. So, Gohan, attack me now with all your might. Don't hold back. Having witnessed Goku easily defeat the android in this state, Gohan had complete faith in Goku's strength. Without hesitation, he lunged at Goku and attacked him. He swung his fists hundreds of times in a short period of time, leaving after images. But, not a single one hit Goku. To Gohan, it was as if Goku had predicted his every move, dodging every blow simply by swaying his body left and right. So strong, Dad, he sighed inwardly, realizing that continuing this attack would be futile. He immediately changed his tactics, launching a sweeping kick that forced Goku back. Immediately afterwards, he unleashed a barrage of energy bullets at Goku. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Explosions echoed incessantly. Amidst the white, dead silence, flames shot up into the sky, and smoke thickened. Mid-air, Gohan stared intently at the thick smoke, certain his father would be alright. But then, his expression suddenly changed, and he turned to look behind him. How could this be? When did Dad get behind me? Unbeknownst to him, Goku appeared 20 meters behind him, his arms folded, a smile playing across his face. Gohan, is this all you're capable of? You're too weak. Gohan couldn't handle such provocation. His energy surged again, and the golden flame surged even more fiercely. Then, in a flash, he was in front of Goku and delivered a powerful, unerring punch to his face. Then, as Goku's head fell back, sending him flying, he appeared above him again, his right foot raised high, and slammed down on him. Then, as Goku plummeted to the ground like a meteor, he placed his hands at his waist in the shape of a calyx, and instantly unleashed a Kamehameha wave, striking Goku directly in the face. Boom! After this silky, patricidal combo, Gohan, looking at the billowing smoke below, suddenly sobered up. Oops! Had he used too much force and injured his father? Just as he was beginning to feel a wave of trepidation, Goku flew out of the smoke, his body unchanged save for a few rips at the corner of his clothing. Not bad, Gohan, that's the way it should be. This time, Goku didn't challenge him, but instead offered affirmation. Seeing Gohan's seemingly stunned expression, Goku placed his hands on his hips and smiled faintly. Keep it up, work hard to become stronger, Gohan, I look forward to the day you surpass me. Chapter 307 Wukong, I won't take action. In the stiflingly hot white space, two figures engaged in a fierce, inhumane battle. Their speed was impossibly fast, flickering from one position to another in a single second. Even the world's most powerful camera couldn't capture a single glimpse of them. The muffled thunder of flesh colliding and the explosion of energy waves echoed throughout the space, so intense that even without being able to clearly see their battle, one could still tell how fierce it was. An unknown amount of time passed. The two figures, battling from the ground to the sky and back again, suddenly stopped. Only then could their figures become visible to ordinary humans. That's it, Gohan. It's almost time, said Goku, his hair a little disheveled but his breathing steady. Across from him, Gohan panted slightly, sweat dripping down his forehead. After turning his hair back to black, he smiled faintly and said, Yes, Dad, it's just right that I can eat Chikai's cooking. I'm a little hungry, yet. I miss Mom's cooking, too. The two chatted as they flew back to the building connected to the entrance to the spirit time chamber. As they stepped onto the steps, Goku suddenly stopped, looking at the door and clenching his chin. Oh, right, speaking of which, I've already spent 2 full years in this spirit time chamber in my previous time and space. I wonder if this side will sync with the other side. If they do, will I be stuck? Gohan was stunned for a moment, then his eyes widened. Dad, what are you talking about? He had never considered this possibility before. Seeing Goku enter so calmly, he had assumed he hadn't spent the full 2 years. Unexpectedly, Goku had already spent 2 full years in his time and space. If the two sides synced, wouldn't his father be trapped here? At this thought, his heart tightened. Then, as if to comfort Goku, or perhaps to himself, he said, It's okay, Dad. We're not on the same time and space anymore. How could they possibly be synchronized? You'll definitely get out. Goku touched his nose and grinned. I was just saying that. Don't worry. Even if I can't get out through the main gate, I have other ways out. Huh? Gohan, his face slightly nervous, became bewildered. Other ways? Is there a second door here? Of course not, there's only one. Oh, I remember. Dad, you can teleport. You can sense the energy outside and teleport out. Gohan's eyes lit up, thinking he had guessed the correct answer. However, Goku raised his index finger and shook it. That's not it, Gohan. In this alternate dimension, I can't sense the energy outside. Huh? This left Gohan completely bewildered. That wasn't it either. So what method was Dad talking about? Seeing his bewildered expression, Goku rubbed his nose and chuckled. Gohan, remember, as long as we're strong enough, even an alternate dimension can't hold us back. With that, his eyes suddenly sharpened, and he rapidly increased his ki. With a low roar, white flames emanated from his body, emanating an astonishing aura that made Gohan's pupils shrink. Immediately, he launched a simple, straight punch forward. Buzz! As Gohan stared in disbelief, a black dot suddenly appeared in the space where the fist had landed. Immediately, accompanied by waves of white ripples, the black dot rapidly expanded, soon transforming into a 2-meter-wide hole in space. Through this hole, he could clearly see Popo cleaning the celestial temple. This scene spoke of one truth: Goku had pierced the inner and outer space of the spirit time chamber with a single punch. Gohan's jaw dropped. He stared at his father from another dimension in disbelief, a strange surge of jealousy rising in his heart for his alternate self. Damn it! Why did my alternate self have such a powerful father? In the celestial temple, Popo was diligently cleaning. Even when the celestials were away, he diligently completed his duties. Occasionally, he'd glance in the direction of the spirit time chamber, wondering when Goku and his son would emerge. He had no idea that Goku and his son wouldn't come out through the regular passage, but rather through a different path. He happened to witness this. The following scene unfolded: Popo, expressionless, stare at Goku. Goku, scratching his head uncomfortably. Popo, we're out. What are you doing here? Popo, still expressionless. What did you just do, Goku? Goku, growing increasingly guilty. Nothing much. I was just showing Gohan how to escape when trapped in an alternate dimension. Goku, carefully, I guess we didn't damage the spirit time chamber. Popo, death glare, silence. Popo, expressionless, if it happens again, Goku, you're not allowed to come here anymore. Goku, relieved, grinning, don't worry, Popo, there won't be a next time. Then we're leaving. Bye, Popo. Goku placed his hand on the shoulder of Gohan, who looked dazed, still lost in the previous scene. He waved goodbye to Popo and teleported away. Looking at the place where Goku had left, then back at the place where they had just left, Popo's tense expression relaxed. He sighed. Goku, he's really gotten a lot better than before. Then, he continued cleaning. One day later, in a deserted wasteland, Goku, Gohan, and Master Roshi appeared. Reaching into his arms, he pulled out a small bottle with a talisman on it. Master Roshi carefully handed it to Goku. Immediately, after the bottle was completely free of his hand, he lashed out with furious fury, cursing, Goku, do you know how I've been unable to sleep peacefully these past 2 days keeping it? I was terrified those 2 androids would accidentally escape and wipe out an old man like me. How could that be, old man? It seems no one has ever escaped from the Mafuba before, Goku said, rubbing his head and grinning. Who knows? The Mafuba has never sealed such a powerful figure before. After a few curses, Master Roshi suddenly changed the subject. But, Goku, if you could let Bulma touch it for me, maybe it would calm my frightened little heart. As he spoke, a lecherous smile appeared on his face, completely unlike the demeanor of a martial arts master. Goku's mouth twitched, a look of dismay on his face. Old man, you've said all this just for this, haven't you? You're as lecherous as ever, but I can't make the decision on this request. The 2 men engaged in a tug of war. Finally, with Master Kame insisting it couldn't be any less, the 3 unspeakable magazines became the deal. P.S. They had to be books Master Kame hadn't read. Having appeased the troublesome old man, Goku quickly put the matter behind him. He handed the vial containing the android to Gohan and said with a faint smile, Gohan, now is the time to test the results of your year's training. You will open it yourself. Gohan took the vial and said solemnly, yes, Dad, I'll do my best, without hesitation. He peeled off the talisman on the bottle and tossed it away. Nearby, Master Kame, once again serious, stood with his hands behind his back, observing the scene with a calm, still gaze, the aura of a master radiating from him. The next second, the bottle exploded, and two hideous-looking androids appeared before their eyes. The martial arts master leaped behind Goku, poked his head out, and said in amazement, "Are these androids?" The aura of death all over them is truly terrifying. Ignoring the old man's antics, Gohan stepped forward and said to the androids who had already discovered them and were looking at them in confusion, "Androids, today I will personally send you to hell, to comfort the thousands of innocent people you have killed." Numbers 17 and 18 were stunned that they had suddenly escaped from that damn prison, only to see Goku, who had killed them instantly that day, and their faces turned terrified. Before they could do anything, they heard Gohan pronounce their death sentence upon them. The two men gritted their teeth and cried out, "All you can do is talk big, son Gohan. You said the same thing 2 days ago, and we still beat you to pulp. If not for that, if your father, son Goku, hadn't suddenly appeared, you would have been dead by us." Then, the two men looked at Goku with fearful expressions and said, "Son Goku, weren't you already dead? How did you come back to life? And what are you planning on doing by releasing us now?" They had no intention of fleeing. After all, they had already been taught a lesson by reality last time. Running was useless against Goku. Honestly, they had hoped that Goku would forget about them after sealing them. After all, as androids, they had long lifespans, so they could easily wait until Goku died of old age before trying various methods to break free. But who would have thought that after only 2 days of sealing, he would release them again? This unbelievable move made them feel uneasy. "You don't need to worry about how I was resurrected, and you don't have to worry about me taking action. The only one who will fight with you today is Gohan." Goku's words made them feel a little relieved. Number 18 stared at Goku for a while, then glanced at Gohan and sneered, "Son Goku, are you sure you won't take action? Even if your son will be killed by us?" Goku blinked and smiled slightly. "Yes, I won't take action, don't worry, I mean what I say." Then he proposed a benefit that number 18 and number 17 could not refuse. "If you beat Gohan, I will let you go." The pupils of number 18 and number 17 shrank slightly. "Really?" Goku nodded seriously. Of course, even though they still had some doubts in their hearts, number 18 and number 17 had no room for refusal. They immediately looked at Gohan and said, "Since your father said so, come on, son Gohan, we guarantee that you will be an unbearable pain." Gohan curled the corners of his mouth slightly, and after Goku carried Master Roshi away, he twisted his neck and stretched his fists. "I've been waiting for you for a long time. Now I'll show you the fruits of my training." As soon as he finished speaking, he effortlessly transformed into a Super Saiyan without even gathering his strength. Seeing him like this, number 17 gave him a scornful smile. "Haha, I thought you'd practiced something, but you're still like this." Number 18 shared a look of disdain. Clearly, they didn't think the same Super Saiyan from 2 days ago could defeat them this time. Gohan said nothing, simply raising his hand and gently curling his fingers. This provocative gesture immediately infuriated the two androids. Number 17 and number 18 exchanged glances, each understanding the other's intent. They were going to ignore Goku and give the damned brat a good beating to vent their anger. With that, they launched themselves, striking Gohan from either side like lightning. Swish! In the blink of an eye, they were on either side of Gohan, one delivering a punch, the other kicking, blocking all of his escape routes. At this moment, Gohan, who had been standing still, without even glancing at the other two, suddenly struck. Bang! A hook. With even greater speed, it slammed into number 17's abdomen, just as he was about to strike back. A side kick followed. Bang! Before number 18's kick could reach him, he preemptively sent him flying. Ugh! Number 17 foamed at the mouth, his body hunched over uncontrollably, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could this be possible? How could this guy have become so powerful in just 2 days? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt someone grab his arm. Then, his body was swung up uncontrollably. The next second, with a shrill sound of breaking through the air, he was sent flying at supersonic speed, slamming heavily into number 18. Boom! 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 The two of them piled up on top of each other, crashing straight into a distant rocky mountain. After shattering several of them, they were finally embedded deeply within a rocky mountain that saved their lives. Damn it, they felt their bones weaken, their bodies nearly shattered by the impact. Just as they struggled to get up, a faint blue light shone from outside the cave entrance. What is this? Their pupils constricted, and their bodies began to tremble as if they had sensed something terrifying. No. Wait. Let's surrender. They abandoned their dignity and immediately tried to surrender and beg for mercy, but before they could finish their words, a surge of blue energy surged in from outside the cave, engulfing them both. Boom. In the silent, uninhabited wilderness, a deafening explosion erupted. Watching the two androids, along with the Rocky Mountain, annihilated into the tiniest particles in the universe, Gohan released his Super Saiyan status and slowly exhaled. Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin, Uncle Tien Shinhan, Uncle Yamcha, Uncle Gyozzi, Uncle Vegeta, and the innocent people killed by the androids, I have avenged you. Chapter 308 Kakarot, How Strong Are You? 2 days later, on New Namek, Goku and Gohan arrived. Hey everyone. Long time no see, it's you, Goku, and is this Gohan? You've grown so much. The new Grand Elder, Muley, looked at Goku and his son with some surprise. After the two explained the purpose, Muley readily agreed to their request. Goku, you helped us defeat Frieza and save Namek. Now that you need our help, we'll definitely help you. However, you have quite a few people to revive, and Porunga can only revive one person per wish. So you might have to wait 1 year, or 130 days, before we can revive everyone. Having anticipated this, Goku nodded. No problem. I'll come back to you when the time is up, okay, then. I'll let Porunga help you revive 3 people first. After the Dragon Balls on Namek were gathered, the Great Elder stood before them and began to summon the Dragon God in Namek, Chile Babulungia. With the incantation, the Dragon Balls shone brightly. Soon, a massive dragon appeared before everyone. The dragon, Porunga, surveyed the group. As it glanced over Goku, his expression froze for a moment, then a look of respect filled his eyes. But soon, the strange color vanished again, unnoticed by anyone. Those of you who have collected all 7 Dragon Balls, I will grant you 3 wishes. No matter what they are, I'll help you realize them. Porunga quickly began the process. Hey, our first wish is to resurrect Piccolo on Earth, Goku said with a smile, raising his index finger. Piccolo's resurrection hinged on whether the Dragon Balls on Earth could be used, so he was the first to be resurrected. After the Great Elder conveyed this wish in Namek, Porunga nodded, understood. I'll try. A red light flashed in his eyes. After 2 seconds, it nodded and said, I've already granted your wish. What's your second wish? The second is to resurrect Krillin, Goku said without hesitation. A moment later, Porunga nodded again. The second wish has been granted, so what's your third wish? Well, the third one, let's resurrect Vegeta first, Goku said, his chin resting on his hand. If it were Goku from this time and space, he might still be torn between Vegeta and Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and the others, since he and Vegeta didn't yet have a strong bond. But this Goku had long since transformed from enemies to comrades, and their bond was quite deep. Even if the Vegeta from this time and space wasn't the Vegeta he shared a deep bond with, he would still instinctively choose the other. Well, if they ask, just say Bulma missed her husband and told me to do this. He, H.U., Bulma, far away on Earth, suddenly sneezed. Strange, it's so hot, why am I sneezing all of a sudden? Bulma took out a tissue and blew her nose, a look of confusion on her face. Never mind, whatever. By the way, didn't Goku say he was going to find the dragon on Namek to revive everyone today? He should be there by now, right? She walked to the window, resting her hands on the sill and gazing at the sky. But not to mention that it was daytime, with no stars visible besides the sun. New Namek was so far away that she couldn't see it with the naked eye. Never mind. If my resurrection is successful, I should be able to see them soon. It's so touching to think about it. It's been 7 years since I last saw them, eh? And Vegeta too. You'll be so happy to see the grown-up Trunks. Bulma's eyes were filled with nostalgia, and the proud Saiyan prince seemed to appear before her. Just then, Trunks, who had been eavesdropping outside, pushed the door open. A look of hesitation and curiosity crossed his face. Mom, can I see Daddy? What kind of man is he? Bulma turned around, smiled faintly, and raised her hand to beckon him over. Come here, Trunks. I'll tell you about your dad. He's a very proud man. Somewhere in the wilderness on Earth, Piccolo suddenly appeared. I'm back to life. Looking at his vibrant body, Piccolo was stunned. He had never imagined that after so many years of death, he would be resurrected one day. Was it Gohan who did it? He quickly regained his composure, his first thought being his apprentice. In his opinion, only Gohan could have resurrected him, well, maybe with Bulma, who could build a spaceship. So, it seems Gohan must have defeated the androids, which is why they have the energy to search for new Namek, and they must have just recently defeated the androids. By sensing the far less chi on Earth than before, Piccolo quickly deduced the situation. However, he never imagined that while Gohan had indeed defeated the androids and traveled to Namek to resurrect them, the true protagonist wasn't him, but Goku. Elsewhere, in the ruins of a once thriving city now littered with rubble, Krillin appeared out of nowhere. His expression shared Piccolo's astonishment. Huh? Me? Am I resurrected? But wasn't Piccolo dead too? How could I be resurrected? Having met Piccolo in heaven after his death, he expressed his confusion. Wait, it seems Earth's dragons can't resurrect me if Piccolo is still alive. He suddenly thought of this and couldn't help scratching his bald head. Earth's dragons can only revive a person once, and he had already been resurrected once before, long ago when he was killed by Piccolo's minions. Therefore, after being killed by Frieza, he could only be resurrected by the dragons on Namek. Wait, the dragons on Namek? Could it be that they were resurrecting him again this time? But he didn't seem to know the location of New Namek. I really don't understand. He felt his mind was a mess. A thought struck him, and he glanced around again, muttering to himself, if I remember correctly, this is where I died. It's been so long, and yet it's still a ruin. Well, since I'm resurrected, then Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and Goza should be resurrected too. Why don't I see them? Even if only 3 can be resurrected at a time, after resurrecting Piccolo and me, one more person should be resurrected. He expressed his confusion, having already sensed Piccolo's presence. But soon, his expression changed. What is this aura? Far away, in the ruins of another city. Huh? Resurrected again, the Saiyan prince, clad in his combat tights, clenched his fist, his aura radiating undisguisedly. To resurrect me, they must have used the Shenlong from Namek. Huh? Could it be that Kakarot's son couldn't defeat the androids, so he had no choice but to resurrect me again? A scornful smile curled the corners of his cold face. 4 years, I've diligently trained in hell, striving to become even stronger. Androids, I lost to you back then, but now, you can only flee when you see me. Son of Kakarot, I have to say, you made a very correct decision. He was in high spirits. Back then, confident in his Super Saiyan breakthrough, he challenged the androids to battle, only to be defeated. Even after his death, he was filled with anger and resentment. Driven by a deep sense of resentment, he toiled in the extremely harsh environment of hell, training tirelessly for years without interruption. Now, resurrected with far greater strength than before, he could undoubtedly reduce the demonic android's trash, relieving his inner frustration. Ah, what a pity Kakarot won't be able to witness this. If he saw my current strength, he would be shocked. After all, I'm far superior to him now. Thinking of his former rival, he couldn't help but smile. No, Kakarot was no longer worthy of being his opponent. Hey, Vegeta, what did you just say? Just as he mentally crossed Kakarot off his list of opponents, a strangely familiar voice echoed from behind him. His pupils shrank, and he turned instantly, only to see the figure who had been muttering. Kakarot. You're back to life too. He stared in disbelief at the beaming Goku before him, ignoring Gohan beside him. Did you die of illness? How could you be back to life? He asked the question instinctively. But then, his lips curled up in a wicked smile. No matter how you came back to life, it's great that you're back, Kakarot. Although my strength far surpasses yours now, fighting you would be meaningless, but defeating you would bring me joy. His training had always been aimed at surpassing and defeating Goku. Even after Goku's death, his resolve had weakened somewhat. Now, if he could achieve that goal, it would undoubtedly bring him joy. Come and fight me, Kakarot. I'll show you the immense strength I, Super Vegeta, have acquired through years of hard training. He raised his thumb and pointed at himself, a confident smile on his face. After fulfilling his wish, Goku returned from Namek, raised his eyebrows, and agreed without hesitation. Okay, then, he suddenly thought of something and raised his index finger, saying, the loser has to promise the other party to do something. How about that, Vegeta? Vegeta, brimming with confidence, naturally wouldn't back down. A bet. Interesting, of course. 2 minutes later. Looking at Goku, who fought him evenly without catching his breath, Vegeta was somewhat surprised. It seems you haven't wasted any time these past few years, Kakarot. Your strength is still pretty good. Goku rubbed his nose and chuckled. Same here, Vegeta curled his lips. That being said, I've definitely improved more than you have over the years. I think we should stop warming up here. It's time to show some strength next. With a thought, he instantly entered Super Saiyan form. The powerful aura emanating from him caused Gohan, who was watching from a distance, to raise an eyebrow. Uncle Vegeta is right. His strength has indeed improved a lot. Seeing Vegeta's Super Saiyan state, Goku pondered for a moment before also entering Super Saiyan form, maintaining his aura at a level comparable to Vegeta's. Feeling an aura that rivaled his own, Vegeta wasn't surprised. After all, Goku's normal strength was similar to his, so it was normal for them to be similar in Super Saiyan form. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. After both entered the super race, the two continued their clash. Between heaven and earth, the muffled thunder of flesh clashing echoed. Wherever they passed, strong winds blew, clouds and mist dispersed, and the once flat earth was suddenly filled with craters, like falling meteorites. A terrifying sight. As they clashed, two streaks of light shot from the horizon, one after the other. Soon, they landed beside Gohan. A closer look revealed the resurrected Piccolo and Krillin. You're Gohan. You've grown so big. Krillin's eyes welled with tears as he gazed at Gohan, who now towered over him. The little kid who had followed him, fighting alongside him on Namek, was now so grown up. He was truly overjoyed. Uncle Krillin. I missed you so much. Upon seeing Krillin, Gohan was equally overwhelmed with joy and embraced him. Then, after releasing his hand, he looked behind Krillin, where Piccolo was looking up at him with a gentle smile, and threw himself into his arms. Uncle Piccolo. It's so great to see you. Yeah, me too, Gohan. After the three of them exchanged pleasantries, Krillin gazed at the fierce battle in the sky, asking with a mixture of joy and confusion, Gohan, isn't Goku never going to be resurrected? Why would he? Piccolo also looked at Gohan, puzzled. A question crossed his mind, why hadn't he been able to find Goku in heaven all these years? And now, Goku had suddenly resurrected and appeared here? Gohan scratched his head, trying to think of an explanation when his expression suddenly darkened and he looked up at the sky. At the same time, Piccolo and Krillin's expressions also changed, and they both looked up at the sky. In the sky, the two men fighting fiercely suddenly retreated. Looking at Goku, who was his equal, Vegeta wiped the blood from his mouth and said affirmatively, not bad, you're really good, Kakarot, to be able to fight me to this level. Goku touched his nose and chuckled. Same here. Vegeta stared at him for a long moment, then suddenly curled his lips. Now, open your eyes and watch, Kakarot. I'll show you the true fruits of my years of training. He suddenly leaned forward, clenched his fists, and roared, ha ha ha. Very strong. I wonder who'd win between me and him, Gohan thought. Meanwhile, in the sky, Vegeta had already completed his own transformation. Looking at the seemingly stunned Goku before him, he struck his signature deflated gesture and said with a smug look, this is my true strength. I'll call this Super Saiyan 2. It's the Super Saiyan that surpassed the Super Saiyan. Well, Kakarot, are you surprised I've become this strong? Goku raised his hand, pinching his index finger and thumb. Maybe a little, haha, humph. Kakarot, don't, boom. Before he could finish his words, Son Goku's Super Saiyan 2 made a dazzling appearance. Why you? Impossible. How could you become a Super Saiyan 2? Vegeta's eyes widened, his composure vanishing. Then, he regained his composure. HMPH. Even if you can become a Super Saiyan 2, you're no match for me. Fight me again, Kakarot. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. The two engaged in another fierce battle. Half an hour later, exhausted, Vegeta reluctantly retreated back to normal. Looking at Goku, who was still moving with ease, not even taking a breath, he suddenly became a little furious and shouted angrily, Kakarot. Have you been kidding me all along? Just how strong are you? Goku touched his nose and said with an infuriating grin, hey, guess. Chapter 309 Where have I gone in this time and space? At Bulma's estate in West City, Goku and his son, along with the resurrected Vegeta, Piccolo, and Krillin, had landed there. Hey, Bulma, look who's back. After landing, Goku, looking at Bulma from the second-floor window, her back to the others, raised his hand to his mouth and shouted. Bulma turned quickly, her gaze scanning the air before her eyes fixed on a bedraggled figure. Vegeta, her eyes lit up, And she exclaimed in surprise. Then, unexpectedly, she leaped directly from the second floor. Vegeta, his face turned to the side, his brows twitching involuntarily, but he remained focused, his gaze fixed on the distance, as steadfast as an old tree rooted to the ground. Thump, thump, thump. Soon, Bulma trotted over to him, unconcerned with the dirt on his body, and embraced him. Vegeta, I finally get to see you again. Her voice choked slightly, causing Vegeta to freeze for a moment. Then, slowly, he softened. Well, Bulma. Vegeta's gaze softened, involuntarily moving downward to rest on Bulma in his arms. He opened his mouth, his mind racing, trying to compose something else. But before he could form any, Bulma abruptly left his embrace, crossed her arms, and pouting, HMPH, you're still the same. You don't know how to coax a wife. Then, just as his expression froze, she suddenly cupped her cheeks and smiled brightly. Well, never mind. I just like you the way you are. Vegeta froze again. After this flurry of facial expressions, the cold Saiyan prince was completely defeated and surrendered. Soon after, Vegeta, feigning composure, glanced at Trunks, who had quietly peeked out the second-floor window. He said gravely, "That's Trunks, right? He's grown so big now." Bulma turned, and the window was now empty. Trunks had clearly retreated back into the room. But Bulma knew he must still be there, so she called out, "Trunks, come out. Didn't you say you wanted to see your daddy soon?" Only then did Trunks cautiously poke his head out and look at them again. "Come here, Trunks," Bulma said, smiling and waving. After a few seconds of hesitation, Trunks finally rolled out, landing on the ground. He then slowly walked over, head lowered. "Trunks, this is your daddy. Come, call me daddy," Bulma said gently, taking his little hand and leading him to Vegeta. "Hey, Vegeta, smile a little. You look so fierce, you might scare the child." Goku, who had been watching, suddenly leaned over and offered advice. HMPH. "Stop meddling, Kakarot," Vegeta snorted, his expression still impassive, but his gaze softened slightly. With Bulma's encouragement, Trunks finally mustered up the courage to look up at Vegeta and shout, "Dad," seeing his son, whom he had hardly ever been with. Vegeta's hardened heart softened slightly. He gently placed his hand on Trunks' head and replied gently, "Yes, Trunks." After a heartwarming exchange of father and son, everyone settled into the living room. After sending Trunks off to play, Bulma finally looked at Goku, perplexed, and asked, "Goku, what did you mean by having something important to tell us?" "Goku, are you talking about how you were resurrected?" Krillin chimed in. After Goku and Vegeta's fight, they had raised this question with Goku, but Goku had simply laughed it off and then slipped away with Gohan to secretly plot something. This maneuver truly puzzled him. Ahem, yes and no, Krillin. After exchanging a glance with Gohan, Goku coughed softly, his fist cupping his mouth. As the saying goes, a lie requires countless lies to cover it up. He and Gohan had originally planned to keep the fact that Goku was from another dimension a secret from everyone except Master Roshi, who had already told him. However, he was a terrible liar. Hiding it from Chi-Chi had been easy enough, but Bulma, even with Gohan's help, instinctively sensed something was amiss. It was only because he was Goku that she chose to believe him unconditionally. The thought of having to keep it a secret from Vegeta, Krillin, and the incredibly intelligent Piccolo, among others, was overwhelming. Furthermore, he also wanted to tell everyone about the existence of Cell and Majin Buu on Earth, and explaining how he knew all this would be a real headache. So, after some discussion with Gohan, they decided to tell their relatives and friends the truth. As for Chi-Chi, they wouldn't tell her for now, as they didn't want to see her upset. Ahem, actually, I'm not the Goku from your time and space. Without any preamble, Goku dropped the truth. Faced with this bombshell, Bulma and Vegeta's faces dropped. Krillin looked bewildered, while Piccolo remained expressionless, as if he'd known all along. "What did you say? You're not the Goku from this time and space? Are you from the past or future?" Bulma stared at Goku intently. As someone who studies time machines, she possessed a deeper understanding of the concept of time and space than most. She assumed that Goku's reference to a different time and space meant a different timeline. But Goku shook his head. "Neither, I'm from a parallel universe." "You know what a parallel universe means? Everything there is very similar to yours. In my universe, you and Vegeta are also there, and many things happen in the same way. For example, in that universe, Bulma, You and Vegeta were together, and Trunks was born. From what I understand so far, the difference between your universe and ours probably began when I died in this universe. With his explanation and Gohan's help, Bulma and the others finally figured it out. No wonder. I was wondering if there was something wrong with your explanation of your resurrection, Goku. I didn't expect you to lie now, Goku. Bulma shook her head and smiled. Sorry, it's all my fault. Goku rubbed his head awkwardly. That's great. No one in your time and space died of a heart attack, and Earth wasn't devastated like it is here. Time machines do exist. If I in that other time and space could build one, I can certainly build one too. But since Goku said using it won't actually return you to the past, but will instead create a new parallel time and space, then there's no point in building one. Bulma's expression was complex, a hint of emotion. Then, she changed the subject. By the way, don't worry about keeping this secret from Chi-Chi. We won't let anyone know. Krillin and Piccolo nodded. After learning the reason Goku and his son had concealed this, they chose to keep it a secret. Although they had only spent a short time together, they both felt that the Goku before them was identical to the Goku of their own time and space. Apart from their strength, they were the same person. Therefore, they believed that keeping this secret from Chi-Chi would be more beneficial than harmful. Vegeta, on the other hand, ignored it completely. He had no interest in keeping secrets, but equally, he had no interest in revealing them. After she finished discussing this, Krillin suddenly thought of something. Oh, Goku, there's something strange. Oh no, it should be you from our time and space. You died of illness 9 years ago, but we haven't been able to find you in heaven since you died. He, like Piccolo and the yet-to-be resurrected Tien Shinhan and Yamcha, had all spent the past 7 years in heaven searching for Goku from this time and space, but without fail, no one could find him. They had also asked King Kai, but he too denied the existence of the Goku. Upon learning this, Goku pinched his chin, somewhat surprised. Is there such a thing? Then I'll search for his chi and see where he is. With that, he raised his sword finger to his forehead and began to search for his chi. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Time ticked by. In the blink of an eye, half a minute had passed. Goku's initial nonchalance morphed into a frown. Strange, I can't find the aura of my other self either. Whether in the underworld, on King Kai's planet, or even in the entire universe, I haven't detected it. Hearing this, Krillin and the others frowned. Why is that? You from this time and space couldn't have been reincarnated, could you? They all thought this unlikely. After all, the Goku from this time and space was a great hero during his lifetime, and after his death, he could enter heaven to cultivate. For a martial arts fanatic like him, reincarnation would be a definite option. Well, besides that possibility, there's another possibility. He entered some undetectable alternate dimension, like the spirit time chamber. I can't detect the aura there, Goku pondered, his chin resting on his hand. As for other possibilities, I'm not sure. Is that so? Well, forget it. We can't come up with anything like this. If you from this time and space are still here, we'll definitely meet again someday. Krillin stroked his bald head, feeling like his head would explode if he continued thinking, so he dropped the subject. Haha, that's right. I believe I'm still here in this time and space, but for some reason I vanished from our sight. Goku rubbed his head and smiled innocently. Then, everyone changed the subject and asked about Goku's anecdotes from his time travels over the years. Upon hearing about the many bizarre and otherworldly experiences, everyone, with the exception of the cold Saiyan Prince and the expressionless Piccolo, exclaimed in amazement, expressing their admiration for Goku's time travels. Ninjas who can breathe fire and water, and exotic fruits that grant bizarre powers upon consumption. Goku, I really envy you for experiencing so many exciting things, Krillin said with envy. The farthest he'd ever been was Namek, and that wasn't just for tourism, it involved fighting a terrifyingly powerful enemy. In the end, he was annihilated by the enemy, leaving him heartbroken and tearing himself apart. But Goku, on the other hand, wasn't just traveling, he even ventured beyond his own universe, exploring other universes. This disparity in treatment filled him with envy and resentment. Nearby, Vegeta had been listening expressionlessly. Traveling, he believed, was a waste of time, better spent training and becoming stronger. But when he heard Goku sparring with numerous powerful opponents from other worlds, their peculiar moves, his composure was instantly shattered. Damn it. Kakarot, so you're training this way, aren't you? How do you have so many strong opponents? Goku chuckled and waved his hand. Not at all. Vegeta, they're all weaker than you, HMPH. I don't believe it. Don't lie to me, Kakarot. Vegeta's fury boiled over as he recalled how he'd been fooled by his opponent before, confidently declaring himself the strongest Super Saiyan 2. He refused to believe these people from other worlds weren't formidable. If they weren't, how could Kakarot have achieved his current strength? But he overlooked one thing: if the Goku before him were placed in this time and space, he would be the Goku of decades later. It's only natural that he would be so powerful. Vegeta, if you're looking for a formidable opponent, there are two formidable enemies on Earth right now. Goku smiled, then his expression turned serious. One is Cell. Like number 17 and number 18, it was created by Professor Gero. It can grow stronger by devouring humans and androids. It's probably still being cultivated in one of Professor Gero's labs, but the androids are gone. Once it emerges, its power will be far less than yours, Vegeta. So we killed it before it could harm Earth's humanity. The other is Majin Buu. He's a terrifying creature, far more powerful than the androids and even you, Vegeta. He's probably dormant somewhere on Earth right now, and I can't sense his aura. This guy has peculiar moves and is incredibly quick to learn. He's a formidable opponent. Hearing this, Piccolo's face grew serious, while Krillin and Bulma paled with fear. No way, Goku. Are there such dangerous beings on Earth? This is terrifying. They thought the androids were powerful enough, but they hadn't expected an even more formidable foe. What kind of planet were they living on? HMPH. Stronger than me, Vegeta snorted, his gaze fixed on Goku. Forget about Cell, he's no match for me. I'll definitely defeat Majin Buu, and you, Kakarot, after I defeat Majin Buu, you'll be my next target. With that, he stood up and headed for the door. Bulma, is the gravity chamber still there? I need to train. He didn't want to waste a single moment, he just wanted to train. Bulma paused, then stood up as well. It's there, but it hasn't been used in years. I wonder if it's malfunctioning. Let me check it for you. With that, she rushed out of the room before Vegeta. Just as Vegeta was about to follow her out of the room, Goku suddenly remembered something and shouted, "Hey! Vegeta, wait! Didn't we have a bet? The loser has to promise the winner something." A rare sly look crossed Goku's face. Vegeta paused, and without turning back, he said, HMPH. What's up, Kakarot? Though he felt bad about losing, though he'd fallen for a trick that hadn't revealed Goku's true situation, he was a man and accepted the loss. Later, he'd take the place back from Kakarot. Hey, what do I want you to do? Goku scurried over to him, whispered something close to his ear, and whispered. What? You want me to do something like that? Vegeta turned back in shock and anger, his face turning pale. Hey, I leave it to you, Vegeta. You'll definitely accept defeat, right? Goku patted his shoulder with a playful smile, then turned around. Gohan, it's time to go home. Chi-Chi should have dinner ready for us. Oh, by the way, Krillin, Piccolo, are you guys coming too? Vegeta clenched his fists, his eyes fixed on Goku's back, filled with anger. He was tempted to punch him. But in the end, knowing the difference in strength between them, he gave up the idea. Gritting his teeth, he uttered, Kakarot. Just wait. He turned around and stormed off. Watching him go, Krillin stroked his bald head, a look of bewilderment and confusion. Goku, what are you going to ask Vegeta to do? Why is he so angry? Goku raised his index finger to his lips. Hey, it's a secret. Nearby, Piccolo, with his excellent hearing, twitched his lips, silently sympathizing with the proud Saiyan prince. It's really hard to ask that guy with such a strong sense of self-esteem to do such a thing. Old son, what on earth did you go through in another time and space to become so? Chapter 310, The Disappearance of Majin Buu. A few days later. The weather was bright and cloudless. Across a vast expanse of farmland, a man diligently tilled the ground with a hoe in the sun. He moved swiftly, advancing at a visible pace, a line of cultivated land stretching out behind him. Yet, each of his movements was clearly visible to ordinary eyes. The rhythmic rise and fall of his hoeing breath seemed to convey a profound sense of the Dao. An indeterminate amount of time passed. Finally done, the man paused, turning to gaze at the vast expanse of cultivated land behind him, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He was none other than Goku, who had returned to Baozi Mountain to live with Chi-Chi and Gohan. Having resolved to make amends to Chi-Chi for his own time and space self, he naturally had to go beyond mere words. Without waiting for Chi-Chi to speak, he offered to cultivate the wasteland and grow crops to supplement the family income. Hence, his presence now. Looks like it's almost time to go back for dinner, he muttered to himself, glancing up at the sun before heading home. Not long after, I'm back, Chi-Chi. Goku opened the door and walked in. Chi-Chi, busy in the kitchen, poked her head out, smiled, and said, just a moment, Goku. The food will be ready soon. Go get Gohan. Then, she went back to her cooking. Oh, sure, Goku washed his hands, then wiped them as he walked to Gohan's room and knocked on the door. Gohan. Dinner time, right up, Gohan replied from inside. Then, the sound of a book being closed and a chair being dragged away could be heard. A few seconds later, Gohan opened the door, looked at Goku, and smiled faintly. You're back, Dad. How's everything going on the farm? Of course, the two chatted as they headed towards the living room, where they usually ate. By then, Chi-Chi had almost finished her work. As she lifted the lid of a steamer, she called out, you two, come help get the food. Yes. Sure, soon, the family of three happily sat at the table enjoying lunch. Here, Goku, have some of your favorite meat. You've worked so hard this morning. Chi-Chi thoughtfully placed a piece of meat in Goku's bowl. She was puzzled as to why Goku, who always preferred training to farm work, was so proactive, but who cares? She was delighted that Goku was so caring about his family. Here, Gohan, have some of this fish. It's good for your brain and helps you avoid overwork. After helping Goku with the meat, she also helped him with a piece of fish. Although Gohan still practiced with Goku every day, he had also taken the initiative to study in the morning and practice in the afternoon. This arrangement, which allowed her to have both, also delighted Chi-Chi. She sighed to herself, my husband has grown up, and my son has grown up too. I'm truly the happiest woman in the world. Hey, thanks, Chi-Chi, thanks, Mom. Goku and his son glanced at each other, each smiling. After dinner, they helped Chi-Chi clear the table, then left the house for training outdoors. Of course, when they called it training, they were actually training Gohan under Goku's guidance. Gohan, you need to punch faster here. Gohan, you still have great potential within you. You must learn to exploit it and gradually release it. Under Goku's diligent guidance, Gohan diligently studied, his strength gradually improving. As the setting sun bathed them, they finally stopped, returning home, their bedraggled bodies. Then, they ate, showered, and slept. And so, a simple day passed. As spring passed and autumn arrived, over 100 days of such warmth and peace quickly passed. On this day, at Gohan's urging, Goku once again traveled to New Namek and used the Dragon Balls there to resurrect the deceased Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and Gyoza. Upon hearing the heavenly news of the resurrection of all her companions, Bulma waved her hand and immediately announced a joyous gathering at her home, the first of many years. In Bulma's home in Sato, the vast manor finally left its former stagnation behind and welcomed a bustling atmosphere unseen in years. Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Gyoza, Yamcha, Master Roshi, Piccolo, Goku and his family, Bull Demon King, and even Vegeta, absorbed in his training, gathered in an open space furnished with a variety of delicious food and wine, enjoying the feasts. Everyone. Cheers to meeting again, to being together again. Bulma raised her red wine glass and shouted to the crowd from the center of the venue. Cheers! Her enthusiastic call led everyone to raise their glasses, including Piccolo, who was usually reserved about expressing his feelings, and the Saiyan Prince, who sat alone in a corner devouring his meat. Watching the lively scene, Goku was delighted, yet also a bit dazed, as if he were dreaming of a decade or more ago, a joyful gathering with everyone in his own time and space. Hey, Goku, what are you thinking about? Krillin, his best friend, noticed a change immediately and leaned over to ask a question. Haha, nothing, Krillin, just thinking about the past, Goku said with a smile. Krillin nodded and didn't ask any more questions, but he knew Goku was probably thinking about his friends from his previous time and space. Speaking of which, with Goku always by his side, his past self must have been doing well, right? Did he have a wife and children? If so, what kind of wife was she? Random thoughts began to creep in, and he wanted to ask Goku, but the words retreated on the tip of his tongue. It was a good thing he didn't ask. If he knew his past self had married number 18, the man who had killed him 7 years prior, his head would be buzzing, and he would question his life forever. Just then, Piccolo walked over and sat down next to them. He didn't hold a variety of delicacies like the others, but only a drink. After all, for Namekians, water was all they needed to sustain their physiology, using photosynthesis to produce starch. He'd try anything he liked, but he wouldn't bother eating. Goku knew this, so he didn't ask why he wasn't eating. Instead, he greeted him, "Hey, Piccolo, you're here." Piccolo nodded in response. Then, "Old son, I killed that cell you mentioned a while ago." After Goku revealed two hidden enemies on Earth, he, Bulma, Krillin, and the others took it seriously. Bulma's investigation of Professor Gero eventually led to the discovery of the secret base Goku had mentioned, along with the juvenile cell growing quietly in a pod. He then personally destroyed the juvenile cell and the entire base, eliminating any future threat. "Really? You did a great job, Piccolo." Upon hearing this, Goku nodded in affirmation and immediately stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth. With Cell dead, Earth had one less threat. The only remaining threat was Majin Buu. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he sensed Buu's chi, he couldn't find it. He brought this up with Piccolo, who said gravely, "I've searched the entire Earth and found no trace." Bulma even used instruments to detect him, but couldn't find any either. "It seems we'll need Shenron's help." Goku pondered for a moment, then nodded. "That's the only way, but you must remember one thing." His expression grew more serious than ever. "What?" Piccolo and Krillin, who was listening, were startled by his sudden seriousness. Goku looked at them and said slowly, "The Dragon Balls must never be misused. Otherwise, someday something terrible will happen." Halfway through the banquet, Master Roshi mysteriously pulled Goku away to a secluded area. Glancing around to make sure no one was eavesdropping, he rubbed his hands expectantly, looked at Goku, and asked, "Hey, Goku, did you get those 3 magazines? I've been waiting a long time." "Oh, this one?" "Wait a minute." Goku suddenly realized what he was talking about and suddenly disappeared. A second later, he reappeared with Vegeta, who was still enjoying his meal. "Hey, Vegeta, did you finish the thing I asked you to do?" Vegeta, still clutching a large, half-eaten chicken drumstick, was in a very bad mood, his appetite interrupted. Hearing Goku's question, his mood plummeted, and a hint of anger shone in his eyes. "How dare you mention that? Do you know I almost lost my reputation over that?" He was so angry that he bit the chicken drumstick bone in half. "Hey, so you found it, right? Give it to me." "No, give it to Master Roshi," Goku said with a playful smile, ignoring his anger. Vegeta was furious, but he could do nothing about it. "I've already looked for it myself. Is he still hiding it from me? That's a hot potato." So, I saw him throw away the chicken leg bone, calmly walked towards the house and went inside. A minute later, he was seen quietly coming out of the house with 3 magazines in his arms. When no one noticed him, he instantly came in front of Wukong and threw the magazines in his hand to him. "Here." Wukong took it and threw it to Master Roshi without even looking at it. "Grandpa, this is what you asked for." "Hey." Master Roshi's eyes lit up. He reached out to take it, and quickly glanced at the cover. "Wow. This is a collector's edition." "Wow. And this one, a rare collector's edition." Master Roshi smiled from ear to ear and looked at the cover of the last magazine. "This one, wait, I've read this one, and it doesn't meet the requirements." He glanced ahead and saw Goku had vanished. Vegeta was about to leave, so he called out to Vegeta, "Hey, Vegeta, do you have any other?" "I've read this one." Vegeta, already beyond patience, turned and roared, "No more. You lustful, lecherous old man." Master Roshi shrank back, noticing someone in the distance had noticed him, and quickly tucked the magazine away. "No, then no, never mind. For the sake of the collector's edition, I won't take the other one." Because the Dragon Balls had been petrified by the use of the Earth Dragon to resurrect innocent people killed by the androids over the years, it took over 200 days after the gathering for the Dragon Balls to return to their original state. Bulma collected them and used them to make a wish for Majin Buu's location. At that moment, still at Bulma's home, the Zoo warriors gathered again, eagerly watching Bulma. Even Vegeta, who had been immersed in training since the dinner, paused to come here, ready to learn more about Majin Buu. HMPH. Majin Buu, wait a little longer, and I'll finish you off, as he secretly set his sights. Bulma chanted the Shenlong summons. Suddenly, the sky and the earth darkened. When Shenlong appeared before them, Bulma shouted, "Shenlong, Please tell us the exact location of a being named Majin Buu on Earth." Under the solemn gazes of the Z warriors, and under Vegeta's expectant gaze, Shenlong's eyes lit up red, and he shook his head. "Sorry, I can't tell you. There's no one named Majin Buu on Earth." Huh? Everyone, even Goku, was stunned at this moment, their eyes glazed over. Responding, Goku quickly stepped forward and said, "Shenlong, Majin Buu isn't considered human, so maybe you've got the wrong person." Shenlong continued to shake his head, saying, "Even if we count all living things, there's no one named Majin Buu on Earth." This completely stumped Goku. He scratched his head in astonishment, his mind boggled. That's impossible. Majin Buu must be on Earth. How could he have disappeared? Suddenly, an idea struck him. He remembered how the Shenlong had told him, upon arriving in this time and space, that while parallel time and space were largely similar, there were always some differences. Could this difference mean that Majin Buu wasn't on Earth? Or even that Majin Buu didn't exist in this time and space at all? Thinking of this, he asked again, then, what about the universe? If we cover the entire universe, can we find Majin Buu's location? This time, a red light flashed in Shenlong's eyes for a long moment, but he finally shook his head. "Sorry, I can't find it," Goku gasped, speechless. Bulma, noticing the clue in Shenlong's answer, stepped forward and asked, "You say it can't be found. Does that mean it exists in the universe, but you can't find its location, right?" Shenlong was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "Yes." Without giving anyone time to react, his body shone brightly. "Your wish has been granted. Now, I bid you farewell." As soon as he finished speaking, his body transformed into 7 Dragon Balls, which soared into the sky and shot out in all directions. After everyone realized what was happening, Bulma gritted her teeth and said, "You damn Shenlong. I just asked a question, and you thought you were treating it as a wish. Haha, that's fine." Goku smiled and waved his hand, acting as a peacemaker. "Even though we don't know Majin Buu's location, we at least know it's not on Earth. HMPH. What good would that do?" Bulma snorted, crossing her arms. "It's still useful, Aunt Bulma," Gohan suddenly spoke up. "We already know Majin Buu exists in this universe, but for some reason, we can't find him. In that case, we must remain vigilant, improve our strength, and be prepared for his sudden attack on Earth." Gohan glanced at the Z warriors, his face filled with determination and seriousness. Seeing Gohan, who had matured far more than before, Piccolo felt relieved and nodded in agreement. Gohan is right. Since he's not here, it gives us time to train and become stronger. If he never comes to harm Earth, that would be best. But if he ever reaches us and attempts to harm us, we'll have to fight him, so from now on, we can't let our guard down for even a moment. We must constantly improve our strength so that we can face crises in the future. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311. This is called Super Saiyan 4. Deep in the universe, on a desolate planet, lies an alternate dimension, untraceable to mortals, not even the king of gods. Within this alternate dimension, at this very moment, a spherical object, intricately engraved with patterns and intricate runes, rests on a scaffold, constantly scorched by the purple-black energy flames below. Before it, a figure clad in a black robe and resembling Babidi gazes upon it without blinking. A smug smile graces his sinister face. Ho ha ho ha. My masterpiece has finally reached its final stage, Father. The Majin Buu you left behind is truly a vessel unparalleled in the world. Only a vessel like this can hold the fruits of my years of painstaking research. Ho ha ho ha. Fusion. Hurry and emerge. My universe's strongest warrior. With you, the entire universe will bow before me. Ho ha ho ha. Unbridled, evil laughter fills the alternate dimension. On Earth. After summoning Shenlong, the Z warriors began their new training. Gohan remained in Baozi Mountain, studying in the mornings and improving his skills under Goku's guidance in the afternoons. From time to time, Trunks would come over to train with him. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Jaya Ozi would team up, trying to improve through sparring. Piccolo meditated and trained alone in the wilderness, occasionally coming to Baozi Mountain to spar with Gohan or Goku. Vegeta, a devoted practitioner, remained in the gravity chamber all day, never leaving except to eat and sleep. It wasn't until Goku came looking for him that he left the gravity chamber for the first time during training. What do you want from me, Kakarot? Vegeta wiped his sweat with a towel and looked at Goku inquiringly. Haha, can't I just come to you if there's nothing else, Vegeta? Goku said with a playful smile. If you interrupt my training without anything important, Kakarot, I swear you'll pay for it. Vegeta's eyes grew menacing. Haha, just kidding, you're still angry. Goku rubbed his nose with a grin, then his expression straightened. Vegeta, you're dying to become stronger and surpass me, aren't you? Today, I'll show you the Saiyan path to power growth, so you can use it as a reference. How about it? Do you want to come with me? The path to power growth. Vegeta's eyes narrowed. After a few seconds of thought, he slowly nodded. Okay, he'd figured it out during this time. Kakarot, while looking young, was actually decades older than him, so it was perfectly normal for him to be stronger than him. While this didn't change his desire to surpass and defeat him, he also knew that if he wanted to improve his strength more effectively, he needed his guidance. Relying solely on his own hard work, it would be difficult to surpass his opponent in just a few decades of practice. After all, as he progressed, wasn't he also improving? Outside a deserted wilderness, Goku and Vegeta teleported here. Upon seeing the two, Gohan, who had been waiting there, politely greeted Vegeta. Uncle Vegeta. Vegeta crossed his arms and simply nodded indifferently. Yeah, he then looked at Trunks, who was cowering behind Gohan, and frowned. Trunks, why are you here? Hearing his father's question, Trunks shrank his head and slowly walked out, circling his two index fingers as he stammered. Dad, I'm here to find Brother Gohan and Uncle Goku, to ask them to guide me in my training. Goku glanced at the two men and then, grinning, agreed. Yes, Vegeta. I promised Trunks that I would help him train, so he comes here to see us from time to time. Don't underestimate him because he's young. He's a very hard-working kid. He'll definitely be as strong as you in the future. Vegeta was initially a bit angry that his son had sneaked off to ask his mortal enemy for guidance, though he hadn't considered that Trunks hadn't been sneaking around, but rather had been so absorbed in his training that he hadn't noticed him. After hearing Goku's last two words, his expression subconsciously softened, and he snorted coldly. Of course. My son is no less capable than yours. Then, he let the matter rest. Gohan, caught on the crossfire, blinked and exchanged a glance with Trunks, who also blinked. 2 seconds later, they both smiled. After this brief hiccup, Vegeta said impatiently, Kakarot, hurry up and start. Don't waste any more time, you're really impatient, Vegeta. Goku replied with a smile, and without further hesitation, he instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. That's called a Super Saiyan. I'm sure you all know. Gohan nodded. Vegeta crossed his arms, tapping his fingers repeatedly. Don't be so nagging, Kakarot. Goku nodded, his aura rising sharply. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his hair standing even more upright, leaving only a fringe across his forehead. Unlike Vegeta's previous Super Saiyan 2 transformations, this one wasn't shrouded in lightning. This is called Super Saiyan 2. It's a Super Saiyan that surpassed Super Saiyan. Gohan nodded calmly, his expression unchanged. Vegeta did the same, though his eyes narrowed subconsciously, thinking to himself, Kakarot, you control your power so perfectly. As for Trunks, his eyes widened upon seeing this form, his mouth agape, and he stammered, Super Saiyan 2. He had witnessed Super Saiyan Goku and Super Saiyan Gohan sparring matches many times over the past few days, so Super Saiyan 1 wasn't surprising. But this Super Saiyan 2 was his first time seeing it. The terrifying aura, far more powerful than Super Saiyan 1, instantly shook him. He exclaimed inwardly, Super Saiyan 2. Is this Uncle Goku's ultimate power? This is truly amazing. Unaware of his own excitement, Goku, after transforming into Super Saiyan 2, glanced at Gohan and Vegeta and smiled faintly. Watch what's next. Gohan's expression froze. Vegeta's fingers, tapping their arms, subconsciously paused. Both men stared at Goku, unblinking, eager to see what would happen. Under their gazes, Goku suddenly took a deep breath, clenched his fist, and growled, Ha! With that growl, his golden hair grew rapidly, soon reaching waist length. Simultaneously, his brow ridges lowered, his eyebrows vanished, and a small dark blue dot suddenly appeared within his light green pupils. In less than 2 seconds, he had transformed from Super Saiyan 2 to Super Saiyan 3. At this moment, while he wasn't surrounded by blazing golden aura, nor was he surrounded by the denser, more densely packed lightning than in Super Saiyan 2, simply standing there made Gohan and Vegeta feel an overwhelming sense of suffocation. At the same moment, atop a mountain top far, far away, Piccolo, meditating, suddenly opened his eyes and gazed in his direction with a look of shock. This aura! Old Son, across the world, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and the others, sparring, suddenly stopped, stunned. Is this Goku's aura? Wow, this is terrifying. The scene snapped back to him. What? Seeing Goku's appearance and sensing the aura that shook him to the bone, Gohan's pupils constricted, a look of shock on his face. Vegeta wasn't much better, his arms unconsciously lowered from his folds, his face filled with disbelief. What a powerful aura! So, was there such a huge gap between him and Kakarot? Amidst the two's stunned expressions, Goku smiled faintly and introduced them. This is the Super Saiyan that surpassed the Super Saiyan limit. I call it Super Saiyan 3. A moment later, a hush fell over them. A Super Saiyan that surpassed the Super Saiyan limit. Vegeta's eyebrows twitched, and he gritted his teeth as he asked, Kakarot, is this the path to power growth you're talking about? Goku nodded with a smile. Yes, if you can transform into this form, Vegeta, you'll have the strength to battle Majin Buu. Vegeta's pupils narrowed, and he sneered, excellent. I get it. I'll definitely be able to transform into this form in the near future, then I'll not only defeat Majin Buu, but you too. Just as he was about to return to training, full of fighting spirit, and strive to break through to Super Saiyan 3, Goku unexpectedly stopped him. Hey! Vegeta, wait, I haven't finished yet. He looked over, somewhat bewildered, when Goku raised his index finger and smiled. I'm talking about more than one path to power. Instead, he held up another finger. 2, what? Vegeta's face darkened at these words. He stared at Goku with disbelief. Kakarot, what are you talking about? There's a second path to power, that's right, and it's even stronger than Super Saiyan 3. Goku grinned, unconcerned about the shock his words might cause. Stronger than Super Saiyan 3, Vegeta muttered in disbelief. He hadn't expected Goku to drop another bombshell like this. Super Saiyan 3, while startling, was within his expectations. After all, he'd managed to break through from a standard Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan 2 in less than 7 years. Even if the breakthrough from Super Saiyan 2 to Super Saiyan 3 was more difficult, it wasn't surprising that Goku had practiced for decades longer than him. However, he'd never imagined that, building upon his Super Saiyan 3 foundation, Goku could develop an even more powerful path to power. Did that mean he was so far behind, that he couldn't even see his back? For a moment, his steadfast Deo heart faltered. Fortunately, he possessed a strong character. After 7 years of training in the harshness of hell, his mind had transformed to a far stronger state than before. Within 2 seconds, he regained his composure and stared blankly at Goku. Kakarot, reveal all your other paths. Stop hiding them. He had already made up his mind. No matter what new tricks Goku came up with, he wouldn't freak out like an ignorant bumpkin. Then take a good look. Gohan, Trunks, watch carefully. This transformation is far superior to Super Saiyan 3, and it's also the ultimate form for us Saiyans. Goku glanced at the three of them, addressed the serious-looking Gohan and the stunned Trunks, then suddenly leaped 20 meters away. This was to prevent the unconscious aura he was about to release from them from causing them harm. He clenched his fists tightly, his gaze sharper than before. He then crouched slightly, unleashing all his latent power. Ha! Boom! The ground beneath their feet instantly emptied into a dent, countless gravels trembled, and floated in midair. A large hole suddenly appeared in the thick dark clouds above, shedding countless rays of golden sunlight. A long-absent golden aura suddenly appeared around him, contrasting with the sunlight, making Goku look like an invincible god of war. As he roared, the long golden hair he'd previously transformed into quickly faded to black, shortening slightly and draping over his shoulders. Simultaneously, his upper body's clothing vanished, revealing his powerfully developed pectoral muscles. Magenta fur completely covered his entire body, save for his chest, palms, and upper abdomen. Even more striking, besides his eyes turning golden, rimmed with red eyeshadow, was the sudden emergence of a red tail from his buttocks. Terror, suffocation, and trembling, these were the feelings shared by Gohan, Vegeta, and Trunks as they faced Goku's new form. Despite having fully prepared themselves, Vegeta was still so shocked that his pupils glazed over, unable to believe his eyes. Meanwhile, Goku, having completed his transformation, breathed a sigh of relief, gathering his aura, and his golden aura vanished. As you can see, this is the Saiyan's strongest form. I call it Super Saiyan 4. Looking at the speechless and stunned three before him, Goku smiled faintly. 5 minutes later, Gohan, having recovered from his shock, looked at Goku, who looked incredibly powerful, and asked hoarsely, "Dad, how did you cultivate this form?" The other man simply stood before him, and yet he completely lost all desire to fight. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because he knew that against someone whose power was so vastly superior to his own, fighting was meaningless. No matter how many times he tried, he would only end in defeat. Well, it's a matter of chance, you could say. I'll tell you the details later. Goku folded his arms, a smile playing on his lips, his tail flicking occasionally. Looking at his tail, Vegeta frowned and asked, "Kakarot, what's the matter with your tail? How did it suddenly grow out?" "Oh, this," Goku glanced at his tail and replied, "this is related to the problem of this form. After transforming into this form, you will have a tail, or in other words, you actually have to have a tail first, and then you can transform into this form." After a pause, Goku continued, "When I first transformed into this form, I needed to rely on the tail to draw out the potential in my body before I could transform successfully, but later, in order to better control this power and get rid of the influence of losing the tail and exiting the transformed form, I tried to transfer the power of the tail into my body and cut it off, trying to transform without a tail. In the end, I did it. Even though you saw me without a tail before, I can change into this form anytime and anywhere," and, when he said this, Goku suddenly swung out his hand knife, cut off his tail like lightning, and blasted it into slag with ease. "And you see, even if I lost my tail now, it wouldn't affect me at all." Super Saiyan 4 Goku's characteristically devilish smile spread across his face. Even without his tail, his Super Saiyan 4 form still appeared perfectly intact to Gohan and the others. And his incredibly powerful aura hadn't diminished in the slightest. This was one of the fruits of his years of training. After overcoming this weakness in his tail, Super Saiyan 4 would become perfect. Chapter 312, Vegeta becomes Super Saiyan 4? Crisis strikes. On Earth, after undergoing the baptism of Super Saiyan 3 and even Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta had an epiphany. So, we Saiyans can be this powerful. So, this was Kakarot's true power. Although the gap was vast, like looking up from the foot of a mountain at the summit that pierced the clouds, he firmly believed that one day he would reach the summit and become equal to Kakarot. That's right, equal to Kakarot. His goal had temporarily shifted from surpassing Kakarot to this. After all, since he couldn't even begin to match Kakarot's strength, how could he possibly surpass him? "Kakarot, tell me, how can I break through to Super Saiyan 4? Besides the tail, what else is required?" He stared at Goku. Although Goku claimed that he relied on his tail to break through to Super Saiyan 4, he didn't believe it was that simple. If it were that simple, then every Saiyan on their planet Vegeta had a tail, so why hadn't anyone been able to transform into this form? Goku, who had returned to normal, supported his chin with his hand and replied after pondering for a few seconds, "In order to become a Super Saiyan 4, first of all, your basic strength must reach a certain level, the second is to have a tail, and then you have to be exposed to the Bull's light and transform into Golden Giant Ape. After regaining your sanity, you can become a Super Saiyan 4, that's how I became it before, but I'm not sure if I can replicate it successfully." Vegeta narrowed his eyes. "Can't your time-space self transform into this form?" Goku blinked and nodded. "You in that time-space successfully transformed, but he took a shortcut. Without a tail, he had Bulma develop a machine that supposedly intensified the Bull's light, forcing you into a giant ape. While this method works, you need the Bull's light every time, so you can't transform into Super Saiyan 4 on demand." Upon learning of his alternate time-space self situation, Vegeta's eyes flickered, and he silently spitted. "You useless piece of shit. Kakarot can do it, but you can't, it's just a tail, right? When he gets back, he'll find a way to regrow it." As for Goku's earlier suggestion of transferring the tail's power into his body, allowing him to transform into Super Saiyan 4 without it, he subconsciously ignored it. After all, he hadn't even experienced the power of Super Saiyan 4 yet. Trying that would be like trying to run before even learning to walk. It was a dead end. In that case, Kakarot, I'm going back to training, he said, his lip curled, looking at Goku. Just wait and see. I'll definitely become Super Saiyan 4, and then I'll come fight you. With that, he soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon in a flash. After he left, Goku clasped his hands behind his head, looked at Gohan and said with a grin, "Well, Gohan, are you confident you can transform faster than Vegeta?" Gohan nodded solemnly, looked at his clenched fist, and replied, "I don't know, Dad, but I will definitely try my best." Time slipped by. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. During these 3 years, Krillin and the others continued to train diligently. Although their strength hadn't improved significantly, they were gradually improving. Vegeta, on the other hand, trained even more frantically than before, daily straining his body to the uttermost, just to quickly gain the strength needed to transform into Super Saiyan 4. After hearing Goku explain that Super Saiyan 4 didn't require Super Saiyan 3 before transforming, he completely abandoned the idea of Super Saiyan 3 and focused solely on Super Saiyan 4. Meanwhile, Gohan, under Goku's guidance, was systematically improving his strength. Although his potential hadn't been tapped by old Kai, it was slowly developing under Goku's training, and his improvement in strength should not be underestimated. It's worth noting that 3 years ago, after sensing Goku's terrifying aura and realizing that Gohan and Vegeta could become just as powerful, Piccolo, feeling he would be left far behind, immediately sought out the Immortal and merged with him again. After merging with the Immortal and replenishing his missing potential, his strength skyrocketed, and his training speed increased significantly. Following their fusion, Goku, like in his original time and space, traveled to Namek to recruit End, appointing him as Earth's new Immortal. Everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction. Until the depths of the universe. In the alternate dimension of a desolate planet, Baruti gazed at the silver gray sphere before him, its red glow rising brightly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Ho ha ho ha. My super warrior, my universe's strongest warrior, Portia. It's finally born. His heart surged with excitement, his body trembling with excitement. For so many years, from the moment he began researching this plan to the moment he began preparing for it, a full 200 years had already consumed him. During this long period, he had expended countless efforts and paid countless costs before finally completing all the preparations for the plan. Then, lurking in this secret space, where no one could find him, he meticulously crafted the secret weapon he would use to conquer the entire universe. This creation took him 10 years. Ho ha ho ha. Father, let me fulfill your once shattered dream of conquering the universe this time. This time, no one, not even the King of Gods, can stop me. Baruti raised his short, dry arm, as withered as rotten wood, and shouted, "Come out. My Portia!" Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden roar erupted from the glowing red metal sphere before him. Then, it shattered piece by piece, then vanished into thin air as it fell. Meanwhile, thick white smoke billowed from the sphere. A figure nearly 2 meters tall could be vaguely seen within the smoke. Baruti stared at the figure, his lips curling into an exaggerated grin. "Come out, my strongest warrior in the universe, Warrior Porta." Snap. Snap. A steady, powerful sound of footsteps echoed. 2 seconds later, the figure within the smoke appeared before Baruti. Terrifying, deadly, and invincible, this was the first impression anyone would have upon seeing this figure. The warrior named Porta's skin was purplish-red, and his bare upper body revealed a muscular, defined, like the world's strongest armor, impenetrable to all weapons and attacks. He possessed pointed ears and long black hair resembling Super Saiyan 3. His face, sharp and angular, held a pair of deep green eyes filled with a cold, dead silence. A hollowness shone through. Yet, upon closer inspection, a chilling ruthlessness could be discerned within. Baruti, satisfied with his meticulously crafted masterpiece, casually pointed to the ground. "Porta, we no longer need this dimension. Destroy it. Oh, yes, destroy it without harming me. All future orders will be based on this condition, understood, Porta?" Porta stared at him intently, then nodded expressionlessly. Immediately, without him making any movement, a purple energy shield emerged from him, completely enveloping him and Baruti. Immediately afterwards, he raised his index finger, and a small purple energy bullet emerged from his fingertip, piercing the shield and sinking directly into the ground. A moment later, boom! Accompanied by countless roars from all directions, the entire space began to shatter. Dense cracks appeared on the earth, the sky, and even in the invisible and intangible space. When the number of cracks reached its peak, the entire space shattered like a broken mirror. In the blink of an eye, the two people's surroundings suddenly changed, and they appeared on the desolate land of a planet. Ha ha ha. Well done, Porta. Seeing Porta destroy the other dimensional space with a single blow, Baruti was even more impressed by his masterpiece. Where should I conquer next? He stroked the tuft of beard on his chin and thought. Within 2 seconds, his eyes lit up. Ha ha ha. My Porta is the strongest in the universe, so naturally, I must start conquering the strongest places. Let me see where the powerful energy fluctuations have occurred recently. He chanted a few obscure incantations, and a blue crystal ball suddenly appeared before him, spinning in the air. He placed his hand on it and chanted a few more spells, then saw the crystal ball glow brightly. Soon, the light dimmed, revealing a new image on its surface. A blue planet first appeared, then the camera zoomed in, zooming in on a desolate field on the planet. Huh? What's that? A gorilla? Baruti's face was filled with confusion as he watched a golden gorilla roaring to the sky in the desolate field. Does this gorilla possess the most powerful energy in the universe? He had never expected that when he sought out a powerful individual, he would find a gorilla. Well, my magic can't be wrong. Since it's shown to be the strongest, let's go after it, no matter what it is. After a few seconds of hesitation, Baruti made a decision. A gorilla, so to speak. Just consider it a test of Portia's fighting prowess. On Earth, the golden giant ape Vegeta transformed into roared angrily, damn it. Why? Why can't I become Super Saiyan 4? Is my base strength still insufficient? He was furious. For the past 3 years, after trying every possible way to regrow his tail, he had repeatedly attempted to transform into Super Saiyan 4. But without fail, he failed. Vegeta, don't be so impatient. You're so close now. Maybe in another 2 years, you'll succeed. Not far away, Goku sat cross-legged on the ground, eating a pile of fruit and commenting on it like a bystander. HMPH. What do you know, Kakarot? Vegeta dispersed the artificial moon he had created in the sky, and his body gradually shrank from the giant ape, quickly returning to human form. His eagerness to transform into Super Saiyan 4 was not only to increase his strength, but also to quickly reach Goku's level. He knew Goku wasn't from this time and space, but was simply passing through and would eventually leave. He didn't know how long that time would last. So he had to transform into Super Saiyan 4 as quickly as possible, then train to the same level as his opponent, so he could fight him before he left this dimension. Seeing his eagerness, Goku chewed the fruit, swallowed it, and then, chin in his hand, said, well, I do know a place that can accelerate your basic strength. A year there is equivalent to just 1 day in the outside world. What? Upon hearing this, Vegeta's brows furrowed. He flashed before Goku and gritted his teeth. Kakarot, why didn't you tell me about such a place earlier? Haha, you didn't ask. Goku smiled innocently and rubbed his head, looking furious. HMPH. Forget it, just tell me where it is. I need to train thoroughly. Vegeta suppressed the urge to strike him down, thinking, once I've reached a certain level of strength, Kakarot, I'll definitely take my revenge. You wanting to train thoroughly isn't going to work. But Goku shook his head. Everyone can only stay in there for 2 days. After 2 days, you'll never be able to get out. He didn't tell the other party that, if he was strong enough, he could break through the space and get out. After all, he had promised Popo not to break through the space in the Chamber of Time and Spirit again. Breaking through too many times would cause the space to collapse, and the Chamber of Time and Spirit would be destroyed. 2 days, Vegeta's eyes narrowed. That's 2 years of training, plenty. He didn't believe he couldn't transform into Super Saiyan 4 after 2 more years of training. If he couldn't do it, forget about fighting Kakarot and just go home and get some sleep. Kakarot, where's this place? I'll go there now. Huh? Right now? Don't you need to go home and tell Bulma? No. Oh, alright then. I'll take you there. Goku nodded, swallowed the last fruit in his hand, and teleported with Vegeta to the Temple of the Gods. Thus, Vegeta began his training in the Chamber of Time and Spirit. After returning to Baozi Mountain, Goku touched his chin and looked at Gohan, who was training alone. He suddenly asked, Gohan, do you want to try to transform into Super Saiyan 4? Gohan stopped and looked at him in surprise. Super Saiyan 4? Dad, do I have enough strength to transform? I'm not sure, haha, but I think you can give it a try. Vegeta has gone to the Spirit Time Chamber to train. I have a hunch that after this training, he will be able to successfully transform into Super Saiyan 4. After hearing what Goku said, Gohan was stunned for a moment, then nodded seriously. Okay, Dad, then I will try it. Chapter 313, The Strongest Warrior in the Universe, Portia vs. Gohan. A day later, in the wasteland, a cool breeze brought a comforting feeling. Freshly rested and refreshed, Gohan looked at Goku and nodded earnestly. Dad, let's begin. Goku nodded in agreement, saying, Gohan, remember, when you transform into a giant ape, you must maintain your composure and not be blinded by the overwhelming power and killing intent. That way, you can regain your sanity, unlike Vegeta, whose princely blood prevented him from losing his sanity after transforming into a giant ape. Gohan would lose his sanity and would need to overcome it himself to regain it. That was why Goku was so earnest in his warning. After all, if he couldn't even regain his sanity, how could he possibly achieve Super Saiyan 4? I know, Dad. I will definitely regain my sanity. Gohan's expression grew even more resolute. Goku nodded, then formed a ball of light in his hand and tossed it into the sky. This artificial moon, capable of emitting bolts light, was something he'd secretly learned after watching Vegeta use it. His goal was to train his son to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Otherwise, they'd have to wait for a full moon, which would have been far too much trouble. With the artificial moon suspended in the air, Gohan took a deep breath, raised his head, and stared intently at it. Behind him, a brown tail, regrown using a special method, throbbed continuously. Boom, boom, boom. After staring at the artificial moon for a moment, his heartbeat suddenly intensified, an array of violent red light shone in his black pupils. Simultaneously, his body expanded at a visible speed, soon bursting through his clothes. Roar! With a roar, a massive golden ape suddenly appeared on the field. It pounded its chest and roared, its bloodshot eyes filled with murderous fury. Then, surveying its surroundings, its mouth opened wide, ready to unleash a volley of energy cannons. Seeing this, Goku quickly flashed in front of it, stopping it while also trying to awaken Gohan's senses. Gohan! Stop! Wake up! Don't lose yourself! The golden ape froze for a moment, as if Goku's words had worked. However, just as Goku, feeling elated, tried to strike again, the golden ape suddenly launched a punch, sending him flying with lightning speed. Then, it roared to the heavens. Roar! Climbing from the rubble, Goku dusted off his clothes and scratched his head in frustration. Looks like this is going to take a bit more effort. Seeing the golden ape seemingly about to launch another energy cannon at Earth, he quickly stepped in front of it to attract its attention. Gohan! Wake up! Have you forgotten this is Earth? Seeing the pesky bug lingering in front of him again, the golden ape changed its target, unleashing a blast of energy cannon towards Goku. Goku dodged, letting the energy blast vanish into the sky. He tried again to awaken Gohan's senses. Gohan! Wake up! Don't you want to become stronger? To protect the Earth? Then wake up. The golden ape remained oblivious, swinging its fists relentlessly at him. So Goku dodged and used his mouth-to-mouth technique, managing to keep the ape from even touching his clothes. A few minutes later, feeling a little thirsty, he was considering a change of tactics when his face suddenly darkened and he looked upwards. Such a powerful aura! He sensed a powerful and sinister aura hurtling toward Earth at an incredible speed. Of course, he could sense another aura alongside it, but it was so weak that he overlooked it. Is it an enemy? I've never seen such an aura in my previous dimension, he frowned and thought. Only then did he fully grasp the meaning of the parallel dimension the dragon within him had spoken of. That meant the trajectory he'd known was likely to suddenly deviate somewhere. Just like how Majin Buu, supposedly on Earth, had mysteriously vanished, and now, a powerhouse, unprecedented in its power, descended from outer space, its aura far more powerful than Buu's. Roar! The golden giant ape, seemingly sensing the rapidly approaching powerful energy, halted its attack, raised its head, and roared wildly at the sky. Soon, a streak of purple light appeared from above Earth, careening towards the wasteland where Goku lay without slowing down. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the light descended upon the wasteland, its impact causing it to shake. A fierce wind raged, sending sand and rocks flying. Even the golden giant ape's fur was blown sideways. Goku raised his hand to block the blinding sand and gravel and looked toward the spot where the light had landed. Soon, two figures, one tall and one short, came into view. His eyes first fell on the tall figure, for it was from it that a powerful aura emanated. After studying it for just a few seconds, He realized he had never seen that face before, so he shifted his gaze to the shorter figure. This sight made his brows furrow, for he found the shorter figure incredibly familiar. Isn't that the guy with BUU? What's his name? He frowned and thought. Because it had been so long, and he hadn't paid much attention to Babidi at the time, he couldn't quite recall his name. Now, as if considering the sudden appearance of these two extravagant figures a provocation, the golden giant ape roared, gathering incredible energy from its mouth and instantly unleashing an energy cannon at them. The energy cannon was fierce, emitting a terrifying temperature that would incinerate any ordinary person who came within reach. Facing this immensely powerful attack, the tall figure stepped forward, standing in front of the shorter figure, and then allowed the energy cannon to pound him. Roar! Seeing it had hit its target, the golden ape beat its chest and roared with joy. However, when the white smoke from the explosion dissipated, it discovered that the creature it had struck was unharmed, not even a scratch on its exposed skin. Ha ha ha! My Podia is the most powerful warrior in the universe, and this attack is just a tickle to him. The short figure, Baruti, laughed shrilly, stroking his short beard. After locking onto his target, he relied on Podia to cross the universe, rushing from the distant depths of space to Earth, ready to test his skills against the golden ape. However, he didn't know that the golden ape they saw now was not the same one they had seen before. The golden ape they had seen before was Vegeta's transformation, while this one was Gohan's. Ah! I remember. Your name is Babidi. Suddenly, a voice came from the side, making Baruti look over. Upon seeing Goku, Baruti's pupils shrank sharply. You? Impossible. How are you here? He felt as if he had witnessed the most incredible thing in the world, and his previous calmness and composure completely vanished. Huh? You know me? Goku was surprised and puzzled by his reaction. Logically, Baruti in this world shouldn't recognize him, so why was he so shocked? Of course I know you. Baruti was briefly shocked, but quickly calmed down. You know. I watched you die with my own eyes. His voice was a little sinister. Watched me die? Goku was stunned for a moment, finding the other person's words a bit puzzling. But then he remembered that he was not from this time and space, and the self in this time and space was already dead. Just as he was about to ask more, Baruti spoke again. Sun Wukong, no, you're definitely not Sun Wukong. I don't know who you are or why you look exactly like him, but I'm certain you're not him. Baruti's expression was one of certainty, as if he'd guessed the truth. He was such a loser, actually letting a dead person scare him. He shook his head inwardly and continued, it doesn't matter who you are. If you know what's good for you, just run away. Maybe I'll spare your life. Of course, while he said this, he was actually going to have Portia destroy the Earth. As for why? He was in a good mood and wanted to watch the fireworks. He ignored Wukong and looked at the golden giant ape, which was firing energy cannons at Portia, but each one failed to cause any damage. It seems this guy is only this much? He can't force Portia to exert any more power. Although he felt a little disappointed, he was also very happy. If even this gorilla, possessing the most powerful energy in the universe, couldn't defeat Porta, then wouldn't that mean Porta was the universe's greatest warrior? His cosmic conquest would proceed with impeccable success. Eager to embark on this grand dream, he immediately ordered Porta to eliminate the golden ape. Such a useless creature, its death would celebrate Porta's birth. Porta, put it. His words paused as he suddenly saw Goku flying over to the golden ape. HMPH. Since you want to die soon, I'll grant you your wish, Porta, kill them all. Porta nodded expressionlessly, his body finally moving after a long pause. At this moment, Goku approached the golden ape, who was roaring in anger at his ineffective attacks, and shouted into its ear, Hey, Gohan. It's time you woke up. Now that a powerful enemy has appeared, it's the perfect time for you to test your strength. Roar! The golden ape ignored him, continuing to beat his chest and stamp his feet, roaring angrily to the heavens. Gohan! Don't you want to surpass me? How can you surpass me if you can't even control your mind? Goku tried again to awaken Gohan's sanity, but the golden ape remained unmoved. He watched as the distant enemy raised his palm, condensing a purple energy bomb with terrifying power, enough to annihilate the golden ape. Suddenly, Goku had a flash of inspiration, and he thought of the words most likely to awaken Gohan. Gohan! Don't you want to protect your mother? With those words, time seemed to freeze. The golden ape's chest beating and stamping movement suddenly stopped. Then, within its red eyes, brimming with murderous intent and brutality, a hint of rationality shone. Mom, Mom, a faint voice emanated from the ape, and then its body suddenly glowed with light. At the same time, Porta thrust a condensed purple energy ball forward, reaching it in the blink of an eye, striking the radiant golden ape. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly erupted. Goku, who had already retreated a distance, watched Gohan being struck by the energy ball. Instead of a trace of worry, a smile of relief crossed his face. "You did it, Gohan," he whispered, and a powerful aura suddenly emanated from the white smoke produced by the explosion. Even Baruti, who couldn't sense auras, felt a heavy weight weighing on his heart, making it difficult to breathe. What happened? Is that guy still alive? Hey! Porta, quickly put a shield on me. Suspicious by nature, he immediately gave the order. With a shield covering him, even if something happened that Porta couldn't react to, he would be safe. Porta glanced down at him, and a purple energy shield immediately enveloped Baruti. At that moment, the white smoke dissipated, and a figure, almost identical to Super Saiyan 4 Goku except for his hairstyle, appeared before everyone. Is this Super Saiyan 4? Gohan, transformed from a golden giant ape into Super Saiyan 4, looked sternly, his golden eyes examining the muscular arms covered in red hair. So, this was the incredible power of Super Saiyan 4. Dad, I did it, thank you, he nodded, looking at Goku, who was looking at him with satisfaction from a distance. Then, he turned his attention to Porta and Baruti. Although the golden giant ape was irrational, he remembered everything that had happened and heard. Although he didn't know these two guys, they seemed to have come from outer space specifically to deal with him and even wanted to kill him. They were undoubtedly enemies. Since they were enemies, there was no need for further discussion. Hey, you seem very strong. Fight me, he stared at Porta, his lips curled up in the devilish smile that only Super Saiyan 4 could offer. Although he had no idea how the golden giant ape had suddenly transformed into human, Baruti pointed his finger and issued an order, go. Porta, kill that disgusting fellow. With an expressionless face, Porta took a step forward, raised his hand, and extended his index finger. A blazing red beam of death shot towards Gohan with lightning speed. Crack! Gohan clasped his hands, motionless. The beam, powerful enough to pierce through planets, instantly crumbled upon his chest, as if encountering the hardest substance. Are you tickling me? Gohan curled his lips, returning Baruti's previous words. Seeing his arrogance, Baruti roared in anger, Porta, what are you doing? Use your full strength and kill him. Wait. Strengthen that shield, Porta added as he prepared to move. Porta glanced at him slowly, injected more energy into his shield, and suddenly appeared 3 meters in front of Gohan. Looking at Gohan before him, Porta uttered his first word since his birth, you are very strong. His second, I will kill you. His voice was cold and hard, like metal and stone buried in a freezing land. Gohan lowered his arms from his chest, hooked his fingers, and a confident smile appeared on his lips. Then give it a try. Chapter 314 Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta makes a shining appearance. In the wasteland, the temperature rose imperceptibly, making it feel a bit stuffy and irritable. From the distant horizon, several streaks of light flew at high speed, quickly landing near Goku. Goku. What's going on? Who are those two? Upon landing, Krillin asked solemnly, looking at the unfamiliar faces of Portia and Baruti. Beside him stood Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and Gyoza, all with equally grave expressions. They had recently sensed an extremely powerful malevolent aura descending upon Earth, and believing it to be an enemy, they had rushed over. You're here too, Krillin. Goku nodded, then glanced at Piccolo, who had arrived earlier, and explained, this is a good time to tell you all something. He then recounted the events of the past, including how Baruti, he thought it was Babidi, was the mastermind behind controlling Majin Buu in his own time and space. Krillin and the others felt a pang of fear, and a look of confusion crossed their faces. Majin Buu's controller? Then why isn't Majin Buu here now? Goku shook his head, then nodded. I'm not entirely sure, but I think it might be a difference in time and space, Piccolo pondered. Time and space differences, but we previously theorized that Majin Buu existed in this universe. If the person before me is the Babidi you mentioned, why didn't he bring Buu with him? Hearing this, Goku scratched his face. Well, I'm not entirely sure, haha. Then, his face straightened, and he looked ahead. It's about to begin. On the field, Gohan and Porta stood facing each other, the air trembling with the weight of their confrontation. They sized each other up, one with a stern expression, the other expressionless, as if contemplating how to defeat the other. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and both the men moved simultaneously. Bang! Instantly, a deafening, eardrum-shaking explosion echoed. On the field, two fists, one red, one purple, collided fiercely. The powerful collision unleashed a violent shockwave, instantly erupting from the point of impact. Like a passing typhoon, it swept across the surrounding area at terrifying speed. What a force! Piccolo threw his hands in front of him, desperately resisting the shockwave, his white cape rustling behind him. Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and the others were even more vulnerable, their bodies flung several meters by the shockwave, their feet leaving deep grooves in the ground. And if Tien Shinhan hadn't quickly grabbed him, Gyoza would have been blown away by the shockwave, falling far away. Piccolo, you two should move away. You won't be able to withstand the aftermath of their battle. Only Goku stood calmly, unfazed by the shockwave like a gentle breeze. He folded his arms, watching the battle intently, his face unturned. Piccolo gritted his teeth, his heart clenched. He had improved so much, but was he still so far behind Goku? And Gohan? He turned his gaze to Gohan again, a complex expression on his face. Once upon a time, he was a mewling little creature, needing his protection. Since then, he'd been catching up, surpassing him, and now, at a speed so swift he'd left him far behind. You've truly grown up. You no longer need my protection, Gohan, he sighed, and without hesitation, retreated a safe distance. Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and the others, knowing their own limitations, had already retreated as soon as Goku finished speaking. On the field, the battle continued. After a brief stalemate, Gohan took the lead. Launching a whip kick like lightning through the air, reaching Porta's side in the blink of an eye. Porta blocked his own whip kick, and then a shrill, tearing sound finally filled the air. Bang, 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 bang. Immediately afterwards, the two engaged in another fierce clash, invisible to the naked eye, punches, elbows, knees. In a flash, two immensely powerful figures clashed from the ground to the sky, and back again, countless times. A relentless rumble echoed through the air, like the roar of thunder and the roar of a tsunami, a shocking, lingering moment. Wow, such speed. I can't see their movements at all. Yamcha strained to follow them, but found himself hopelessly unable to follow. He couldn't, absolutely. Even if they shifted significantly, he'd have to pause before he could detect their movement through his aura. We're the same, Krillin and Tien Shinhan shared a wry smile. They were no exception. Even with all their might, they couldn't discern a single detail of the battle. Faced with this chasm of power, they suddenly realized they were no longer up to par. Perhaps it was time for them to step back and pass the responsibility of protecting Earth to the next generation. After hundreds and thousands of collisions, Portia suddenly unleashed an energy blast at Gohan. Boom! Gohan casually slashed, sending the energy blast flying into the distance and exploding. What? That little trick won't work on me, Gohan said, his lips curled as he watched his opponent pause. At the same time, he thought to himself, I finally mastered controlling this immense power. The power possessed by this body is immense, a vast improvement compared to before. Initially, he struggled to control it, causing significant leakage during his battle with Portia, generating massive shockwaves. Now, familiar with this power through intense combat, he's finally mastered it, ensuring that virtually every ounce of it is wasted. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Baruti, who had been watching the battle from a distance, saw that he could finally make out the two figures and looked over with wide eyes. Upon discovering Gohan was barely injured, he leaped up in anger and shouted, Pattaya! What's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you to kill him immediately? He tilted his head slightly, glancing at him from the corner of his eye, but didn't respond. Then, his gaze settled on Gohan, and his deadpan voice echoed again, What's your name? Gohan was stunned for a moment, not expecting such a question. Reflecting, he calmly replied, Son Gohan. Pattaya nodded, his eyes unwavering. I recognize your strength, Son Gohan. He suddenly clenched his fists. At the same moment, a terrifying aura, even more terrifying than before, erupted from him. Boom! A purple aura suddenly erupted from him, enveloping him completely, making him look like an ancient demon. The earth trembled uncontrollably, and the sky shifted color, as if even the earth itself feared his power. Faced with his power, Gohan's eyelids twitched, his brows hardening. He clenched his fists and began to increase his own strength. Ha! Boom! A golden aura, as radiant as the sun, suddenly erupted from him, like the sun descending to the earth, illuminating him with an imposing presence. Even after reaching peak power, Gohan's expression remained unrelenting. Across from him, Portor's aura continued to rise, quickly surpassing him and overwhelming him. Is he that strong? Gohan's expression grew increasingly serious. He hadn't expected his first opponent after learning Super Saiyan 4 to be so formidable. But it was just as well, the stronger the opponent, the more progress he could make. With this thought, his gaze sharpened, his fighting spirit intensified. Seeing Portor pause and his aura increase, he attacked without a second thought. HMPH, now that's the way it should be. Seeing Portor's transformation, Barudi's anger subsided slightly. This was the kind of super warrior he had meticulously crafted to help him conquer the universe. But what's with that guy? Transforming from an ape to human is one thing, but his strength has increased so much, he muttered to himself, puzzled, looking at Gohan. That's called Super Saiyan 4, the ultimate Saiyan form, so it's incredibly powerful. A voice suddenly boomed from beside him. Super Saiyan 4? What the hell is that? He replied instinctively, only then realizing who was talking to him. Turning his head, he saw Goku appear beside him, smiling at him. Barudi's pupils shrank, and his body instinctively dove to the other side. Then, with a thud, he hit his head and got a bump. Hiss, he gritted his teeth, covering his head, staring at the shield that was supposed to protect him but had now caused him to crash into it. He cursed, damn it. Can't you just move with me, Portia? He was about to ask Portia to modify the shield, but he realized he could no longer see her. All that remained was a thud, a duller clang than before. Damn it, he muttered, scrambling to his feet. Then, a sudden thought struck him, this shield was built by Porta, and no one in the world could break it except Porta himself. With a sense of relief, he pointed at Goku and cursed, you damned bastard, you dare to scare me? I'll make Porta give you a taste of your own medicine. Goku smiled, ignoring his words. Instead, he feigned curiosity and asked, hey, Babidi, who is this Porta you're talking about, and why is he so powerful? Barudi paused, his eyes narrowing. Oh? You know my brother, huh? Now it was Goku's turn to be stunned. He blinked, a look of bewilderment on his face. What's going on? My brother? Isn't this Babidi? Barudi's eyes flickered at his expression, as if he'd figured something out. Hell, my good-for-nothing brother used to have some fame, but I never expected it to spread here. He curled his lips into a sinister smile. We may look alike, but I'm not that short-sighted loser. I killed that loser long ago. Goku's eyes narrowed. Babidi was killed? Before he could say anything, Barudi continued with a disdainful expression. Remember this, my name is Barudi, a noble and great dark mage, infinitely more powerful than that loser, a dark mage more powerful than Babidi. Goku's eyes flickered, and then he pretended to be curious and asked with a grin, who is Portor? How come I've never heard of him? Barudi glanced at him sideways, then crossed his arms and said proudly, huh? Of course you haven't heard of him, he is the strongest warrior in the universe that I created, as if he wanted to express his untold pride in successfully creating Portor, and to vent the boredom of implementing the plan for more than 200 years, he waved his hands and spoke incessantly. Do you know why Portor can be called the strongest in the universe? Because he is the fusion of 36 powerful warriors in the universe, Gamma. The Dark Emperor who has been galloping across the universe for decades, Bajik who once dominated one side, Frieza, known as the Emperor of the Universe, his father King Cold, and that guy named Son Goku, as well as other powerful warriors. When they died, I captured their souls and then destroyed their personal memories, leaving only the purest spirits and their fighting instincts. He became more and more excited as he spoke, but he didn't notice that the smile on Goku's face gradually faded. After gathering enough powerful souls, I fused them into a single entity, then used my father's body, Majin Buu, as a vessel to fuse it. Finally, through my meticulous craftsmanship, I successfully created Porta, the universe's strongest warrior, unprecedented in history, Barudi exclaimed, his face aloof, his face the most impressive. Then, with a smug look on his face, he looked at Goku with a smug smile. Well, after hearing this, do you feel a deep shudder? Do you feel a deep fear? He was sure Goku had heard of figures like Frieza and King Cold, who had become notorious in the universe in recent decades. He would surely be terrified to learn that he had fused the souls of these powerful individuals into a single entity. What a terrifying being formed from such powerful beings would be. However, when he looked at Goku, He saw no trace of fear on his face, but a different expression. Anger? He instinctively thought he was seeing things. How could Goku have such an expression? But when he looked again, he saw Goku's stern gaze fixed on him. You've gone too far, manipulating the souls of the dead so recklessly, leaving them restless even after death. He had never imagined that Portia would be born in this way, that the vanished Majin Buu was his predecessor. He had never imagined that his own time and space-time self would vanish after death for such a reason. This outrageous act, both human and divine, stirred within him a long unseen tinge of murderous intent against Baruti, the instigator. Baruti, in turn, had never imagined that his boastful words would stir up murderous intent in the even-tempered and bloodthirsty Goku. Hearing Goku's rebuke, he angrily retorted, "You know nothing. This is a great undertaking. The Portia born from this will command me to conquer the entire universe, then I will be the sole emperor of the universe. And you, a mere insect on the side of the road, a mere insect I won't even consider." Boom. Just as he finished speaking, a deafening roar erupted from the sky. He didn't bother to respond to Goku, and quickly turned his gaze upwards. Half a minute earlier, Gohan and Portia's fierce battle had ceased in the sky. A glance revealed numerous wounds on Gohan's body, particularly on his left shoulder, where a charred hole pierced through it, a startling sight. This was the result of a death ray he'd been struck by during the previous battle, when he'd failed to dodge. Unlike previous attacks, this one was incredibly powerful, and even though he'd instinctively defended himself, it still caused significant damage. Meanwhile, Portia, facing him, had some blood at the corner of his mouth, but no other injuries. Furthermore, while Gohan's aura had decreased considerably, his own aura hadn't decreased at all. Instead, it was even stronger. Furthermore, his usually cold, deep green eyes now held a hint of bloodlust and uncontrollable brutality. "Son Gohan, is this all you've got? Too weak." Portia licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, a smile breaking across his face for the first time. But this smile wasn't friendly, it felt like a chilling chill. "If that's all you've got, then die." His expression grew even more bloodthirsty. Without giving Gohan a chance to react, he raised his right hand, and a ball of lava energy imbued with destructive energy instantly condensed from it. Damn it! Gohan's expression changed. Sensing the terrifying power of the energy ball, he roared in anger, channeling all the remaining ki within him. He placed his hands at his waist in a calyx shape, and instantly condensed a blue ball of light. Ki. He stared intently at Portia, and as he threw the molten ki ball, he unleashed his Kamehameha wave. Kameha, boom. As the red and blue energies collided, the sky seemed to rip apart, emitting a sharp explosion. An invisible shockwave swept across like a tidal wave, sending debris flying and pulverizing it. Gohan gritted his teeth and fervently channeled his power, temporarily halting the molten energy ball's progress. But soon, Podia curled up his bloodthirsty grin and increased his energy output. In an instant, the molten energy ball expanded, pressing the Kamehameha wave forward again. Damn it! Get back! Gohan glared, his golden aura surging even more fiercely. He had instantly halted his decline, even pushing the molten energy ball back, seemingly turning the tide. But how could Podia allow this to happen? His aura surged once more, and his hands released energy like a torrent. In the blink of an eye, he repelled the Kamehameha wave again and advanced even faster than before. Damn it! Gohan gritted his teeth, a vein bulging on his forehead. Knowing he couldn't withstand the blow, he immediately changed his strategy. He descended rapidly, then frantically squeezed out the remaining strength within him, using his Kamehameha wave to push the lava energy ball from below. Whoosh! With this powerful, four-handed move, the lava energy ball suddenly soared diagonally upwards towards the sky, quickly surging out of the earth. Huff! 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 After all this, Gohan landed on the ground, his chest heaving violently. Then, within 2 seconds, he found himself suddenly out of Super Saiyan 4. Damn, is my energy exhausted? His expression changed, and he clenched his fists in frustration. Not far in front of him, Portia also landed on the ground. Looking at him, his breath dropping, his expression icy, he said, "That's enough, son Gohan." From afar, Goku, witnessing this, lowered his arms from his folds and temporarily ignored Baruti. He thought to himself, it seems Gohan's power is still a little lacking. This time, I'll have to take action, but, before he could make a move, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. It seems I don't have to take action again for now. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a streak of golden light suddenly appeared in the sky. The next moment, it was engulfed in a gust of wind, descending upon Gohan's side at near instantaneous speed. At the same time, a cold, confident, and domineering voice reached his ears. "Back off, Gohan. I'll defeat this guy." Amidst the falling light, Vegeta, who had successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4, curled his lips and spoke. Chapter 315 Wukong, do you think that is all my strength? Wrong, it is not even 1,000th of my strength. In the ravaged, crater-riddled wasteland, Krillin, Yamcha, and the others hide a few hundred meters from the center of the battlefield, watching the unfolding events with tense expressions. Upon seeing Vegeta transform into Super Saiyan 4, their eyes widened and they instinctively swallowed. That's Vegeta, how can he achieve this, not to mention their shock. At this moment, seeing the sudden appearance before him, Gohan was also a bit surprised, but then a smile broke out. "Uncle Vegeta, you've also successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4, he said, genuinely pleased with his opponent's success. "Of course, there's no way I could be outdone by a brat like you," Vegeta replied, arms folded, not even turning back. "Haha, in that case, I'll leave it to you now." "Be careful, Uncle Vegeta, this guy is formidable," Gohan grinned, dragging his exhausted body back to avoid disrupting Vegeta's fight. "Is he powerful?" Vegeta gazed at Porteo, a confident smile curling his lips. "If he weren't powerful, he wouldn't be my opponent." After training in the Spirit Time Chamber for over 6 months, he successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4. He continued training for a while longer, increasing his power to a point where he felt he could battle Kakarot. He then decided to come out of seclusion. Unexpectedly, upon emerging from seclusion, he sensed an extremely powerful aura emerging from Earth. With Popo's kind explanation, he quickly understood everything, transformed into Super Saiyan 4, and rushed here at top speed. He was training hard, becoming more familiar with his powers in battle, in preparation for the upcoming battle with Kakarot. Porteo ignored Gohan's departure, his attention already focused on the man who had descended from the sky before him. "It seems you're a bit more powerful than him," he said, his lips curled as he looked at Vegeta. "A bit?" Vegeta raised an eyebrow. Then, in a flash, he appeared before Porta before he could react. A powerful red arm launched a punch like a dragon, a single uppercut sending him flying. Boom! Responding, Porta burst into air, halting his momentum. He rubbed his aching chin, his face not angry at all, but a bloodthirsty, maniacal grin. "Ha ha ha, finally, something interesting." He suddenly vanished, and just as Vegeta's pupils shrank, he punched him in the jaw, returning the blow in kind. "How did that punch feel?" he asked, grinning. But then his smile froze. "How, were you tickling me?" Vegeta's head, thrown back by his punch, didn't get sent flying like him, remaining pinned to the spot. Then, he slowly turned his head back, a grin of contempt and mockery on his face. Portia's pupils constricted, but he remained unfazed. His fists rained down on Vegeta like a whirring storm. Bang, boom, boom. Bang, boom, boom. Vegeta's right hand flashed before him, so fast that not even a trace remained, leaving only the whistling sound of the wind. With a single hand, he blocked all of Portia's attacks. No matter how fierce his attacks, he couldn't break through his defense. Amazing. Uncle Vegeta has become so strong. From a distance, Gohan, who had come to a standstill beside Piccolo, sighed in amazement at the scene. He hadn't expected that Vegeta's strength had surpassed his own significantly after training in the Spirit Time Chamber. It seemed he would have to work even harder. That guy's improvement is truly terrifying, Piccolo said solemnly. Although he couldn't see the details of the exchange, he could tell that Vegeta was clearly in the ascendancy. But to be on the safe side, he still had to ask someone whose strength far surpassed his. "Gohan, do you think Vegeta can win?" Gohan pondered for a few seconds, then slowly nodded, "Yes." Swoosh. Seeing his attacks completely blocked, Portia suddenly glared, and 2 rays of scorching death shone from his eyes, shooting towards Vegeta, who was within striking distance. The attack was incredibly sudden, and he thought there was no way Vegeta could dodge it. But then, this exquisitely executed, impossibly imperceptible strike, with a slight tilt of Vegeta's head, glided past his cheek and blasted off into the distance, blasting 2 long furrows into the ground. "Is that all you've got?" Bang! As his words fell, Vegeta suddenly lunged forward, his knee packing a terrifying force that seemed to shatter space as he struck his opponent in the abdomen. Ugh, the blow was truly fierce and devastating. Portia was caught off guard, his pupils dilated from the impact, and blood and saliva gushed out. Thump, 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 he clutched his stomach and involuntarily took several steps back before finally catching himself. Hey, he suddenly laughed, the rage hidden in his eyes no longer suppressed, filling his pupils. Then, his laughter grew louder, his expression growing increasingly frantic. Ha 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 ha. Hey, Porta. What are you doing, you bastard? Are you trying to kill me? As luck would have it, one of the lightning bolts struck Baruti, who was watching from a distance. If it weren't for the protective shield surrounding him that blocked the lightning, he would have been killed instantly, completely unaware of the strike. But even if he hadn't died, he was nearly frightened to death by the lightning. After the lightning struck, the shield he'd believed could withstand anything began to crack. It felt as if just one step away from seeing the king of hell. Still terrified, he pointed at Porta and cursed, "What's wrong with that shield? How did it crack so easily, and, have you forgotten my orders? Everything you do must be done with my safety in mind." Porta ignored him, but suddenly stopped laughing. Seeing no reaction, Baruti continued his fury, staring at him from behind. "You damned bastard. Turn around. Look at me. Answer my questions." His rage surged. If it weren't for the damned shield restricting his movement, he would have walked up to him, pointed his finger at his nose, and angrily swore, "As his creation, you must obey his orders." He watched, but Portia didn't turn around or respond, appearing completely indifferent. This only intensified his anger. "Damn it. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear my orders? I'm your master." As he cursed, he wondered if there had been a mistake in one of the runes, causing this servant, who was always supposed to obey his orders, to disobey him. Just as he was thinking about having to forge it again after this, whoosh! A red beam streaked through the sky like thunder, piercing the shattered shield with lightning speed, piercing his forehead and creating a hole. A sizzling sound accompanied the unpleasant smell of burning. The next second, Baruti, a thought barely etched in his mind, plunged headfirst into the air with a look of fury, bidding farewell to this world forever. Portia retracted his index finger, looking at Vegeta, who seemed a little surprised. He grinned. "All right. Those annoying flies are gone. Now let's get on with it." He had now unleashed all his strength, his fighting spirit and killing intent reaching their peak. Looking at the opponent who had previously inflicted so much pain on him, he unleashed a ruthless aura, his single goal in mind, to slaughter him to death. Across from him, Vegeta, sensing the surge of power that rivaled his own, curled his lips, a feeling of battle excitement characteristic of a Saiyan. "Oh, that's more like it." Boom. Without hesitation, two figures, one golden and one purple, soared into the sky, colliding instantly in a terrifying surge. Bang boom boom. Bang boom boom boom. Two golden and purple streaks of light streaked through the air like lightning, separating, colliding, separating again, and colliding again, sending a continuous, deafening roar through the heavens and earth. Amidst the high-speed clash of fists and kicks, Portia rolled a powerful purple energy bomb into Vegeta's face, delivering a powerful blow close to the face. But Vegeta was no match for this. Almost instantly, after being struck close to the face, he raised his palm and blasted Portia with a surge of energy. The two exchanged blows, fiercely battling. For a moment, the battle reached a fever pitch. On the ground, Goku glanced at the dead Baruti, his expression devoid of any sympathy. "This is the price you must pay. I hope you'll reflect on yourself in hell." He then looked away, gazing at Portia, who was fiercely battling Vegeta in the sky. "What should we do with this guy?" He rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Elsewhere, Gohan and Piccolo watched the battle unblinking, a look of shock on their faces. Is this their true strength? "I need to work harder to become stronger." Gohan clenched his fists, his expression weary, but his eyes sparkled. While his current strength was slightly weaker than the other two, he believed that with more time, he could attain that level of power, and even greater strength. "Has the gap between me and that guy really become this great?" Piccolo stared at the golden light with dismay. Once upon a time, his strength far surpassed the others, but now, even with his continued training, he couldn't keep up. In the sky, amidst a fierce battle, unseen by the naked eye, a figure suddenly broke free from the fray and slammed to the ground like a falling star. A resounding boom echoed, and a cloud of dust billowed from the ground. Unable to discern who had landed, Krillin, Yamcha and the others watching the battle raised their heads to the sky again. Then, Vegeta appeared, his form somewhat disheveled, yet his aura still soaring. "Yes, Vegeta wins," Yamcha exclaimed. In the sky, Vegeta took a few breaths, looking down at the spot where Portia had crashed down, a scornful smile curling his lips. HMPH, the strongest in the universe, but that's all. In the previous battle, although the opponent's unleashing of his full power had initially put him at a loss, as he gradually unleashed his full might, he gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, despite their evenly matched fighting skills, he defeated the opponent with a slight advantage in strength. Still, he's a good sparring partner. He folded his arms, staring down, ready to wait for the opponent to rise and fight again. But then, the ground suddenly began to shake. No, perhaps, the entire planet was shaking. What? Vegeta's eyes narrowed, his gaze fixed on the ground. Amidst this whirling smoke and dust, a terrifying aura suddenly rose, filling him with a sense of deep resentment. Immediately, he saw Porta, with one hand, soaring into the sky, a purple-black ball of energy imbued with destructive energy. You're strong. But can you withstand this blow? Porta grinned maniacally, his dark green eyes fixed on Vegeta. Once high in the air, without a word, he flung the ball toward the ground. He had witnessed Gohan's use of momentum to push the ball away. So, this time, he changed his target to the Earth. Unless it took his blow head-on, the Earth would explode. HMPH. Is that all you can do? Despite the terrifying power contained in this attack, Vegeta showed no fear. He dodged and landed on the ground, arms outstretched. Haha. Look at my ultimate flash. With a roar, he suddenly thrust forward and clasped his hands together. Two golden balls of light converged, merging into a single, even more formidable force. Then, this energy whizzed out, slamming directly into the fouling purple-black energy ball. Boom. Amidst a deafening explosion, the two energies, one golden and one purple, collided fiercely, locked in a fierce stalemate, seemingly evenly matched. The aftermath of the collision dissipated, sending serpentine black lines through the air nearby, as if space were about to collapse under the weight. You absolutely can't withstand this blow. Die? Seeing Vegeta's attack withstand his blow, Porta's veins bulged, and he unleashed all his strength without reservation, instantly causing the purple-black energy ball to expand. Simultaneously, the purple-black energy ball finally began to move again, pressing towards Vegeta. HMPH. You're 100 years too early to think you could defeat me, Vegeta snorted disdainfully. He then increased his energy output. Ha ha ha. In an instant, the golden energy stopped its decline, pushing the purple-black energy ball towards Porta with unstoppable force. What? Impossible. Porta's pupils dilated, but he held on. Even with his might, it was futile. Seconds later, Vegeta's ultimate flash, engulfing him in the purple-black energy ball, swallowed him whole. Ah! Even though he had recovered a little, he could only protect himself from being blown away, unable to help others. At that moment, amidst the invisible shockwave raging with overwhelming force, Goku flashed and appeared ghostly in the direction of Krillin and Yamcha, catching them on either side. Are you okay, Krillin, Yamcha? He glanced at them with a hint of concern. The two screaming and wailing felt their bodies stop, and they opened their eyes. Seeing Goku's concerned gaze, their faces flushed. Oh, no, it's okay, Goku, thank you, they replied with some embarrassment. How shameful. Just bystanders could be blown away by the aftermath, while their friends seemed to ignore it and even help them stabilize themselves. At this moment, they couldn't help but reconsider their decision to retire. With their limited abilities, protecting the Earth was out of the question. On the ground, Vegeta withdrew his hands, panting as he stared at the white smoke that enveloped the sky. Huff. Huff. That guy should be dead, because the explosion's energy was so powerful and hadn't yet completely dissipated, he couldn't yet perceive the specifics of the situation within the white smoke. However, he imagined that a direct hit with such energy would leave the victim dying, if not dead. After a moment's wait, the smoke cleared, and his eyes froze. Huh? What's going on? Beyond the smoke, a purple-red mass of flesh came into view. It rose and fell, as if breathing, creating a strange, eerie appearance. Is this that guy? Just as he sensed the familiar presence, a cry of surprise suddenly rang out from nearby. Gohan. Vegeta looked over, his pupils constricting. Where Gohan had been standing, a liquid mass of purple-red flesh had somehow enveloped him. Gohan struggled, but couldn't break free. Nearby, Piccolo, observing this, sent out a series of energy waves, attempting to shatter the mass, but to no avail. At that moment, the mass of flesh in the sky suddenly stirred, And with lightning speed, it instantly merged with a mass of flesh on the ground that had devoured Gohan. Boom. As the two merged, a powerful aura erupted, instantly knocking Piccolo back. Less than 2 seconds later, before Vegeta's astonished gaze, the mass of flesh transformed into Portia. This aura, Vegeta's pupils constricted, and cold sweat formed on his forehead. At that moment, he sensed that Portia's aura had increased several times, reaching a level that even terrified him. Sensing this overwhelming aura, he became extremely dignified. While Portia seemed to be still unaware, he unleashed a sudden ultimate flash. Boom. The ultimate flash struck Portia directly, instantly engulfing him with its overwhelming energy. But Vegeta's solemnity didn't diminish in the slightest, it only intensified. Damn it! How could this happen? He cursed inwardly. The white smoke from the explosion dissipated, revealing Porta, who had been struck head-on, unharmed, standing before him. Arms folded across his chest, he glared at him with a playful smile. Is that all you can do? Tickling me isn't even enough. Porta's tone was filled with contempt. Having devoured Gohan, he felt truly invincible. Even the opponent who had previously embarrassed him could now be destroyed with a single blow. Damn it! This guy can actually devour others' power. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Feeling the remaining strength within him, he no longer hesitated, leaping in front of the opponent and attacking. Bang! A punch, with nearly the same force as before, landed squarely in Porta's face. But surprisingly, this time, the punch failed to send Porta flying. Too weak. Is that all you have? Porta's head tilted back, slowly righting itself from Vegeta's fist. He gazed down at Vegeta with a playful, condescending gaze. Vegeta's expression suddenly changed, but before he could react, he landed a planet-shattering knee strike to his stomach. Swoosh! In an instant, Vegeta's body shot through the air like an arrow. But Porta wasn't done yet. As Vegeta launched into the sky, he teleported above him, raised both hands, and slammed down hard. Bang! A deafening roar echoed, and the ground instantly erupted in a cloud of dust. After a moment, the dust cleared, revealing a battered Vegeta. Damn it! This guy has become this strong. Vegeta stared at Porta with dismay, his mind frantically contemplating how to defeat him. As a proud Saiyan prince, he would never allow himself to be defeated by such a being. But just then, he heard footsteps behind him. Sensing something, he turned and saw Goku approaching with a stern expression. Kakarot, this guy is very strong. While I don't want to join forces with you, there's no choice now. His eyes flickered, and he spoke through gritted teeth. In the past, he would never have chosen to join forces with him, even if it meant his own death. But now, he had his wife and children on Earth to protect. His death would be fine, but if it led to their deaths, he would never forgive himself. So, despite his resistance, he swallowed his pride and extended his first invitation to Goku. But he never expected that the invitation he had forged through so much mental preparation would be rejected without hesitation by Goku. I can do it myself, Vegeta, Goku said, his steps pausing as he passed him. Kakarot. You? Vegeta's rage instantly soared, a vein throbbing in his forehead. This was the first time I'd invited you to join forces, and you actually refused. What the hell? Do you, the proud Saiyan prince, have no dignity? Just as his rage was raging. Boom. Goku, who had just passed by him, suddenly erupted in a white aura. Simultaneously, a powerful aura emanated, which he could clearly sense. What? This aura? Vegeta's pupils widened, staring at Goku's back in disbelief. While this aura wasn't as strong as his current Super Saiyan 4 aura, don't forget, this was his normal aura. How could his normal aura be so powerful? So powerful that even if he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, it wouldn't be anywhere near this. So powerful that even at Super Saiyan 4, he was only slightly stronger than Goku's. Could it be that Goku had been hiding his strength? He was right. In the past, when sparring with him, Goku had only used less than 1,000th of his strength to avoid overwhelming them with his overwhelming power, even when displaying his Super Saiyan 4 form. It was precisely because of this that he mistakenly believed that after transforming into Super Saiyan 4, his strength was comparable to Goku's, and that he mistakenly believed that the enemy before him would require the combined strength of two people. Otherwise, knowing Goku's strength, he would never have been so confident before. Chapter 316 Ending and Leaving. Crash. In a nearby pile of rubble, Piccolo, flung back by the powerful aura unconsciously emanating from Porta, gritted his teeth as he scrambled to his feet. Damn it! That guy could do that with just his aura. He had never imagined he'd be sent flying by someone's aura alone. The difference in strength was unimaginable. But right now, he had no time to dwell on this matter. A more important matter lay before him. Gohan. That guy actually swallowed Gohan. He stared intently at Porta, his face unfazed even by the terrifying aura emanating from him. Gohan was his apprentice, the person he cared about most in this world. He would never let him get hurt, even at the cost of his own life. Just as his mind raced, trying to come up with a way to rescue Gohan, a figure approached from the right, darting into his field of vision. Old son, he was startled at first, then his pupils constricted as he sensed a powerful aura suddenly emanating from the newcomer. How is this possible? He hasn't even transformed into a Super Saiyan yet, and his aura is so strong. He looked at the owner of this aura, Son Goku, in disbelief. On the other side, Krillin and Yamcha, who were previously rescued by Goku, were also staring blankly at the figure that was getting farther and farther away. Hey, Yamcha, is that really Goku? Krillin asked in a daze. Well, I think it should be. Yamcha's mind went blank and he answered subconsciously. They had never seen Goku in his normal state emit such a strong aura, which made them feel shaken and dazed. As Goku approached step by step, Portia, with his arms crossed, tilted his head and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Oh? Interesting. Another opponent for me, he watched the approaching Goku, his expression filled with contempt. But you're not worthy. Even the powerful Vegeta had been easily defeated by him after he devoured Son Gohan. How could this guy, even weaker than Vegeta, possibly become his enemy? He couldn't understand. Was he a fool? Or simply fearless? Anyway, even though the other party was weaker, it wasn't like he couldn't play with him. When he got tired of playing with him, he could destroy everyone here, even this planet. Then he could find another planet to play with. Just as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Goku stopped 2 meters from him, looking at him coldly. I didn't expect you, like Buu, possess the ability to absorb the power of others. He had thought of this earlier, when Baruti said that Portia's body came from Buu. However, upon observation, he discovered that Porta didn't possess Buu's unique physical attributes, such as the ability to extend and retract his limbs and twist his body like a twisting machine. Throughout the battle, he maintained a fighting stance not unlike that of a normal human. He then suspected that perhaps Baruti had reforged his body, rendering it less bizarre than Buu's. However, while Porta had indeed lost these physical attributes, he retained his most important ones. For example, even if his body was blown to pieces, he wouldn't die. He could use his body to devour others, gaining their power and strengthening himself. With these two attributes, Porta was every bit as formidable as Buu. Buu? Who's that? Goku asked, and Porta looked puzzled. Although his body was derived from Buu, he had no memory of Buu, including the souls of the powerful beings who had merged into his body. He saw himself as Porta, the strongest being in the universe created by Baruti, and nothing more. That's a long story. Seeing the confusion on his face, Goku didn't answer his question. Instead, he said, originally, I was wondering whether you were the combined body of those Baruti used to fuse, or a new individual. Now that I think about it, that question isn't important. Portia, though somewhat confused by what he said, continued with interest. Oh? What's important then? Goku looked at him intently for a few seconds before slowly saying, what's important is that you're a very dangerous individual. If left unchecked, the world will be doomed. Having seen Portia attack Earth recklessly and in a frenzy, he knew he couldn't keep him around. Later, seeing him possess the same ability as Buu to devour others for power only solidified his resolve. Such an unstable, immensely powerful, and terrifyingly dangerous individual must not be allowed to remain on Earth. Otherwise, Earth, and even the entire universe, could be destroyed. Dangerous individual. Portia was stunned for a moment, then a grin crept across his face. Ho ha ho ho ha ho ha. That really suits me. His face reappeared with the previous cruelty and bloodlust. Next, I'll torture you to death, then destroy this entire planet. Then I'll find another planet to play with, and then destroy that, and then find another planet, until I'm tired of playing. He licked his lips and looked Goku up and down, as if considering which part to crush first. But then, Goku shook his head, dismissing his words. No, you can't, because I'll kill you. Kill me, As if hearing the funniest joke in the world, Portia was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter, a laugh that was contemptuous yet filled with endless murderous intent. Ha 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 ha. You're really interesting. Well, I'll play with you a little longer. As a reward, he clenched his fist, and an extremely powerful aura emanated again, blowing Goku's hair into a continuous stream. Then, he hooked his finger at Goku, signaling him to attack. Yet, his stance was slack, revealing flaws. This was because he believed that even if he didn't defend himself and allowed Goku to attack him, he wouldn't be harmed at all. After devouring Gohan, he had become so confident. While he remained motionless, glaring at Goku with disdain, Goku, without making a move, instantly leaped several meters across and was in front of him. At the same time, his black hair suddenly turned golden. Bang! A fist that could have shattered a galaxy struck Portia's abdomen before he could react. In an instant, Portia's eyes bulged, and he vomited saliva mixed with purple-red blood. How could this be possible? In excruciating pain, he clutched his stomach and took several steps back, his expression filled with disbelief. Before he could recover and raise his head, his expression changed again, and he felt a surge of turmoil within him. Then, he suddenly opened his mouth, its width almost reaching half his height. A stream of saliva dripped onto the ground, and he spat out an unconscious figure. With a click, Goku caught the figure, Gohan, who had been swallowed by Portia earlier. After sensing it, he muttered to himself, "No problem, just lost his energy after being drained." Immediately, he appeared beside Piccolo, holding Gohan. "Piccolo, Gohan is fine. I'll leave him in your care." Piccolo took Gohan and examined him carefully, his previous nervousness relaxing. "I understand, old son, leave it to me." At that moment, a voice so frantic it almost sounded insane came from nearby. Die all of you, ha 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 ha." Portia, who had spit out Gohan, looked frantic, as if his mind had completely lost. His aura, which had just dropped significantly after spitting out Gohan, now inexplicably surged again. While not as strong as it had been after consuming Gohan, it was far superior to Vegeta's previous level. "I'm the strongest in the universe. I'm the strongest in the universe. Everyone, die! Everyone, die!" Ho ha ho ha. A dense, concentrated ball of deep purple energy appeared in his palm. As he continued to pour energy into it, the destructive aura it exuded rapidly intensified. Has this guy gone mad? Vegeta's eyelids twitched nearby. If this energy collided with Earth, even Portia would be completely vaporized in the instant of the explosion, with no chance of survival. Was he trying to be buried with them? Then, he noticed something was wrong with Portia's aura. Why is his aura strange? He sensed that Portia's aura was not only extremely violent but also strange. Besides Portia's aura, he also seemed to sense dozens of other auras that didn't belong to him. Because he's fused with the souls of many people. I think something strange just happened, causing his current condition. Goku appeared beside him out of nowhere, gazing at Portia and explaining. Soul fusion. What do you mean, Kakarot? Vegeta was startled, glaring at Goku. But Goku shook his head. I don't know the details. That guy named Baruti told me. I'll explain everything later. Right now, we have to stop this guy and prevent him from destroying the Earth. Without waiting for Vegeta's reply, he vanished and arrived in front of the frantic Portia. Portia had already poured all his energy into the energy ball. Though the dense, concentrated energy ball was only the size of a human head, no one present, except Goku, could ignore it. Oh, this is terrifying. Are we going to die? Yamcha, watching from afar, felt a chill run down his spine, his lips trembling. Speak, what nonsense are you talking about? We have Goku. Krillin trembled under the terrifying aura of the energy ball, but his eyes remained determined. As a childhood friend, he trusted Goku unconditionally. He believed that as long as Goku was there, no crisis was unsolvable. Ha 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 ha. Die? All of you die. Even though Goku was already standing before him, Portia seemed oblivious, simply gazing at the energy ball condensing in his hand and laughing maniacally. It seems you're truly not a new individual. Goku stared at him for a moment before slowly speaking. In that case, I will free you, and at the same time, free those souls imprisoned by Baruti. As soon as he finished speaking, a rainbow energy ball resembling a star appeared in his hand. Portia, as if sensing something, tried to smack the energy ball to the ground. But before he could move, Goku swung his arm, and the rainbow energy in his palm instantly enveloped him and the deep purple energy ball. 2 years later, on an uninhabited plain, two figures engaged in a fierce battle in the air. They were none other than Goku and Gohan. Following the resolution of the Portia attack, Earth entered a period of peace, free from powerful enemies. Their lives returned to normal, training and earning a peaceful and stable existence. And now, it was time for them to train. An indeterminate amount of time passed, as the sun gradually dipped below the horizon, its golden glow bathing the earth. The two figures, fighting fiercely, each withdrew, slowly falling to the ground. That's enough. We should go back to dinner, Goku said, hands on his hips, smiling at Gohan. Okay, Dad, Gohan said, wiping the sweat from his forehead and nodding. He sighed inwardly. Even though his strength had increased significantly over the past 2 years, he still couldn't catch up to Dad. The sun set, its afterglow stretching the two figures into a long shadow. On the way home, Goku, in the fading light, glanced sideways at Gohan, who was walking beside him, taking in his increasingly mature face. After a few seconds of hesitation, he suddenly said, Gohan, I should go. Gohan, who was already wondering what delicious food he'd have for the day, instinctively asked, Dad, aren't you coming home for dinner? Are you going to see Uncle Krillin? Or Uncle Vegeta? Because Goku had occasionally visited these two, he'd assumed Goku meant that. However, Goku shook his head and said gravely, no, I mean, it's time for me to leave this world. He had been in this world for 6 years. Over those years, he'd taught Vegeta and Gohan the method of Super Saiyan 4 and mentored Gohan, bringing him ever closer to his former strength. Now, seeing his son from another time and space mature and capable of standing on his own, he decided it was time to leave. After all, he wasn't from this time and space. At that moment, Gohan finally realized what was happening, his expression slightly startled. What did you say? Are you leaving? After 6 years of companionship, he had long forgotten that the Goku before him was from another time and dimension, and considered him his true father. In his heart, whether it was the Goku who had passed away due to illness, or the Goku who had traveled from another time and dimension to teach him so attentively, they were both his father, no different. Therefore, hearing Goku's sudden departure caught him completely off guard. Why, Dad, can't you stay a little longer? He stared at Goku, trying to persuade him to stay in this world a little longer. But Goku paused for a few seconds before shaking his head. No, I've already been here a long time. He placed his hand on Gohan's shoulder and smiled. Gohan, I want to leave because I see you've grown up completely. I believe that even in my absence, you will be able to protect the Earth and the people you're here to protect. Gohan's eyes welled up. He understood why Goku wanted to leave. Only if Goku leaves can he truly break free from the umbrella's protection and shoulder the responsibility of protecting his home and the Earth. This is also a sign of Goku's trust in his current self. So, despite his reluctance, he nodded firmly, vowing, Dad, don't worry. I will definitely protect the Earth and will never let anything happen to it. Gohan, Dad, you're back. In the house where Goku and his family lived on Baozi Mountain, Videl smiled brightly as she saw Goku and his son return and helped Chi-Chi serve the meal. Yes, we're back, Videl, looking at his newlywed wife. Gohan's mood, which had been somewhat depressed by hearing about Goku's departure, eased a little. Although his trajectory in this world differed from his own time and space, perhaps by fate, he met Videl and fell in love shortly after the Portia attack. And then, a while ago, in front of all the friends and family, they married. Hey, Gohan, why are your eyes a little red? Videl, Gohan's beloved wife, keenly noticed the change in his expression and asked with some confusion. Ah, that's right. Maybe the wind and sand just blinded me, Gohan laughed. He'd definitely tell him that Goku was leaving, but he didn't want to let him know that his eyes were red. Is that so? Videl tilted her head. Though a little puzzled by Gohan's blindness when there wasn't much wind today, she accepted the explanation out of trust in her husband. Goku, Gohan, you're back just in time. You must be hungry. Go wash your hands and eat. Just then, Chi-Chi arrived at the table with a plate of food. After greeting Goku and his son, she turned to Videl and said, Videl, there are 2 more dishes in the kitchen. Come and get them for me, okay, Mom? Videl nodded obediently and followed Chi-Chi into the kitchen. After the two of them were far away, Gohan looked at Goku. Dad, what about Mom? Although he didn't finish his words, Goku still understood what he meant. Don't worry, I'll tell Chi-Chi. Although he was a little worried about how to tell Chi-Chi about this, at this point, He would definitely not leave without saying goodbye. He would confess the matter to her before leaving. At the dinner table, a family of 4 enjoyed themselves happily. Chi-Chi picked up some food for Goku while recounting her experiences on her shopping trip to the city. Videl echoed her sentiments, picking up some food for her husband, Gohan. Goku and his son wolfed down their food, nodding occasionally to show they were listening intently. By the way, Gohan, tomorrow is your day to teach your students. Don't forget it, Videl said mid-meal. Tomorrow? I see. I'll be there on time, Gohan nodded thoughtfully. In this world, although he had always persisted in studying, he ultimately chose not to become an academic. Instead, after winning the previous Tenkaichi martial arts tournament, he joined the dojo run by Videl's father, Satan, and became a martial arts instructor. Thanks to his achievements in the tournament and Satan's business acumen, he quickly became the dojo's premier instructor, with a constant stream of people seeking his guidance daily. However, because he needed a considerable amount of time for personal training, he only set aside 1 day a week for instruction. Even so, his students were constantly overflowing, and the weekly income he earned was enough to cover several months' wages for an average person. Soon, Wukong and his family finished their meal. As Videl carried the dishes into the kitchen to wash, and Chi-Chi wanted to join in, Wukong reached out and grabbed her. Huh? What's wrong, Wukong? Chi-Chi looked at him, somewhat puzzled. Then, Wukong scratched his head and gave a rather awkward laugh. Chi-Chi, come with me. I have something to tell you. Something? Chi-Chi blinked, glancing at Wukong's expression. She noticed her son's face, which looked heavy and downcast. After a few seconds of thought, she nodded and said, Okay, Wukong, go ahead. Outside, the moon, shaped like a jade disc, hung high in the sky, its bright moonlight softly casting a silvery veil over Wukong and Chi-Chi. After dragging Chi-Chi outside, Wukong pondered for a few seconds, then slowly said to his wife from another time and space, Chi-Chi, I'm actually. Before he could finish his words, Chi-Chi suddenly covered his mouth. Wukong, are you leaving? Chi-Chi's eyes, still beautiful despite the age, stared at Wukong without blinking. After asking, she slowly removed her hand. Wukong was visibly stunned, but then, seeing Chi-Chi's expression, he seemed to understand something. He smiled and nodded, Yes, Chi-Chi, I'm leaving. After his answer, Chi-Chi fell silent, staring at him intently for a long moment. Then, she suddenly exhaled and smiled, a smile that resembled the one she had when she first met Wukong. I understand, Wukong, you can leave with peace of mind. She looked at Wukong with a smile, her eyes filled with reluctance, but without any attempt to keep him. Watching her smile, Goku was silent for a moment. Then, he suddenly stepped forward, gently hugged her, and whispered, Thank you, Chi-Chi. Then, releasing her hand, he flashed his signature smile. He waved to Chi-Chi again, his figure gradually blurring as he waved, until he vanished. A moment after he left, Chi-Chi wiped a few tears from her eyes, and then a voice called from behind, Mom, Dad, he told you everything, didn't he? Gohan emerged from the room, looking back at his mother with a touch of sadness and guilt. His mother, knowing the truth, would surely be heartbroken. Unexpectedly, Chi-Chi turned around and winked playfully. What did he say, huh? Gohan was visibly stunned by this question, then tentatively asked, somewhat uncertainly, Dad, he didn't tell you, he said he was leaving, didn't he? Chi-Chi interrupted. Yes, and then there's nothing else. Goku just told me that. Chi-Chi smiled faintly and stood beside Gohan, looking up at the dark night sky, twinkling with stars. Gohan was a little confused by her answer. He scratched his face, wondering, that's not right. Dad couldn't have just said that and left. But Mom wouldn't lie, right? So, what was going on? Just as he was puzzled, he heard a voice, actually, I already knew it. Gohan, huh? What did you say, Mom? Gohan turned around in surprise, only to find Chi-Chi already in the room. Actually, I already knew he wasn't the Goku we were most familiar with. Chi-Chi entered the room, opened the window, let the breeze brush her hair, and smiled at the bright moonlight. Although they were almost identical, they were still different. However, I am still very grateful that God sent such a Goku to me. And thank you, Goku too. Chapter 317 Beginning. Somewhere in the dark and silent universe lies a brilliant nebula. This nebula, known as the M78 Nebula, contains tens of millions of planets, one of which is called Ultrastar, also known as the Land of Light. The Land of Light is a planet radiating green light. This green light originates from an artificial sun, the Plasma Spark Tower, developed by the humans who inhabited it 270,000 years ago to replace the sun that exploded and vanished. Thanks to this energy source, the humans of the Land of Light, once identical to Earthlings, have undergone a super evolution, becoming colossal giants. These beings are known as Ultramen. In the Land of Light, next to the Plasma Spark Tower, a massive building hovers in midair. This is the headquarters of the Space Guard. 3 Ultramen stand at the entrance of the building, overlooking the Land of Light. Has the ultimate battle device not been found yet? A red-caped Ultraman asks. He is Zafy, the eldest of all the Ultra brothers and the current captain of the Space Guard. No, the whereabouts of the ultimate battle device have been unknown since that battle. Mebius and his companions have been searching for it for a long time but haven't found it. The one who answered was an Ultraman, almost entirely red. He was 7, one of the Ultra brothers. Ever since Mebius, Hikari, Ace, and Taro defeated the 4 Dark Lords in the monster graveyard and shattered their attempt to resurrect the great Emperor of the Dark Universe, the ultimate battle device they used to resurrect Emperor was accidentally lost. No matter how hard Mebius and his companions searched, they still couldn't find it. Is that so? Never mind. Anyway, Mebius should be back from his patrol by now. Why haven't we seen him yet? Zafy pondered for a few seconds before changing the subject. Then, the only Ultraman among the 3, who had boasted impressive pectoral muscles and had remained silent, spoke up. Well, I just sent him a message earlier. He said he was chasing the monster Bemula. I think once he's done with that, he'll... Before he could finish his words, he caught a glimpse of a circular tunnel with a blue glow appearing outside the Land of Light. It was a wormhole hyperspace tunnel created by the Ultraman using light energy, capable of instantly crossing between locations tens of thousands of light years apart. The moment the tunnel appeared, a figure materialized within it. He's back. It looks like the matter is resolved, the first Ultraman said, immediately changing his tone after catching a glimpse of the figure. The person appearing in the tunnel was none other than the Ultraman Mebius they had been discussing. A short while later, Mebius flew from the sky into the Land of Light and arrived before them. Brother Zafy, Brother Ultraman, Brother 7, I'm back. Landing on the ground, Mebius was the first to nod in greeting. Well, is everything going well, Mebius? Zafy asked. It's going well. I've destroyed the monster Bemula. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Mebius. Zafy nodded, then changed the subject. The recent increase in negative energy in the universe has made these monsters more ferocious. Therefore, we must be vigilant for the time being to respond promptly to any emergencies. As they were talking, outside the Land of Light, in a space prison not far from the Land of Light, a strange-looking Ultraman suddenly appeared. He held a long-lost ultimate battle device. Who is this? The 2 Ultraman guarding the prison shouted upon seeing a strange Ultraman appear at the prison gate, weapon in hand. Without hesitation, they summoned their own weapons. However, their vigilance was in vain. The strange Ultraman pointed the ultimate battle device at them, and a beam of purple destructive light, wrapped in red lightning, erupted, instantly blasting the 2 away. Ignoring the 2 Ultramen guarding the gate who had been blasted into outer space, the stranger looked at the prison gate blasted open by the attack, glanced at the ultimate battle device in his hand, and exclaimed, "What a powerful treasure indeed." The exact creator of this ultimate battle device is difficult to determine, but everyone in the universe knows that it was brought to prominence by the ultimate life form, Rebrand, who once led an army of monsters to rule the entire universe. Rebrand relied on its powerful offensive and defensive capabilities, as well as its terrifying ability to control monsters and aliens, to successfully rule the universe. This clearly demonstrates how formidable this weapon is. After Rebrand's physical body perished, only one person could unleash its full power. And now, this stranger Ultraman was on a quest to find that person. He stepped through the broken gate and arrived inside the space prison. Once inside, he transformed into an alien who resembled a garbage can on a pile of feces. The man's face was unmistakably the infamous Zarab. Hey, powerful Dark Ultra Warrior, imprisoned here for over 20,000 years. Let me free you. He was seeking the sole individual in prison within this cosmic prison. That individual was none other than the evil Ultraman Belia, who nearly 30,000 years ago led an army of monsters into the Land of Light, defeating countless Ultra Warriors before being sealed away by the King of Ultra. As Zarab entered the prison, he immediately spotted Belia, sealed within the unknown metal ahead. Having stumbled upon the lost ultimate battle device, he had harbored the desire to free Belia. His goal was to harness its power, jointly dominate the universe, and achieve unparalleled hegemony. Seeing his ultimate hegemony about to take a crucial step forward, he didn't hesitate. He aimed the ultimate battle device at Belia's imprisonment and instantly unleashed a beam of destructive force. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the powerful and evil Ultraman, once the source of endless terror to the Ultra clan, finally found his long-awaited freedom. Amidst the dust and smoke, Belia, a figure far more robust than the average Ultraman, with skin composed of dark red and black, narrow eyes and a cold, fierce expression, stretched his neck, his joints cracking with the sound of long-lost joints. After 20,000 years, I'm finally out, he muttered to himself, his cold, sinister gaze fixed on the Zarab who had freed him. His gaze betrayed no trace of gentleness at the man's release. Being stared at by such a figure, and sensing the powerful aura emanating from him, Zarab felt a chill run through his body, even with a sharp weapon in hand. Without hesitation, he approached with a fawning air, head bowed, and presented the ultimate battle instrument with both hands. Mighty Ultraman Belial, this is your ultimate battle device. I beg you to unleash its full power and carry me with you to achieve my goal of ruling the universe. His voice was filled with passion and sincerity, as if he expected Belial to grant his request. Unbeknownst to him, even after he presented the ultimate battle device, Belial's gaze shifted from him to the device itself. With a snap. Quickly, Belial seized the device, transforming it into a bronze-like fighting stance, thick at both ends and slender in the middle. He then wielded it with a flourish. Feeling his hand lighten, the Zarab alien took a few steps back. Looking at Belial, who was still examining the device, he continued, with this, I believe you will be able to make a comeback and bring down the so-called Kingdom of Light. He stared at him intently, a beautiful vision of their destruction, their unimpeded march to rule the universe. But at that moment, without warning, Belial pointed the ultimate battle device at him. Immediately, before he could react, a destructive beam instantly engulfed him, blasting him into the tiniest speck of dust in the universe. He casually killed the Zarab as if he were an ant. Belial paid no heed to the Zarab's death, simply raising the ultimate battle device, his gaze growing even more intense. It seems this is the real ultimate battle device, his voice echoed, devoid of any emotion. Until his death, the Zarab had never imagined that after all the hard work he put into freeing Belial, instead of rewarding him, the other party would use him as a sacrifice to test the authenticity of the ultimate battle device. This cold-blooded and ruthless approach was precisely why many Ultramen considered Belial evil. Possessed by the Rebrando, he had long since amplified the evil that had once nurtured within him. To achieve his goals, he would use cold and brutal methods against anyone. A mere Zarab, dead and gone, was a matter of indifference to him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Shortly after he killed the Zarab alien, several beams of light shot out from the sky. Despite being in prison for over 20,000 years, his reflexes remained astonishing, his body still agile. He simply raised the ultimate battle device and formed a few stick flower movements above his head, easily deflecting the attacks. Belia. Return to your cage, a furious roar echoed from above. Belial clutched the ultimate battle device in his right hand, his left flexing a sharp, hook-like claw as he gazed up at the sky with a cold gaze. Haha, you're coming pretty quickly. He saw dozens of members of the Space Guard. Leading the charge, the one issuing the furious roar, was none other than Ultraman Taro, one of the Ultra Brothers and son of Ultra Father. Upon noticing the disturbance in the space prison, Taro, who had always been responsible for patrolling this area, immediately rushed to the scene with the other members of the guard. Upon witnessing Belial, imprisoned for years, escape his cage, he attacked without hesitation. Belia, who released you, seeing his attack ineffective, Taro began to gather intelligence. After all, he doubted that Belia, imprisoned for so long, could escape on his own. But he saw no one else. While Belia was dangerous, he was within his sight. The enemy, lurking somewhere, was even more dangerous. You'll know when you die, Belia chuckled maliciously. He then raised the ultimate battle device and pointed it at Taro and the others. Next, you two will help me warm up. After being in prison for so long, his body was still somewhat rusty. He needed to use these newbies to warm up, so that he could be in better shape to invade the Land of Light and seize the Plasma Spark Tower's energy core, which he had always coveted. Seeing no information, Taro no longer hesitated. He waved his hand. Follow me, take him down. He then charged Belia first. Behind him, dozens of guards, having received the order, followed closely. Well timed, facing an enemy dozens to his own, Belia showed no signs of panic, charging forward with his ultra battle device. Bang, bang, bang. With just 2 strikes, he temporarily repelled the formidable Taro. Then, charging into the ranks of the guards, his ultra battle device opening and closing like a melon, slicing and slashing each attacking Ultraman away. But Taro wasn't disappointed, for he knew an attack of this magnitude wouldn't defeat Belial. He was merely trying to force Belia to pause, so he could take this. Belial, an ultra kick, bursting with immense power, instantly crossed 1,000 meters and struck Belial fiercely. Haha, just in time. Facing Taro's premeditated attack, Belial remained calm, effortlessly dodging Taro's nearly unmissable ultra kick with a sideways motion. Then, with a powerful chop from his ultimate battle device, he sent Taro careening through the air. Brother Taro, the Ultraman who hadn't been defeated by Belial, saw this and were instantly filled with anxiety. Without hesitation, they charged at Belia once again. Unfortunately, no matter how high their fighting spirit and how much of a numerical advantage they held, they were like sheep before a wolf, no, a tiger, before the vastly superior Belia. They had no power to resist. Soon, all the Ultramen charging at Belial fell to the ground, either unconscious or unable to rise again. Too weak. With this little strength, I can't even warm up. Belial twisted his neck, his cold, ruthless gaze sweeping over the crowd of weaklings, his heart thick with disappointment. Ken, after all these years, the space guard you've led is still so fragile. Just then, a figure suddenly attacked from the side, gripping him tightly. Belial. I won't let you escape, Taro, who had been sent flying earlier, declared firmly. Driven by immense inertia, the 2 men flew out of the space prison in the blink of an eye, plummeting towards the land of light ahead. Everyone, we're counting on you, Taro thought. They alone couldn't subdue Belial, so they needed the strength of the other Ultramen in the land of light, especially the Ultra Brothers. But he didn't know that even if he didn't, Belial would have invaded the land of light. His action only helped Belial arrive a little earlier. Swoosh. At this moment, the Ultramen in the open space of the land of light all heard a shrill scream from above. Looking up, they saw a fireball rapidly falling from the sky. What was that? Boom. Amid the Ultraman's exclamations of astonishment, the fireball slammed heavily in front of the plasma spark tower. When the white smoke dissipated, what came into view was a figure with an evil aura that made them feel like they were falling into an icy cellar. At its feet was the chief instructor of the Space Guard, whom they admired so much. Taro. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318, Goku enters the Land of Light. The Land of Light, which had enjoyed years of peace and tranquility, was now convulsed with an unprecedented commotion and panic. Upon seeing Belial, emanating a powerful, sinister aura, most Ultramen were overcome with fear. This fear reached its peak when Taro, motionless beneath his feet, lay unwavering. Fortunately, some Ultramen, though shocked, remained calm. These were the members of the Space Guard. Shortly after Belial appeared, they reacted quickly. Some organized their regular Ultramen to leave the area, while others gathered and surrounded Belial. Belial, you actually escaped. The Ultramen Zafi, 7, Mebius, and others, who had been discussing the situation, appeared. Zafi, the leader, stared at Belial and shouted. Although Belial had been imprisoned in the space prison before he was even born, as the second captain of the Space Guard, he naturally recognized someone like Belial, who was being held captive in the Land of Light. Back to the same old place again. Belial glanced at the Ultramen surrounding him, but finding none familiar, he completely ignored them, surveying the Land of Light as if he weren't in any perilous situation. After all, in his mind, Ken, Ultra Father, was the only one worthy of his respect in the Land of Light. The rest were mere scabby wretch, completely unworthy of mention. You dare to look down on us? We'll take you on. Seeing his contemptuous attitude, some of the more ill-tempered Ultramen immediately attacked. Seeing their companions move out, the others followed suit, attacking Belial from all sides. Just when I was worried I wasn't warming up enough, I'll use you to give me a good workout, Seeing the Ultramen approaching, Belial finally turned his attention to them. With a cold smile, he swung the ultimate battle device in his hand, instantly sweeping away the most aggressive Ultraman charging forward. Then, dodging a whistling fist from behind, he dodged with his left hand, snatched up the Ultraman behind him, and flung him with all his might, sending him crashing down on the attacking Ultraman in front. Use Ultra Ray. Seeing the opponent's formidable melee prowess, the Ultraman paused, striking positions in perfect unison. Instantly, several powerful beams emanated from Belia. But how could such an attack have any effect on Belia? He simply raised the ultimate battle device in front of him and performed a few swings, easily blocking the attacks. Then, with a single sweep of his hand, a giant sickle-shaped beam of ultra-destructive force shot out from the ultimate battle device, instantly sweeping away the Ultraman. Let's meet you. After the ordinary Ultra Warriors were defeated, several stronger Ultra Warriors attacked in unison. Among them were Ultraman Max, known as the fastest and strongest, Ultraman Hikari, the wise and brave Blue Warrior, Ultraman Mebius, one of the Ultra Brothers, Ultraman Neos, Ultraman Grey, and many more. HMPH, come on, Belial stood calmly, holding his ultimate battle device, awaiting their attack. Then, when Max rushed in and engaged him in physical combat for 2 rounds, he delivered a powerful punch, sending him flying. Immediately afterwards, he dodged Hikari's attack, grabbed his arm, and twisted it back, using a grappling technique to remove it. Not only that, he used the other Ultraman as a human shield, blocking the attacks of the other Ultraman. Then, he casually flung him away, raised his Ultra Battle device, and blasted away several super destructive beams, blasting the Ultraman away. In the blink of an eye, only Mebius remained before him. Damn it! Mebius, seeing his companions defeated one after another, Mebius' heart sank, and without hesitation, he was about to unleash his most prized ultimate move, the Mebius Ray. But Belial was quicker than him. While he was still gathering power, Belial suddenly pointed the Ultra Battle device at him. Immediately, a blue, lightning-like rope of light bound him tightly, preventing him from firing any more Mebius rays. Then, as he struggled, Belial swung the Ultra Battle device, sending him flying out of the land of light and into space. Too weak, too weak. Is this the kind of crap people in the land of light these days? After dispatching Mebius, Belia twisted his neck, feeling utterly bored. If he'd seen any movies, he'd probably say, there's not a single person who can fight. Everyone here is trash. Don't get complacent, Belia, your next opponent is us. Just as he was feeling increasingly bored, the 3 older Ultramen who had been watching from the sidelines finally stepped forward. They'd held back earlier because, firstly, they wanted to allow the younger Ultra Warriors to gain experience, secondly, they wanted to observe Belia's fighting style, and thirdly, because there were too many people attacking earlier, and the 3 of them wouldn't be able to unleash their full power. So, for all these reasons, they'd opted to watch from the sidelines, only now preparing to take action. Oh? Then come on. Although the 3 Ultramen before him posed a greater threat than the previous ones, Belia still didn't take them seriously. He simply extended his sharp claws and made a provocative hook towards them. Seeing this, Zafi, 7, and the first remained undeterred by his provocation, remaining composed and poised. They were no immature brats. Though much younger than Belial, they were still significantly older than the previous Ultraman. The enemy's provocations proved ineffective against them. However, despite their composure and cautious fighting, they united in their attack on Belial with unwavering coordination. Within a minute, 7 and the first were blasted away by Belial, landing far away. Zafi, struggling to hold on alone, was soon struck by a powerful blow from Belial. He was pinned to the chest by Belial, plummeting from the sky, crashing to the ground, unable to recover. How boring. Having dispatched the 3 Ultramen, Belial, feeling no longer vulnerable, sneered and swaggered into the Plasma Spark Tower. Inside the Plasma Spark Tower, Ultraman Jack, Ace, and Eddie, guarding the energy core, gazed solemnly at Belia as he entered. Belia, we will never let you take the energy core, Ace pointed at Belia and roared, then raised his hands above his head and unleashed his vaunted Ultra Guillotine. With a piercing shriek, it seemed to slice through space as it slashed towards Belia. However, Belia simply thrust his ultimate battle device forward, shattering the all-slicing Ultra Guillotine in one blow. Ace, Eddie, let's use the combined beam. Seeing this, Jack's heart sank. Knowing that the three of them couldn't defeat Belia without their combined strength, he immediately proposed. Ace and Eddie understood his intention and, without hesitation, stood beside Jack and simultaneously assumed their ultimate beam stance. Shakusium beam, Metallium beam, Specium beam. As the three men executed their movements in unison, three powerful beams, each their ultimate killer moves, erupted from their hands. Then, they merged into one in mid-air, carrying a terrifying power far exceeding that of any individual beam, and blasted towards Belia with overwhelming force. Finally, something interesting, facing this most powerful blow he had witnessed since escaping prison, Belia's long-dormant body became more excited. He held the ultimate battle device horizontally before himself and took the powerful blow head-on. And that wasn't the end. Gathering all his strength, he thrust his hands forward, pushing the beam energy that had been stuck in front of him directly outward. Before Ace and the other two could react, the beam slammed into them, sending them flying. Be damn it, ignoring the three defeated men lying on the ground, groaning helplessly, Belia looked up at the sky. With a powerful kick of his legs, he soared upward, landing on the platform where the plasma spark tower's energy core was stored. Just as he gazed at the energy core with gleaming eyes, ready to remove it, a voice suddenly rang out from behind him, both incredibly familiar and incredibly disgusting. Belia, stop making such mistakes. He spun around to see the man he hated the most, his former close comrade Ken, now known to the current Ultraman as Ultra Father. And then there was Ultraman Marie, whom he also hated, now known to the current Ultraman as Ultra Mother. Your face is as disgusting as ever. You're wrong? Haha, how could I be wrong? Belia fixed his cold, ruthless gaze on Ultra Father, clenching his left hand. I'm only seeking the greatest power in the universe. Ultra Father gazed at his former comrade with heartache, still attempting to offer his advice. Belia, have you forgotten the Ultra Spirit we believe in? Ultra Spirit? Belia sneered. I abandoned that tens of thousands of years ago. With these words, he brandished his ultimate battle device and launched his first attack. Seeing this, Ultra Father had no choice but to step forward to meet his opponent. This time, however, Belia, previously invincible, failed to defeat his opponent with a single blow. Instead, Ultra Father easily withstood his attacks. The incredibly powerful ultimate battle device struck Ultra Father's arm, like encountering the hardest substance in the world, leaving him harmless. Ultra Father seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful punch to Belia's abdomen, sending him flying backward and half-kneeling on the ground. Feeling the pain in his abdomen, Belia's eyes grew fiercer. He glanced up and happened to catch a glimpse of Ultra Father's abdomen. He remembered the incurable wound he'd sustained during his battle with Alien Emperor 30,000 years ago. The wound had been located on the left side of his abdomen. Swoosh! He charged forward again, attacking. This time, after 2 rounds, he seized the moment's opportunity and slammed his prepared ultimate battle device into the wound. In an instant, the tide turned. Ultra Father's body froze, his previous injury recurring. Powerful energy surged through the wound, instantly crippling his entire body. Then, powerlessly, he was slashed away by Belia. But Belia wasn't done with him. He controlled the ultimate battle device and unleashed a destructive beam, aiming to defeat Mother Ultra as well. At this juncture, Taro, previously defeated by Belia, rushed in, blocking his mother's path and withstanding the blow. Taro, Mother Ultra's heart tightened, and she tried to catch the weakened Taro. But before she could even move, Belia was already charging at her, forcing her to fight back with all her might. However, while her strength was respectable, how could she be a match for Belia? Within a few rounds, she was savagely beaten to the ground, unable to fight. Seeing no more obstacles before him, Belia burst into laughter. He then walked over to the shelf containing the plasma spark tower's energy core, reached out, and pulled it out without hesitation. This time, it's finally mine. Looking at the energy core in his hand, he felt a surge of joy. After 30,000 years, he finally possessed the most powerful force in the universe. This time, he would rule the entire universe and become its most powerful and supreme overlord. Whoosh! Without a moment's hesitation, he departed. Meanwhile, the Kingdom of Light, deprived of its energy core, felt as if it had lost the sun's rays. The temperature plummeted at a terrifying rate. What? Outside the plasma spark tower, the Ultra Warriors, previously struck down by Belia, were barely rising to their feet when a wave of extreme cold swept over them. Without a moment to react, the icy air instantly swept through them, freezing them and the surrounding buildings into ice sculptures. Then, with incredible speed, it swept across the land of light, freezing everything within. In an instant, the entire land of light was transformed into a deadly, frozen realm. Inside the plasma spark tower, Taro, with his last remaining strength, dragged his injured body to the rack where the energy core had been stored. Risking his life, he expended all his light to protect the remaining energy before losing consciousness. The gravely injured Ultra Father supported the equally injured Ultra Mother. Seeing his son's actions, he exclaimed with relief, "This is the last ray of hope Taro leaves for our land of light." Then, he and Mother Ultra were transformed into ice sculptures. In space, Moebius, bound for so long by Belia's ropes of light, finally broke free. Shocked by the changes taking place within the land of light, he immediately flew towards it at top speed. Arriving there, he gazed upon the vast expanse of ice before him, a dazed expression on his face. Had they failed? Had Belia taken the energy core? Was their land of light doomed? Just as his mind was going blank, two voices suddenly echoed in his mind. "Moebius, Taro is holding on to her last bit of energy." Moebius jerked his head up. "Brother 7, Brother Ultraman, are you alright?" The first's voice echoed. "Not well. We don't have much time left." While he and 7 had been injured, they hadn't been severely damaged. Therefore, when the extreme cold swept across the land of light, they had relied on the Ultra Barrier to protect themselves from being thrashed into ice. However, this had also expended considerable energy. With their energy cores stolen and unable to receive light, they could no longer maintain their Ultraman forms. Damn it! Are we really invincible to that guy? Realizing the predicament of 7 and the first, Moebius clenched his fists in frustration. "No, we might still have a chance," 7's voice rang out. "Moebius, go find a human named Ray. He's Leonicus, a descendant of Belia's genes, and a descendant of the Rebrands. Like Belia, he possesses the ability to control monsters. With his help, perhaps we can defeat Belia." Sometime later, Moebius, guided by 7, set out to find Ray. On a frozen street in the land of light, a figure suddenly appeared. "Hiss, why is it so cold here?" Goku, teleported here by Shenron, winced upon arriving, shuddering from the sudden, freezing temperature. He hugged his body with both hands, rubbing them to warm himself up, while at the same time, he looked around with curiosity and doubt. Where is this place? Chapter 319 Wukong, do you need help? In the universe, on a planet with an environment similar to Earth, Moebius found Lei, a member of the Panlong crew, who was currently exploring habitable worlds with his teammates. After earnestly explaining the situation in the land of light and requesting their assistance, he agreed without hesitation. To the astonishment of the others aboard the Panlong, Moebius arrived and departed just as quickly, immediately returning to the land of light with Lei. Meanwhile, inside the frozen land of light, Goku, a newcomer to the area, blinked curiously as he surveyed his surroundings. What is this place? These ice blocks are so tall. He marveled at the towering ice blocks on both sides, resembling peaks. He had seen glaciers before, but never had he seen so many, so neatly arranged, and so tall. Suddenly, he glanced at the ground, and just as he was about to look away, his gaze snapped back, fixed on the ground. Or perhaps, rather, on something beneath the ground. There seems to be something in there, because the light here was so dim, almost pitch black, he hadn't noticed what was beneath his feet before, treating it as just ordinary ice. But just now, when he happened to glance at the ice, he noticed what looked like several enormous dark figures. Puzzled and curious, he immediately crouched down, eyes wide open, and peered closely, trying to discern what they were. Are these people? His eyes suddenly widened, and he blinked in confusion. He observed that the dark figures had humanoid bodies. But what astonished him wasn't that, but the sheer size of these people. He roughly estimated that each one was at least several dozen meters tall. And, despite their human-like forms, their faces were anything but human. So are they human? He stood up, resting his chin on his hand, and began to ponder the question seriously. After a moment, he shook his head. Whatever. Just assume they're human. He then raised his index finger to the tip of his nose. Let me think. They're so big, I'll just call them giants, he chuckled, confident in his name. But if they're human, why are they frozen in there? Are they all dead? After naming them, another question popped up in his mind, and he began to carefully sense them. 2 seconds later, his brow furrowed into a frown. They all have a life force, but it's so faint, His perception revealed that the giants were still alive, but their aura was extremely weak. If not, he would have spotted them the moment he appeared. It doesn't seem so weak. They're just sealing their energy within, barely leaking it out. A few seconds later, the frown on his brow gradually eased. With deeper perception, he realized that they weren't weak and dying, but rather that they had trapped all their energy within themselves, with almost no leakage, giving him the illusion of imminent death. So, the question arose, why were they so trapped? Glancing at the 1,000-mile frozen landscape around him, a hypothesis struck him. Could it be that the other party was trying to resist the extreme cold by locking their energy within themselves, waiting for the day when it could be released? So, what exactly was this place, and why was it so cold? He began to expand his senses, preparing to thoroughly investigate the planet. This exploration made him gasp. He was shocked to discover that auras similar to the one beneath his feet were countless. Their number rivaled the stars in the sky. And he had no idea how many there were. And more. He suddenly shifted his gaze to the so-called ice blocks beside him. He sensed the presence of numerous giants within them, even more so than beneath his feet. Yet, when he had observed them before, he hadn't seemed to see any dark shadows within. Could it be due to the dim light? With this thought, he condensed a ball of light in his hand and swung it forward. In the light of the ball, he could clearly see the true form of the so-called ice blocks. Even his calm demeanor was shaken by the scene before him. He discovered that these ice blocks weren't actually ice at all, but massive buildings encased in ice. Their grandeur far surpassed anything he had ever seen. Sigh. Are these the houses where the giants live? He muttered, examining them curiously. Though it was a question, his tone was certain. Who else could inhabit such a magnificent structure if not for giants? Furthermore, he sensed the presence of numerous giants within, confirming that they were indeed inhabited by giants. Roar! Just then, a beastly roar echoed from afar. Though distant, the sound, despite the silence, reached Wukuang's ears distinctly. What's that over there? Wukuang glanced toward the source of the sound, sensing it and instantly detecting several active auras distinct from those of the frozen giants. He raised an eyebrow and placed his sword finger on his forehead. Since he couldn't figure out what was going on here, he decided to ask someone. Somewhere in the land of light. Moebius, having returned with Rei, was forced to transform into his human form, Mirai Hino, due to the immense energy drain. Just as he was about to take Rei to find Seven and the first generation, they were suddenly attacked by a monster. Is that Dorika? Bimonston. And Samandora? The two men tumbled to dodge the monster's attacks. Recognizing the three monsters, they were stunned. Why were there suddenly three more monsters here? Without time to think, they whipped out their light pistols and, dodging across the glacier, opened fire. Just as Mirai Hino dodged Dorika's fireball with a roll, a figure suddenly attacked from behind, like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, delivering a fatal blow, a flying kick that struck him in the back. Mirai Lei caught sight of this and leaped to catch the scent slapping Hinobi Mirai. Are you alright? He asked, concerned. No, I'm fine. Despite being seriously wounded, Hinobi Mirai gritted his teeth and stood up tenaciously. He still had Belia to defeat, how could he possibly fall here? Looking at the figure attacking him, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he said with conviction, "You're one of Belia's men." His attacker was none other than Alien Sharp. And his guess was correct, they were sent by Belia to investigate whether any of the Light Kingdom's thieves had escaped. Yes, I'm one of Lord Belia's men. I didn't expect there really were any. Alien Sharp admitted his identity, then declared fiercely, but if you encounter me, you'll die here. With that, he commanded the three monsters he had brought with him to attack Hinobi Mirai and Lei. Boom. 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 Hinobi Mirai and Rei quickly dodged. Rei, leave this guy to me, and you'll take care of the monsters, knowing that she couldn't transform now, and even if she did, she wouldn't have enough energy to defeat the three monsters. Hinobi Mirai handed the task of defeating the monsters to Rei, while she dealt with Alien Sharp. No problem, Rei accepted without hesitation. While he couldn't transform into a giant and fight the monsters himself, he possessed a battle device that could also control them, and within it was his trusty partner, Monster Gamora. Just as the two had divided their responsibilities and prepared to face their respective opponents, the cunning Alien Sharp saw Rei running towards the monsters with his back to him and suddenly shot. Watch out, Rei! Boom! Hinobi Mirai had no time to block and could only watch as Rei was blasted away. He clenched his fists, his sharp gaze piercing alien sharp like a whirlwind blade. Your opponent is me. With that, he raised his pistol and engaged the opponent in a fierce battle. On the other side, Lei was blown away, but perhaps through luck, he wasn't seriously hurt. Gritting his teeth, he scrambled to his feet and was about to summon Gamora when he realized the battle device he was holding was gone. His heart pounded, and he glanced forward, realizing it had landed more than 10 meters ahead. He figured it had been flung away by the explosion because he hadn't held it tightly enough. Just as he was about to run over to retrieve it, a massive black shadow suddenly appeared beside him. Roar, Samandora, a 60-meter-tall monster, glared at Lei, who looked like a tiny insect below. With a roar, it raised its enormous paw, attempting to crush him to pieces. Damn it, Lei felt a strong sense of threat, but gritted his teeth and lunged at the battle device. I must be in time. Just as he grabbed the battle device, Samandora's paw was less than 3 meters away. His brows throbbed, his eyes wide with anger, and he was about to summon Gamora. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside him, grabbed him around the waist, and vanished beneath Samandora's feet. Bang! This earth-shattering blow instantly shattered the glacier into several pieces. Samandora raised his head and roared, as if celebrating his success in crushing his enemy. Lei, Hinohimare, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the Sharplies, noticed a movement and turned sharply, instinctively assuming that Lei had met with an accident. But just as his grief and anger were rising, Lei's voice rang out from a distance, I'm fine, Mirai. He glanced over and immediately saw Lei, safe and sound, and a strange man beside him. He saved me, Lei said, pointing at the stranger. This stranger was none other than Wukong, who had heard the commotion and wanted to inquire about the situation. He hadn't expected to see a human dying at the monster's feet the moment he appeared. Without a second thought, he immediately stepped in to save him. At this moment, he glanced at Lei and Hinohimare, then pointed at the 3 massive monsters and asked, do you need any help? From their appearance, their aura, and even their actions, which seemed to be killing humans, he considered the monsters' targets to be defeated, perhaps even destroyed. That was why he asked this question. Hinohimare and Lei exchanged a glance. Although they didn't know who this strange man who had suddenly appeared was, his behavior clearly showed that he was no enemy. Since they lacked the strength to defeat him, it was only natural that they should accept his help. Hinohimare nodded heavily and said, thank you very much, although he wasn't sure how Goku would help them, since he offered to help. It was certainly not without purpose. Leave it to me. Upon hearing that he had accepted his help, Goku shook his arms, his face eager to try. He had never fought a creature this large before. Even the enormous dinosaurs of Earth were like children meeting adults in front of this monster. The two were completely outmatched. Moreover, he perceived the monster's strength to be quite impressive, suggesting he could have some fun with it. Just as he stretched his arms, preparing to play with the 3 monsters, a resounding, aged voice echoed through the crowd. Wukong froze for a moment before seeing 3 more massive, uniquely shaped monsters leap out from the side, each attacking the previous 3. Simultaneously, 2 cloaked figures leaped down from the high-rise formation nearby, their beam rifles raised, and whizzed through the Sharplies, sending several flowers blasting through their bodies. The Sharplies, previously stunned by Wukong's appearance, were instantly blasted away by the beam bullets, plummeting into a crevice in the glacier behind them and disappearing, their fate unknown. You're here. Upon seeing the 2, Hinohimare's face lit up with joy. Because these 2 were none other than the human forms of 7 and the first avatar, Tan Moriboshi and Shinhayada. Mebius, are you all alright? Moriboshi and Shinhayada nodded at Hinohimare, then looked at Goku, who was standing beside Rei, their eyes tinged with confusion. Who is this person? They hadn't witnessed Goku saving Rei, nor had they heard the previous conversation. They had simply determined Goku wasn't an enemy based on the 3's positions and postures, and therefore hadn't attacked him. After a quick glance, Moriboshi suppressed his doubts and commanded his capsule monster, deliver a fatal attack. Wait, a voice suddenly interrupted. He looked over, puzzled, to see Goku pointing at the monsters and asking, excuse me, are you going to kill them? Though unsure of the meaning, Moriboshi nodded. Yes, well, is it possible to repent and then spare them? Goku suggested. Although the monsters looked like targets that needed to be eliminated, his kind heart couldn't help but want to leave them a way out. After all, monsters can turn over a new leaf, right? Just like the dinosaurs on Earth. Upon hearing his question, Moriboshi was visibly stunned, then shook his head. That's impossible. They're all resurrected killer monsters, devoid of any rationality. Even if we let them go now, they'll still follow their instincts and go on a killing spree later. Is that so? Upon receiving this answer, Goku frowned and slowly dispersed. Then wait a moment, I'll be back soon. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished, startling Moriboshi and Hinobi Mirei. What a speed! Where had he gone? At that moment, Goku appeared unnoticed above the monster Samandora. Because of his small size, Samandora, battling other monsters, was completely unaware of his uninvited presence. Amidst the massive sway, Goku crouched down and placed his palm on Samandora's head. Although he could tell that Moriboshi Tuan was telling the truth, he still wanted to verify it for himself. As he closed his eyes and carefully sensed the bloodlust, brutality, and madness swirling within the monster's brains, he could sense them one by one. It seems there's really no way to change them. He attempted to communicate with them on a brain level, but found no effect. He then tried Drakkar and Bemsta, finding the same situation as Samandora. He shook his head and teleported back to Moriboshi Tuan and the others. Yo. I'm fine, he said, smiling and waving to Moriboshi Tuan before stepping aside and standing still. Moriboshi Tuan, suppressing his earlier confusion at seeing Goku appear above the monsters, issued his unfinished order. Monsters, deliver a fatal attack. Roar. The capsule monsters, engaged in a fierce battle with the three-headed monster brought by Alien Shapley, suddenly erupted with powerful momentum and unleashed their own special moves. Boom. 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 In just 2 encounters, the 3 enemy monsters were reduced to ashes by their special moves. Seeing this scene, Wukong raised an eyebrow and subconsciously sighed. How powerful! Although he felt a little uncomfortable after his opponent was snatched away, he didn't say anything. After all, this sudden helper was obviously an acquaintance of Hinobi Mirei. They were friends helping each other, so how could an outsider like him have the right to complain? On the contrary, it was his first time to witness such a fight between giant beasts. For this novel experience, he was more grateful to the other party. Chapter 320. Is Belia very strong? After the 3-headed monster was defeated, Moriboshi Tuan collected his capsule monster. Lei, long time no see. He and Hayata looked at Lei and smiled. You, our Ultraman 7 and Ultraman. Lei, who had been unable to get a word in, carefully identified them and exclaimed with some surprise. Yes, Moriboshi Tuan and Hayata nodded in unison, then turned their gaze back to Goku, carefully examining the stranger. To offer to spare a monster's life and help it mend its ways, he must be a very kind person. This was their shared assessment. Mobius, who is he? Hearing the 2 elder brothers' questions, Hinobi Mirei shook his head. I don't know him either, but he saved Lei before and was ready to help us. Lei finally had a chance to formally thank Goku. I didn't get to say thank you just now. Goku quickly waved his hand. It's just a small matter, haha. You're welcome. Well, my name is Lei. Lei extended his hand, a smile on his face. Goku was stunned for a moment, then shook it, grinning. My name is Son Goku. You can call me Goku, Son Goku. Moriboshi Dan, Hayata Susumu, and Hinobi Mirei exchanged glances and shook their heads, indicating they had never heard of the name. Although they all believed Goku wasn't an enemy, his sudden appearance in their land of light seemed rather odd. After a few glances, Hayata stepped forward, looked at Goku, and said, Son Goku, right? My name is Ultraman. Thank you for helping Mobius and Rocky earlier, and may I ask, what brings you to our land of light? While outsiders were rare in their land of light, they did exist, and those who did came with their own agendas. After much deliberation, they could only consider Goku just that kind of person. However, if Goku truly needed their help, they would probably apologize, as they were powerless right now. Land of Light? So that's what it was called. Goku blinked, then shook his head. No, I'm a traveler who just happened to be here. Then, as if thinking of something, he raised his index finger and added, well, to be honest, it's not that I don't. I just wanted to spar with someone powerful. Sparring with someone powerful? Hayata Susumu and the others were stunned. Was this guy one of those martial artists who wander the universe, seeking rivals to spar with? So that was the case. It was understandable that they would seek out the land of light. After all, their power was renowned. Unfortunately, now, they looked at the icy landscape around them, their hearts heavy. If they couldn't reclaim the energy core from Belia and return it to the Plasma Spark Tower, their land of light, which had existed for hundreds of thousands of years, would be destroyed. Hayata Susumu let out more breath and said slowly, Goku, I regret to tell you that before, we had many excellent warriors here who would be willing to spar with you, but now, you see our situation. Our country is in imminent danger. If we don't seize the moment to defeat this powerful enemy and retrieve our energy core, our country will be destroyed. After hearing this answer, Goku's expression gradually grew serious. But then, as if a sudden thought struck him, his expression became strange again. Wait a minute, I have a question. You said this is your country, but I saw a lot of giants and ridiculously large buildings. Do you live with these giants? He couldn't help but wonder. The size difference between Hayata and the giants was so huge. Aren't they afraid of being trampled to death by the giants living here? And that massive building didn't look like it was built for Hayata and his friends. After hearing his question, it was Hayata and his friends' turn to be stunned. He said giants? Didn't he know this was the Ultra Planet where the Ultra Clan lived? So what he said about coming here by chance was really a coincidence. While feeling amused, Hayata and his friends exchanged glances and decided to tell him what had happened in the Land of Light today. They also explained that, with the exception of Lei, everyone else belonged to the Land of Light. They usually took the form of giants, but now they were in human form because they lacked the energy to transform. You guys are giants too? Goku was stunned. He hadn't expected that Hayata Susumu and the others, who were of normal human size, could transform into giants tens of meters tall. But his attention was soon drawn to something else. You said a man named Belia single-handedly invaded your country, defeated everyone, and stole that energy. Hayata Susumu nodded solemnly. Yes, does that mean he's very powerful? Hayata Susumu's expression grew more serious. Yes, although I hate to admit it, his strength is indeed far superior to ours. Even with Rei's help, we can't guarantee we can defeat him. He then looked at Moriboshi Tuan. 7. Should we call him back? He was referring to Zero, the man Leo had taken to hell for training. He was Seven's son, a gifted and exceptionally powerful young man. Zero had once nearly committed the same crime as Belia, but was stopped in time. Even so, he needed some training before returning to the Land of Light. At this point, a complex expression flashed across Moriboshi's eyes. After a moment's thought, he was about to speak. It's not time yet. Then it's settled, a voice interrupted him. Goku clapped his fists, then placed his hands on his hips. He looked at Hayata Susumu and said with a smile, Can you take me with you when you go find Belia? I'd love to spar with such a formidable being. Although the giants here had blocked their energy, he could sense they were not weak. So, how much more powerful would Belia be to defeat them? He was looking forward to it. Hayata Susumu was stunned. Out of consideration for his opponent, he said gravely, That guy is a very dangerous individual. Fighting him is no playful sparring match. Your life could be lost at any moment. Seeing his seriousness, Goku's expression also grew serious. Don't worry, I'm quite confident in my own abilities. Seeing Goku's confident expression, and recalling his opponent's unpredictable speed, Hayata Shin pondered for a few seconds before slowly nodding. If that's the case, thank you very much. Regardless of the opponent's motives, his desire to fight Belia was a help to them, and they needed to be grateful. Hayata Shin, having lived for many years, understood this clearly. Having reached a consensus, the four of them quickly arrived at the Plasma Spark Tower. Upon seeing Taro guarding the last remnants of the Plasma Spark Tower, Hayata Shin, Moriboshi Dan, and Hinohimire nodded solemnly. Thank you, Taro. We will definitely reclaim the energy core from Belia. With that, they absorbed the tiny fraction of the remaining energy, restoring all three of them to full energy, allowing them to transform into Ultraman and fight once again. Goku observed the scene with curiosity. Somewhat amazed at the remaining energy Taro was guarding. Just a small portion of it possessed such immense power. How much more powerful would the complete energy core be? No wonder the so-called Belia was so eager to seize it. After restoring his own energy, Hayata Shin glanced at Inohimire, Kaname, and Goku and said, Belia took the energy core and went to the monster graveyard. He's now using it to resurrect the monsters there, so now, we must confront him at the monster graveyard and reclaim our energy core. Are you all ready? The three nodded. Goku clenched his fists, eagerly saying, I can't wait. Without further ado, Hayata Shin pulled out his transformation device, a magic wand with a red button. He raised the wand high, pressed the button, and a burst of light erupted from his body. Simultaneously, Moriboshi Chuan took out his ultra glasses and donned them. Unlike their simple movements, Hinohibaki's was more elaborate. He raised his left hand, which held the transformation device, and gently brushed it with his right palm. Then, with a sharp swipe, the crystal ring on the transformation device burst into life. Immediately, he swept both hands through the air, then raised his left hand, shrouded in golden light, above his head, shouting, "Mebius, buzz!" 3 dazzling beams of light erupted, and 3 distinct Ultramen appeared before Goku. Goku lowered his right hand from his eyes and surveyed the approaching giant with amazement. "Suj! Is this what you really look like?" The frozen giants he'd seen before were dull gray-black, like stone statues. But now, seeing these 3 vibrantly colored Ultramen brightened his eyes. "Well, come on up, Goku. I'll take you." Hayata Shin, no, now it should be the first Ultraman, began leaning over, extending his massive hand before Goku. During their earlier conversation, they'd learned that Goku couldn't grow to the same size as them, so now he was letting Goku climb into his palm and take him to the monster graveyard. Alright, Goku surveyed the 3 Ultramen with curiosity, then, without hesitation, lightly leaped into the first Ultraman's palm. Meanwhile, Ray also landed on Mebius's hand. With that accomplished, the 3 Ultramen soared into the sky, setting off for a decisive battle with Belia at the monster graveyard. In a monster cemetery somewhere in the universe, the sky darkened, like a black curtain obscuring the sun, shrouding the world in a gray haze that left a profound sense of oppression and dreariness. Craters intermittently spewed flames, and lava flowed through the gullies, threatening to devour any that entered. A chilling wind howled, like the wails of the monsters buried here, or the unyielding roar of their own mortality, freezing the soul. Deep unease, utter panic, these were the emotions any normal person would experience upon entering this place. But one person was an exception. Belia stood alone, simply standing there, and the raging wind turned, not daring to pass in front of him. Even the lava flowing beneath his feet was as docile as a well-behaved pet. Though a single individual, he reigned supreme over this world, commanding the entire world to its knees. At that moment, he held aloft the ultimate battle device, his gaze blazing as he gazed upon the vast army of monsters he had recently resurrected. My monster army has finally been resurrected. This time, the universe will be conquered by me, even with his steely heart. A tinge of joy welled up within him at the thought of finally achieving the goal he'd waited so long for. All that remained was for him to plan carefully, and then he could lead his army into the cosmos. Just as he calmed down and began to formulate his plan, a circular passageway, shimmering with blue light, appeared out of nowhere in the sky. Immediately afterwards, 3 figures emerged from it and descended at breakneck speed towards Belia's position. With the sound of 3 heavy objects landing, 7, the first generation, and Mebius appeared on the field. "Oh? You're still alive and kicking?" Upon seeing 7 and the others, Belia snapped out of his thoughts and regarded them with interest. He imagined that 7 and the others would be frozen in the same ice as the Land of Light, awaiting the countdown to their utter destruction. He hadn't expected them to appear here at this moment. HMPH. Belial, we will never let you take the energy core. Mebius, whose temper was slightly more volatile than the original 7, pointed at Belia and shouted fiercely. Meanwhile, Ray, held in his hand, had already leaped down and, without hesitation, activated his battle device. "Come out." Gamora, roar. With a roar, a dinosaur monster with a crescent-shaped horn on its head and a massive build appeared on the battlefield, facing Belia alongside 7 and the others. "Oh? Who are you?" Seeing this, Belia shifted his gaze to Ray, his eyes etched with interest. "I'm Ray. Leonix from Earth," Ray said, gazing at Belia sharply. "I see. This is interesting," Belia nodded in sudden realization. No wonder the other man could summon monsters, he was a Leonix, just like him. "Then why are you here?" He changed the subject. "Of course, I'm here to defeat you peacefully," Lei said without hesitation. "Haha, what a hypocritical statement. You're really embarrassing, Lei Brown," Belial sneered and raised the ultimate battle device in his hand. "In that case, you will be buried with a kingdom of light. Come out. My monster army." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as the words fell, nearly 100 balls of light swarmed out of the ultimate battle device and landed around 7 and the others, surrounding them. Looking around, they saw monsters of strange shapes and fierce auras that looked very difficult to deal with. Goku, who was not being noticed by Belial, jumped off the first generation's hand and landed on the ground. With his hands on his hips, he looked at the monsters around him in amazement and couldn't help but sigh. There are so many monsters. It looks like we can have a good fight. Chapter 321 Your opponent is me. In the monster graveyard, a battle was imminent. Seeing the dense swarm of monsters surrounding them, the first said to Moebius and Ray, Moebius, Ray, 7 and I will do our best to draw the enemy's fire. You find a chance to recapture the energy core. The situation was dire. They had to seize the energy core as quickly as possible. Otherwise, Belial, possessing the energy core, would be able to continuously resurrect monsters, and no matter what they said, they would be unable to defeat him. We understand. We'll fight with all our might. Moebius and Ray nodded emphatically. After giving his instructions, the first turned to Goku. Goku, stay with us and be as careful as possible. Although Goku had said he wanted to challenge Belial for a sparring match, he didn't think Goku had a chance against him in this situation. Furthermore, he still had no idea how Goku, with his average human size, could fight Belial. After much deliberation, he decided to have Goku accompany them. That way, if the Ultraman encountered any danger, they would be able to rescue him in time. Yet, don't worry about me, I'll be careful, Goku replied with a smile, twisting his waist and twirling his neck. This was his first time battling a monster, and battling so many monsters had him feeling a bit excited. Seeing his nonchalant attitude, the first generation said nothing more. He simply thought to himself that he would need to pay a little attention to the Ultraman and not let him get into danger. If they were truly defeated, they would have to try their best to get him out of here. After all, they were strangers to each other. Their willingness to come here to help was a great favor. How could the Ultraman clan let them die with him? Monsters. Charge. With everything ready, Belia gave the orders without hesitation. In an instant, roar, hoo, the roars of many monsters echoed in succession. The monsters roared in anger, then charged at 7, the first, and their companions with bared fangs and claws. Let's go, the first commanded, and with an ultra palm strike as heavy as a mountain, he slashed down on a monster. 7 followed closely behind, his powerful fighting skills forcing him to deliver a powerful ultra punch into the face of another monster, sending it reeling. Unlike them, Moebius spun through the air, instantly leaping hundreds of meters to the rear of the monsters. Just as he attempted to break free of the group and seize the energy core that Belia had placed behind him, the surrounding monsters closed in, forcing him to slow down and engage in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Gamora, guided by Ray, charged into the group, using his immense strength to ram left and right, attempting to reunite with Moebius. Who should I choose as my opponent? The only one still standing there was Goku, completely unnoticed by the monsters. He pinched his chin, his wide eyes scanning the surrounding monsters, carefully considering his next opponent. Before long, his vision lit up. That guy looks pretty strong, let's pick him. His sights locked on a massive monster with twin horns and rock-like skin, appearing incredibly hard and sturdy. He spotted it quickly because it towered over the other monsters, standing out from the crowd. Roar, the monster, dragging its massive bulk, approached the first generation, clearly targeting him. Unable to let his chosen opponent fight anyone else, Goku launched himself in front of the monster. Then, hovering at eye level, he waved, "Hey! Your opponent is me." The monster he had chosen was none other than Goldris, renowned for his extraordinary strength. Its terrifying strength was even greater than that of the equally renowned Silpagan. Seeing Goku suddenly appear before him, Goldris thought it was just a small flying insect and casually slapped his right palm. Whoosh! His palm whipped through the air, whipping up a gust of wind like a typhoon. Goku dodged the blow, his face trembling, his teeth bared, and his hair was blown to shreds. Truly terrifying power. When the wind died down, he lowered his arms inside. A being of this size could possess unimaginable power in its simple movements. Even he couldn't afford to be complacent. After the small flying insect vanished, Goldris shook his head and resumed his movement, moving step by step towards the first generation. Having been ignored, Goku saw the first generation pass by and quickly cast aside his distracted thoughts. He flew in front of the first generation again, making a gesture to block his way. "Hey, everyone, I told you your opponent is me." He tilted his head, as if reflecting on something, and muttered, They don't seem to have any sense, so they probably can't understand what I'm saying." As he muttered to himself, Goldris watched the annoying little flying insect reappear. Without a second thought, he casually swatted it away again. This time, however, the force of his swing was even greater. After all, in his mind, Goku was like a fly to a human. Even without sense, he instinctively felt annoyance and simply wanted to swat it away. The first generation casually blasted a monster with a beam of light. Then, before the surrounding monsters could attack, he glanced at Goku. His exceptional hearing had already detected Goku's location, enabling him to lock onto him so quickly. Seeing Goldrath about to swat Goku away, his heart tightened. Not good. Without thinking, he released a beam of light, deflecting the trajectory of Goldrath's swing. But just as the light was about to burst forth, he suddenly stopped. Those eyes, emitting a milky white light and devoid of any emotion, suddenly seemed to reveal a single emotion. And that emotion was astonishment. Bang! A dull, muffled sound echoed across the battlefield, completely drowned out by the chaotic sounds of battle, going unnoticed by anyone except the first generation, who happened to see where the sound originated. The first generation was stunned, for he had witnessed something unbelievable. A human barely a meter tall had single-handedly blocked a blow from the renowned Goldrath. At that moment, where he was watching, Goku's fist and Goldrath's palm were locked in a tight circle. Goldrath's swing had also come to a halt. Even a fool could see that Goldrath had clearly stopped due to Goku's resistance. But who could believe such a thing could happen? If the first generation hadn't witnessed this scene with his own eyes, but had heard it from someone else, he wouldn't have believed it. After all, if you were in Goku's shoes, even if he shrank to the same size as Goku, there was no way he could withstand Goldrath's blow. Quite a bit of strength? Goku grinned, looking at the hand before him, which was hundreds of times larger than his own. Last time, he had dodged, hoping to gauge the opponent's strength, but this time, he naturally wouldn't dodge again and punched forward directly. As he expected, the opponent's strength was indeed unexpectedly great, but if it was only this level, it wouldn't be enough to harm him. Roar! Seeing the insect that should have been easily crushed block his attack, even Goldrath, a monster who only carnivores, was stunned for a moment. Then, his body instinctively surged with anger. A bug actually blocked his attack. Who was he looking down on? So, in anger, Goldrath raised his left palm and struck Goku with even greater speed and force than before. Unlike the previous casual slap, this time it clearly employed its full strength. Even before its palm reached its target, the resulting gust of wind had already sent Goku flying forward. Good timing, steadying himself, Goku silently increased his strength. Before the monster's mighty slap could strike, he charged forward with his fist raised. Bang! Another muffled sound. This time, Goldrath's slap not only failed to hold its own against Goku's fist as before, but was actually knocked back. While battling the monster, he kept a fraction of his attention on the first generation, his heart agitated. No, you took Goldrath's blow, one thing, but now you're displaying even greater power than it. Roar! After another failed attack, Goldrath erupted in rage. No longer attacking with one hand, it spread its arms out to the sides, then aimed at Goku in front of it and swatted him with all its might, like a human swatting a mosquito. Swoosh! The air seemed to be squeezed, emitting a shrill whistling sound as it could not bear the weight. With a resounding thud, the two massive palms clashed seamlessly in an instant. It was clear that anything trapped within would be crushed into a puddle of mud. Even iron would be reduced to slag under Goldrath's incredible strength. Roar! Goldrath opened his palms and, upon finding that Wukong was no longer visible, instinctively felt a surge of joy. After all, getting rid of a buzzing insect would bring genuine joy to any creature. But it hadn't expected that, at that very moment, the pesky bug would appear before it again. And so close. You've hit me so many times, now it's my turn. Unbeknownst to him, Wukong appeared between his brows, smiling, raising his casserole-sized fist and delivering a powerful blow to his forehead. Bang! A distinctly different sound echoed. Goldrath, struck hard, was uncontrollably thrown back several steps. The sight of the ant shaking the elephant finally caught Belia's eye as he scanned the battlefield. Who is this guy? Belia was puzzled and surprised. Although he had spotted this human when Seven and the others arrived, he hadn't paid much attention to this unremarkable individual. It wasn't until this moment that he finally caught his interest. Such immense power within such a small body meant this person couldn't be just any human. So, what species was this person from? He pondered for a long time, but couldn't place the question. He couldn't imagine a creature with such human-like features and incredible strength. Interesting, truly interesting. He marveled, mentally directing another member of the Kaiju army to move in that direction. He wanted to see what other abilities this creature possessed besides his immense strength. Hiss! At that moment, Goku gasped and shook his reddened fist. Hard, truly incredibly hard. Of all the opponents he had faced, none could compare to the toughness of Goldrath's body. He had already sensed the man's strength when their palms collided. But he had never imagined that the hardness of his palms would pale in comparison to the strength of Goldrath's forehead. What is this guy's body made of? It's incredibly hard, Wukong said in amazement as he soothed the pain in his hand while watching Goldrath being beaten back. This was the first time he had encountered an opponent with such a tough body. But that was all well and good. If Goldrath hadn't possessed any particularly impressive qualities, he would have quickly lost his desire to fight. Now that he had this body, he could use it to strengthen his own, already struggling to improve. With this thought, he flexed his fists. Before Goldrath could strike again, he leaped forward, landing on his armor-like abdomen and raining down punches. At the same time, his legs never stopped moving. He whipped, kicked, and kneed, unleashing a multitude of other attacks, each one landing remarkably hard on the opponent, creating a resounding thud. Roar! Under his relentless onslaught, Goldrath slid backwards. Even as it strained to steady itself, its feet still left deep marks on the ground. It wasn't until it collided with another monster from behind that its momentum finally stopped. It's been ages since I've had such a satisfying fight, Wukong paused, grinning. Though his body ached, he paid it no mind. Such a good target was rare to come across, and even if he might be aching tomorrow, he wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip by. Just as he paused for a second, preparing to advance again to tender the target, a sharp, ear-piercing sound suddenly rang out from the side. The next second, a red beam of light streaked past his afterimage and shot straight into the ground. Oh? A new opponent. Looking at the red light-emitting monster that had appeared beside him at some point, Goku raised an eyebrow, a look of interest flashing across his face. 1 against 2, that's not impossible. Chapter 322 Teleportation vs. Teleportation. The monster graveyard was now ablaze with the sounds of fierce clashes. Red, blue, green, and other energy attacks flew through the air, a dazzling display. Belial stood at the rear of the battlefield, leaning on his ultimate battle gear, observing the chaos ahead with a composed air. When the monsters under his command finally reached Goku and attacked him, he shifted his focus from the other Ultraman to Goku. Let me see what's special about you, he observed with interest. At this moment, seeing a monster approach him, Goku paused from using Goldrath as a target for self-training. Curiously, he examined the somewhat unusual monster before him, chin in hand, muttering to himself, why does this guy look a bit like him? He pondered rapidly. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Oh, yes, it looks like a crayfish. The monster before him had large claws like a crayfish, and even looked a bit like one. It was no wonder he'd thought it looked like one. But he didn't know that this crayfish-like monster wasn't actually a monster, but an alien. That's right, it was the space ninja Baltan. Unlike Goldrath, Baltan didn't possess unimaginable strength, but he did possess abilities Goldrath lacked. This was why Belial had directed him to engage Goku. If you want to fight me, then come on. After sizing him up, Goku extended a finger and beckoned Baltan, a smile of eagerness on his face. But before Baltan could strike, another attack followed. Goldrath, who had been battered by Goku, finally recovered. Looking at the abominable insect before him that had caused him such a loss, his mind, driven by killing, erupted in fury. Without a second thought, he spun around. Whoosh! Its massive tail, like steel, ripped through the air, sweeping towards Goku with a force powerful enough to level a mountain. A deafening roar echoed. Dodging the blow, Goku gasped in amazement at the scene before him. What terrifying power! The tail missed him, but it struck an innocent nearby monster. Perhaps the monster was too fragile, or perhaps it had no idea it was about to be caught off guard, so it didn't defend itself. Regardless, when Goldrath's tail swiped against it, it shattered like an egg hitting stone, its entire upper body shattering, leaving it utterly dead. Haha, getting more and more interested. Just as Goku was finding the battle increasingly tantalizing, he suddenly realized something, and his brows furrowed. At the same time, he instantly turned around, crossing his arms in front of him. Bang! With a resounding explosion, a massive steel clamp slammed him back. After a burst of air stopped him, he looked at Baltan, who had suddenly appeared behind him, and muttered to himself in surprise, "That guy's so fast. Did he just teleport?" Bolton had been positioned directly in front of him to the right, and even though he had been distracted by Goldress, he'd noticed his position hadn't changed. But just now, he'd appeared behind him without anyone noticing, with speed as if he'd teleported. It was his reaction that was astonishing. Anyone else would have had no time to react, and even if they weren't killed, they would have been seriously injured. It's amazing. Such a huge body, yet capable of such tremendous speed. This battle is getting more and more interesting. Thinking of the previous scene, Goku's face lit up with ever-increasing interest. After raising his hand to block Goldress's blow, he unexpectedly abandoned this easy target and flew straight towards Bolton. He wanted to see if he was simply faster, or if he had mastered a teleportation-like ability like him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. When he was still dozens of meters away, he suddenly raised his hands and blasted a dozen ki bullets at him. These ki bullets flew in various directions, covering his head, arms, torso, and legs. If he had defended, it would have been difficult to protect so many areas simultaneously. He did this to force him to dodge. "Let me see your previous moves," he said, his gaze blazing. Then, just as his ki bullets were about to impact him, he suddenly disappeared into a shadow, his body appearing in another place in an instant. It looks like an ability similar to teleportation. After careful observation, Goku finally determined the technique used. He had never expected this monster to possess the ability of teleportation. This was truly unexpected. After dodging his ki bomb, Bolton suddenly raised his two massive pincers, seemingly intent on retaliating. Immediately thereafter, several white destructive beams emanated from them, bombarding Goku as well. "These won't work on me." Goku remained motionless, simply slashing away a beam hurtling straight at him. He then allowed the remaining beams to sweep past him with unparalleled force, remaining motionless even when the closest one came within a mere 20 centimeters. His composed demeanor betrayed the demeanor of a master. "This guy's quite interesting." Belia, who had been watching the situation closely, grew increasingly interested. If he had a human face, he would have curled his lips, half closed his eyes, and shown an expression of interest, as if he had seen something interesting. He crossed his arms, tapping his arms repeatedly with his sharp claws. He watched Goku engaged in battle with Goldress and Bolton, his mind lost in thought. Bang! After raising his hand to block Goldress's attack once again, Goku suddenly dodged in front of it, wanting to prevent it from interrupting his battle with Bolton, and delivered a powerful kick to its forehead. This time, he unleashed a force far greater than before. In an instant, Goldress was thrown backward, unable to even stand, collapsing like a mountain. The first eye, observing this, remained unfazed. After all, having previously witnessed Goku's brutal beatings, forcing Goldress back, he had already been deeply impressed by Goku's display of strength. Being able to repel Goldress with such a tiny body was unprecedented in the universe. It seems his confidence in his own strength wasn't false. The first eye felt completely relieved. With this kind of power and lightning-fast speed, Goku could probably defend himself even if he was outmatched by the monsters. With that kind of power, he no longer needed to divide his attention and could focus his full attention on the enemy. "Hey, you bastard, that trick won't work on me now." After Goku knocked Goldress down, Bolton, seemingly seeing an opportunity, teleported behind Goku again and slammed his massive pincers down. Unexpectedly, this time, Goku wasn't even hit. Instead, he teleported as well, appearing in front of the monstrous creature's chest in the blink of an eye, and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! With a resounding thud, Bolton was sent reeling backward. If it weren't for the monster behind him blocking his way, he would have stumbled and fallen to the ground. Seeing this, Goku raised an eyebrow. This guy's power is significantly weaker than that one. The force of his blow is comparable to the initial one to Goldress's forehead, perhaps even slightly weaker. Yet, Goldress only took 2 steps back to regain his balance, while Bolton barely escaped collapse. The difference between the two was immediately apparent. After delivering the punch, Goku made no further movement, simply waiting for Bolton to regain his footing. He wanted to see if he had any other moves. If not, the battle was almost over, and he could find a good target to continue his training. Bolton didn't disappoint him. After regaining his footing, he suddenly raised his arm. Immediately, 5 Boltons suddenly appeared beside him, each one looking vivid and lifelike, as if they were real. "Huh? Are these clones?" To someone uninitiated, they might have mistaken the suddenly appearing Baltans for illusions. But to Goku, the aura of these 5 newly emerged Baltans was as bright as lights in the night. It took him only a moment to recognize that they were not illusions, but actual clones. As soon as he made his judgment, 4 of the 6 Baltans raised their pincers and shot red beams at him, while the remaining 2 teleported to appear on either side of him in the blink of an eye, each swinging their pincers down and smashing down on him. Although he wasn't sure why his opponent was firing those seemingly insignificant red beams, Goku dodged them out of caution. Immediately, he instantly moved behind the Baltan on his right and delivered a powerful kick. Bang! The kick was delivered with just the right amount of force, sending the Baltan stumbling forward. The pincers, meant to strike him, instead struck the other Baltan with pincers. After this, Goku didn't rush to attack again. Instead, he turned his head and looked to the other side. That was the direction from which the 4 red beams had missed. In that direction, a monster was struck by the beams. It showed no signs of injury. Instead, its entire body froze in place, as if paused, motionless, like a frozen statue. So that's how those beams work, Goku observed in amazement, somewhat thankful that he hadn't allowed them to strike him, believing them to be weak. If you were hit, it was unclear whether he could break free from this immobilization. But this guy has quite a few moves. He returned his gaze to Baltan. Unlike Goldris, who was thick-skinned and only relied on brute force, making him a mere target, he quite liked opponents with endless offensive moves. What he didn't know was that Goldris actually possessed special superpowers, such as a shield that could deflect all attacks. He hadn't used them because his attacks were too fast, and they were all close range, leaving no opportunity for them. So, in the face of speed, even a vast repertoire of moves might be useless. Just as Goku excitedly prepared to fight Baltan again, a sudden commotion occurred not far away, causing him to frown and glance over. From the moment the battle began, the first and 7 served as focal points, each attracting 20 or 30 monsters. Mebius and Ray, commanding Gamora, also held fast to their resolve to break through the monster encirclement and reclaim the energy core. They fought tooth and nail, shoving their way through the encirclement. However, although these monsters, revived only by the energy core's illumination, were considerably weakened, and despite their valor, defeating many along the way, the monsters were simply too numerous. Even after slaying many, many more awaited them. In this grueling battle, their stamina and energy rapidly depleted, quickly falling below their safety line. Damn it! I can't fall here, a red light flashed before Mebius' chest. After slashing at several monsters with his Mebius lightsaber, he finally gave way and half-knelt on the ground. Looking up, he saw more monsters charging towards him with their claws and fangs bared, and a surge of resentment welled up in his heart. If he fell here, how could he reclaim the energy core and save the Land of Light? Gamora. Super vibration wave. At that moment, Gamora stepped in front of him. From the corner of his nose, a beam of orange energy blasted towards the monsters ahead. In an instant, several monsters were reduced to ashes in the attack. Are you alright, Mebius? Ray, standing above Gamora, shouted at Mebius. Ray, I'm counting on you. I'll help you clear a path. Mebius struggled to his feet, squeezing out his remaining energy, channeling it into his hands, and crossing them. Mebium ray, boom. With this ultimate ray of light, nearly 10 monsters in front of him were instantly annihilated. Simultaneously, a path to the power core was cleared. Go. Ray. Go take the power core back, Mebius shouted, then fell to his knees helplessly. Ray, of course, would not miss this opportunity created by Mebius. Without hesitation, he commanded Gamora to charge towards the power core. Go, Gamora, but, though they were temporarily free from the monster horde's hold, there was still a figure guarding the energy core. This figure was Belia, the controller of the monster army. Seeing Gamora charging towards him, Belia sneered. A bunch of self-righteous wretches, it's time to finish you off. With that, he suddenly raised his ultimate battle device and unleashed an incredibly powerful destructive beam, striking Gamora directly, blasting it in all the lightning bolts on its body away. And that wasn't the end. He then aimed at Seven and the First, who were locked in a fierce battle with the monsters, and unleashed 2 similar destructive beams. With lightning speed, they caught Seven and the First off guard and felled them. In an instant, the entire situation changed dramatically. Red lights flashed on the First and Seven's chests. Their strength and energy had long been depleted, and after the damage from this blow, even if they could fight again, They couldn't hold out for much longer. The same was true for Lightning and his Gamora. As for Moebius, he had reached his limit, barely maintaining his Ultraman form. Any further battle was impossible. The situation suddenly became precarious. At this juncture, a figure suddenly appeared before Belia. "Stop them. I'll fight you next." In the biting cold wind, Goku, his black hair flying and his figure standing tall, said so. Chapter 323. Let me weigh your weight. After being knocked down by the blast, the first and seven clutched their chests and tried to rise. Though exhausted, their energy nearly depleted, and their bodies inflicted considerable damage, their resolve remained steadfast. They would fight to the death to reclaim the power core of the Land of Light from Belia. After struggling to their feet, they faced the monsters closing in on them, bracing themselves for further battle. But just then, their acute hearing caught a sound, and they all glanced in unison. "That guy. Has he really gone after Belia?" At that moment, Belia, whose subtle move had dramatically altered the situation, turned his attention away from the first and seven and instead gazed at the tiny figure before him. He was intrigued. Never before had such a small figure dared to challenge him. However, given the other party's previous behavior, such a claim wasn't particularly presumptuous. At best, it was a bit arrogant. "Yes, I'll fight you. You tell those monsters to stop." Goku, hovering at eye level, nodded. Although he still wanted to fight Baltan again, perhaps even seek training with Goldust afterward, that opportunity was no longer available. He could clearly see that the first and seven couldn't hold out much longer. Any further fighting would result in serious injury, or even death. In such a situation, there was no way he could just sit back and watch. He had no choice but to step forward and challenge Belial, who was in control. Besides, the warm-up exercises were almost done, and it was time for the main course. "Haha, interesting, but why should I listen to you?" Although he was interested in Goku, Belial wasn't the type to simply follow someone's instructions. Right now, no one could force the monsters to stop unless he wanted to. Upon hearing his response, Goku frowned, ready to say something. But Belial went one step further, continuing, "You can make them stop. How about becoming my subordinate and conquering the universe with me?" His eyes, filled with evil, fixed Goku. Ever since he'd seen Goku possess the incredible strength to repel Goldust, he'd harbored the desire to recruit him. Seeing him possess Baltan-like teleportation and incredible reaction speed, the desire only grew stronger. Although he already commanded a vast army of monsters, their strength was already there, making it difficult to improve. But Goku was different. His intuition told him that this creature still had much room for improvement. If he could become his subordinate, he'd surely become his right-hand man. "Become your subordinate?" Goku was taken aback by the offer. Without a second thought, he shook his head. "I won't be your subordinate, then. If you don't stop them, I'll have to do it my own way." Upon hearing his response, Belia's gaze grew cold. "Your own way? Haha, then let me see it." With that, he crossed his arms and commanded the distant monsters, "Monsters, use your most powerful moves to kill the enemies in front of you." Roar! The controlled monsters instantly surged with momentum, ready to unleash their most powerful attacks to kill seven. The first, Moebius, and Ray. "Moebius, be careful." Ray commanded Gamora to stand before the powerless Moebius, his face solemn as he gazed at the surrounding monsters. If so many monsters simultaneously unleashed their ultimate moves, even at reduced strength, they could still face certain death. "Damn it, is this the end?" The first and seven stood back to back, gazing at the monsters before them as if facing a formidable enemy. At the same time, they couldn't help but pay attention to Goku. That man said he would use his own method to stop the monsters. How exactly was he going to do that? At this moment, after negotiating with Belia to no avail, Goku scanned the surrounding monsters. Immediately, under Belia's gaze, he raised his right arm, and a light blue energy ball, slightly larger than a human head, appeared in his palm. The next second, whoosh whoosh whoosh, dozens of light bullets shot out from the ball, streaking through the sky like lightning, hurtling towards the monsters. Boom boom boom. As if equipped with a tracking signal, each one accurately located its respective monster and blasted it directly into its body. For a moment, a continuous series of earth-shattering explosions echoed. "What the hell is this?" Lei stared in amazement at the light bullets passing by him, watching them collide with a monster behind him, blasting it into the smallest speck of dust. Such a powerful attack. The first and seven stared in shock at the flying light bullets, annihilating all the monsters around them. Their hands, already in a defensive stance, unconsciously dropped. Did that man actually possess such power? They had truly underestimated him. In the Land of Light, only Ultra Father and the Great Ultra King could possess such power. The explosion had come and gone swiftly. As the field grew quiet, it became visibly empty. This was because the dozens of ferocious monsters that had previously swarmed had vanished, completely vanishing from the heavens and earth. Now, Belia was left alone on his side. At that moment, Belia watched the scene with a blank expression, his heart unmoved by the annihilation of the monster army. He stared coldly at Goku, then after 2 seconds, said grimly, "Very well, I was right. You are more than qualified to be my subordinate. I'll ask you one last time, will you be my subordinate and join me in conquering the universe?" Witnessing Goku single-handedly annihilate the monster army, a deep admiration for his talent had grown within him, leading him to offer him another invitation. But this was his last chance. If Goku still refused, he would kill him without hesitation. Goku's answer naturally didn't satisfy him. Under his gaze, Goku blurted out, "I'm not interested in this." Belial looked at Goku coldly, unperturbed by his repeated refusal. He simply gripped his ultimate battle gear and pointed a finger at Goku. "If that's the case, I'll send you and those guys from the Land of Light to hell." The black sky felt like the hand of a god, weighing down, weighing heavily on the heart, almost suffocating it. A chilling wind rustled, bringing an endless chill that seemed to freeze the soul. The jagged rocks around him resembled ferocious demons, their evil gazes fixed on the scene. The First and Seven helped the severely exhausted Mebius to his feet. "Are you all right, Mebius?" they asked with concern. "I'm not going to die yet," Mebius said, a rare joke. Then, gazing at Goku, who was facing off against Belial ahead, he said in a complex tone, "I didn't expect Goku to be so formidable. I really underestimated him." Although Goku had repeatedly promised to help them, he hadn't previously believed he could be of much use. It was only because the first generation agreed, otherwise, if he had been the one making the decision, he wouldn't have agreed to let Goku come along. But now, he realized that this decision had been crucial. If Goku hadn't intervened, he might have perished at the hands of the monster. Yet, I didn't expect him to be so powerful, the first generation sighed. He had assumed Goku needed his care, but now it seemed he was the one who needed it. "Mebius, rest here for a while. 7, Ray, and I will go support him." After helping Mebius to a seat in front of a rock that looked like a mountain to ordinary humans, and a rock to them, the first generation said this. Never mind whether Goku helped them or not, in this situation, with any remaining strength left, they wouldn't just stand by and watch. Goku was powerful, to be sure, but Belial's strength was even more unfathomable. To defeat him, they had to unite and use a large force to outnumber him. Only then would they have a chance of victory. Just as the three were about to set off to meet Goku, Goku, seemingly having heard the first's words, tilted his head slightly, glancing at them from the corner of his eye. "You don't need to come over. This fight is a one-on-one duel between him and me." The first and his companions paused, a little stunned. "Goku, Belial is a formidable opponent. We need to unite to defeat him." They thought Goku might not understand Belial's strength, so they tried to dissuade him. But as they watched, Goku remained stubborn, saying, "Don't worry, I can defeat him alone." As if noticing something, a white ball of light suddenly appeared in his hand. The First and Seven were just beginning to fret over Goku's stubbornness when they saw the white ball of light fly over. Two smaller balls of light emerged from it, each merging into their bodies. Then, the remaining, larger ball of light flew directly behind them and sank into Mebius. What is this?" After the balls of light entered their bodies, the First and Seven were astonished to discover that their strength had been significantly replenished. The flashing red lights in front of them or above their heads instantly returned to blue or green. Mebius, barely breathing, now stood up with renewed energy, staring at his hands in disbelief. Had that man restored their strength? Ignoring their surprise, Goku said with a smile, "You can rest assured now." The First and Seven exchanged bewilderment. To dare to share some of his energy with them before battling a powerful foe showed just how confident he was in his own abilities. Well, they'd just wait and see. If they saw signs of defeat, they could strike again. With that thought in mind, the two nodded to Goku. "All right, please be careful." Seeing their agreement, Goku turned back to Belia in front of him, smiling softly. "All right, let's have a good fight next." Belia had watched everything that had just transpired. His gaze on Goku remained icy, yet at the same time, intrigued. You're becoming increasingly interesting. I'm curious. Who are you, and why are you going to such great lengths to help them? In response to his question, Goku smiled and answered without hesitation, my name is Son Goku. I'm a traveler and a martial artist who hopes to challenge masters during my travels. Helping them is simply a matter of convenience. Traveler? Martial artist? Just for the sake of convenience, Belia pondered the words, emphasizing the word just for the sake of convenience. Ha ha ha. What a natural move. You're different from that hypocritical fellow. I admire you more and more. He generously praised his enemy, for he himself was a straightforward person. Of course, praise was praise, but when the time came, he would show no mercy. After all, after being rejected twice, Goku was already on his must-kill list. Before we begin, I have a question for you. At this moment, Goku suddenly dropped to a smile and looked at him seriously. Why are you trying to steal that energy from the land of light? Do you know that doing so will kill everyone on that planet? Hearing this question, Belia sneered. He then clenched his fists, his tone icy, like a cold and domineering king. Let them die. What does it have to do with me? If I only have the energy core, I will possess the greatest power in the universe. Goku listened attentively, then frowned and shook his head. You're wrong. True strength isn't achieved through external forces, but through self-cultivation. HMPH. What do you know? With this, the entire universe will bow beneath my feet. Belia snorted coldly, pointing the ultimate battle device at Goku and snarling fiercely, no point in talking anymore. Let me see if you're just full of words. With that, he suddenly activated the ultimate battle device. A super destructive light bullet, seemingly immense to Goku, struck like lightning. Blazing with heat, it covered an area large enough to engulf Goku whole. From Goku's perspective, it looked like the enemy had mistaken their ultimate for a basic attack. But in reality, it was just Belia's basic attack. The combat advantage afforded by the vast size difference was now clearly demonstrated. With a swish, Goku dodged, and the light bullet, slicing through his afterimage, flew off into the distance, shattering a massive rock hundreds of meters high into dust. Just as he dodged to another place, Belia had already caught his movement. The ultimate battle instrument was like a pillar of heaven, wrapped in a shrill sound that tore through the air, and smashed down on his head. The battle entered its most intense state from the very beginning. Chapter 324. Is this all you can do? Brother 7, Brother Shode, are we really not going to help? Mebius, having regained considerable strength with Goku's help, asked worriedly. Let's wait a bit. Since he's repeatedly insisted we don't intervene, it shows he's very confident in his own abilities. If he truly shows signs of being defeated by Belial, it's not too late for us to intervene, the Shode said solemnly, arms folded across his chest, gazing at the battlefield ahead. Boom! With a resounding bang, a figure, like a falling star, streaked through the air before crashing to the ground. HMPH, is that all you've got? Belial retracted his ultimate battle device and sneered contemptuously. Amidst a cloud of dust, Goku lay embedded in the ground in a wide-legged position, his innocent eyes blinking. This guy is truly formidable. I wanted to test his strength more, but now it seems I can't hold back much. After muttering to himself, he pulled his arms free, pushed them forward with both hands, and leaped to his feet. Then, standing on the ground, he dusted himself off, twisted his waist, and twisted his neck. When the dust cleared, Belia saw him stretching. What are you doing? Belia's tone was stern. If you were human, the veins on his forehead would have been throbbing. From a distance, the original 7 and the others, with their excellent eyesight, were also a little surprised by the scene. Is he just doing a warm-up exercise? I'm just stretching. I'll be done soon, Goku replied, switching to a leg stretch. This scene left Belia speechless. And he wasn't one to hold back. Without a word, he wielded the ultimate battle device and slammed it down again. Bang! The astonishing force instantly created a huge crater in the earth. From mid-air, Goku looked down at the situation below and said helplessly, "You're really impatient." Then his face straightened. If that's the case, let's continue. With that, he clenched his fists and suddenly increased his breath. Ha! With a low roar, a blazing white aura suddenly appeared around him. The aura he exuded made Belia's face grow serious. Oh? You still have this power hidden. He began to understand why Goku didn't want to be his subordinate. After all, those with such power rarely wanted to be inferior to others. But that's not enough. Although somewhat surprised by Goku's strength, he remained absolutely confident in his own abilities. Without waiting for Goku to react, he launched another super destructive light bullet at Goku. Boom. This time, Goku didn't dodge. Instead, he lunged forward and kicked the light bullet directly. Like a ball, he kicked the light bullet, several times his own size, away. In a flash, he dodged to within a few dozen meters of Belia, raised his hands, and bombarded Belia with a continuous stream of energy waves. Boom, boom, boom. Facing this thunderous blow, the powerful Belia reacted with astonishment. He simply raised his hand, holding the ultimate battle device horizontally before him, and an invisible shield appeared, blocking all the energy waves. Looks like I'd better get closer to him. Seeing this, Goku had an idea. He instantly transformed into a stream of light, attempting to close the distance between him and Belia. But Belia wouldn't let him have his way. He clenched his empty left hand into a fist, instantly gathering strength. Packed with terrifying force enough to shatter an asteroid, the fist swung towards Goku with unstoppable momentum, seemingly shattering space. Bang! Unable to dodge, Goku could only cross his hands in front of him before being blasted back by the massive fist. His body shot backward like an arrow from a bow. After flying a distance, he used a burst of energy to forcibly stop his momentum. He glanced at his shaking hands, then at the opponent who had sent him flying, and raised an eyebrow. What a formidable opponent. This battle is becoming increasingly interesting, he muttered to himself, placing his hands at his waist in the shape of a calyx, his gaze fixed on Belia with a burning gaze. Kanpai-ki, with a whisper, a blue ball of light appeared in his hand. Hundreds of meters away, Belia, sensing the concentrated power in Goku's hand, grew cautious, grasping his ultimate battle device and preparing for defense. But then, a sudden, tense feeling gripped his heart, and he muttered, "Not good." With a swish, Goku, now hundreds of meters away, suddenly appeared less than 5 meters in front of him. Then, with a powerful thrust of both hands, he thrust forward. Kanpai-Kigen wave, boom. The blue ball of light, carrying a surge of power, instantly slammed into Belia's chest. The immense force unleashed an unimaginable impact, instantly lifting his body off the ground and sending him careening into the air. Bang! It wasn't until he'd flown hundreds of meters that he finally reacted and slammed his ultimate battle device into the ground. Simultaneously, an invisible shield arose, blocking Goku's subsequent power, halting his advance completely. "You're doing fine." Feeling the pain ripple through his body, his gaze grew colder and fiercer. He hadn't expected to suffer such a loss at the hands of his opponent. It seemed he'd been too careless. He actually managed to repel Belial. Mebius, watching from afar, exclaimed in astonishment. "Well, but don't celebrate too soon. Just this alone won't be enough to defeat Belial." The calm first generation held back much joy, knowing full well that Belial's strength was far from being easily defeated. "Goku, do you have any more strength?" he sighed inwardly, his gaze fixed on the field. On the field, seeing Belial take his blow with impunity, Goku couldn't help but sigh. This guy's body is truly tough. A human of similar strength would have suffered a terrible blow, at least significant physical damage. However, the Ultramen possess exceptionally strong skin, immune to most attacks, especially light-based ones. For someone like Belial, one of the strongest Ultramen, his defenses are even more remarkable. It's no wonder he remained remarkably active after Goku's Kamehameha attack. Belial patted the affected area and glared at Goku. "I won't be careless again." With that, he flexed his powerful leg muscles and charged towards Goku like a prehistoric beast. Bang! Goku clashed his fists, his face lit with excitement. "My body is starting to heat up." With that, the white aura surrounding him surged even more fiercely. He soared off the ground like a rocket, transforming into a streak of light in the air as he fearlessly charged towards Belia. When the two were still 100 meters apart, Belia stomped his feet, his speed increasing again. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Goku. His left hand, like a fully drawn bow, stretched back, then, with immense momentum, swung forward. Almost at the same moment, Goku, without hesitation, raised his right fist as well. His body's speed soared. And like a bolt of white lightning, he slammed into Belia's fist. As their fists met, the world seemed to pause, and for a moment, all sound vanished. Goku's fierce, fighting gaze and Belia's cold, ruthless gaze collided in the air, sending out breathtaking sparks of lightning. 0.001 seconds later, Boom! A thunderous roar lingered in the ears of every spectator. A devastating shockwave erupted from the point of collision, sweeping in all directions with immense force. Wherever the shockwave passed, the air shrieked with a piercing shriek, and dust billowed like a waterfall into the air. Even the almighty rock, unshakable for millennia, cracked rapidly under the shockwave, threatening to crumble into a heap of rubble. Goku's muscles flexed, his small frame resisting the fist before him, larger than himself. The two men remained frozen in midair. "That's all you can do with that punch," he quirked his lips in a rare display of defiance. HMPH, Belia snorted coldly, saying nothing more. He abruptly stepped back, wielding his ultimate battle device in his right hand. But Goku had anticipated his move and flung himself backwards before the ultimate battle device could reach him. Immediately after his strike missed, his body exploded with speed again, rushing in front of him in the blink of an eye, and unleashed a powerful flying kick. Bang! The heavy blow instantly sent Belia stumbling back 2 steps. But he quickly regained his balance, and dozens of small light bullets erupted from the tip of his ultimate battle device, bombarding Goku's renewed attack with a barrage of blows. Snap! 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 Goku raised his palm like a sword, scattering the incoming small light bullets one after another. Though numerous, these small light bullets were far less powerful than the previous super destructive light bullets, posing no threat to him. Unbeknownst to him, these small light bullets were merely a distraction designed to distract his vision. Behind them lay the true killer move. Swoosh! A rope of light, like blue lightning, suddenly shot out from behind the light bullet with lightning speed. Like a long lurking venomous snake, it instantly wrapped around Wukong, binding him tightly. Wukong's face darkened, and before he could react, he was violently flung out. Bang! Belial tightly grasped the ultimate battle device connected to the other end of the rope, and with a burst of all his strength, he swung it up and slammed Wukong to the ground. Instantly, Wukong made close contact with the ground. But that wasn't the end. After the first swing, Belial's hand muscles exerted force again, slamming Wukong to another place. Bang! 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 Accompanied by a series of thunderous roars, in the blink of an eye, 3 large craters appeared in the ground. Only then did Belial finally satisfy his smashing urge. He swung the ultimate battle device forward, and a figure shot out, slamming into a 100-meter-high rock in the distance at terrifying speed. Then, with a series of thuds, it shattered through multiple boulders before finally plunging into a 1,000-meter-high peak and disappearing. What? The speed of everything was so great that the first 7 and the others watching from afar were completely unaware. By the time they realized what was happening, Goku had vanished from sight, his life or death unknown. Damn it, he wouldn't have. Mebius clenched his fists as he gazed at Goku's landing spot. The worst-case scenario flashing through his mind. But in the end, he couldn't bring himself to speak it out loud. "This is all my fault. I should have let him fight Belia alone," the first blamed himself. He shouldn't have agreed to Goku's request, but should have insisted on fighting alongside him. That way, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Come on. What we need to do now is defeat Belial. If we can defeat him, even if Goku dies, we'll have a chance to revive him. At this moment, Seven stepped forward, grasped his shoulder, and spoke in a deep voice. "Yes, you're right, I understand." The first Hokage, always a calm person, quickly regained his composure after being reminded by Seven. Upon hearing this, Mebius, unable to contain his rage, pointed at Belial and declared war. "Belial, you dare to harm our friends? I will never forgive you." In his heart, Goku, who had helped them defeat Belial and restore their precious strength, was already a friend of the Ultra Clan. As a friend, seeing his life or death unknown, he naturally wanted to avenge him. "Ha, you guys? You're just a bunch of scum." Having flung Goku away, Belial stood calmly, silently recovering the energy he had expended in the previous battle. Hearing Mebius's ridiculous remarks, he sneered. If Goku hadn't intervened, he would have killed them all long ago, and wouldn't have had the chance to speak so brazenly here. Now, with that guy out, he finally had the chance to send them all to hell. "Everyone, let's go. We must defeat him." At the first's command, Seven, Mebius, and Gamora, under Ray's command, lined up with him, each taking a fighting stance. Then, they prepared to charge forward and engage Belial in a life-or-death battle. But then, a deafening roar erupted from the distance, and the 4 of them paused, looking over. In their sight, The 1,000-meter-high peak Goku had previously smashed into collapsed, sending plumes of dust billowing into the sky. Amidst the billowing dust, a golden pillar of light shot up into the sky, tinting the inky black sky a sacred golden hue. Then, the pillar of light dissipated, and a figure enveloped in golden flames appeared in midair. "Who's that?" the first generation and the others watched in shock. Before they could even consider, a golden figure streaked across the sky like a crow, swooping past him and crashing into Belia, who had already assumed a fighting stance but had no time to react. As Belia's head flung back, sending him flying like a kite with its string cut, a voice reached their ears: "The battle between us hasn't been decided yet." Chapter 325. My move is called Dragon Fist. Pain, utter pain. As Belia lay in the rubble, his body instinctively sent a powerful wave of emotion through him. But then, with immense willpower, he forcibly suppressed it. Instead, a surge of rage took its place. "I'm Belia. How could this little pain affect me?" With a thud, he rose from the rubble, his eyes fixed on the figure that had sent him flying. His tone was icy. "I didn't expect you to possess such power. I truly underestimated you." Though Goku's appearance had changed drastically, he could still recognize the man he had thought he had defeated. Within his sight, Goku, transformed into a Super Saiyan, touched his nose and smiled innocently. "You're truly powerful, so I have to take you seriously, a little?" Belia caught the word, and his anger grew even stronger. He took it as a mockery. With a mighty wave of his hand, he pointed the ultimate battle device at his opponent. "Stop your verbal arrogance. I won't give you another chance this time." With those words, he swung his staff several times, holding the ultimate battle device behind his back. Immediately, his legs flexed like compressed springs, launching him into a sudden burst of energy, arcing through the air and covering hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. As he was about to fall, he gripped the ultimate battle device with both hands and slashed at Goku below. The blow was both fierce and swift. As the ultimate battle device fell, the air in its path instantly ripped apart, emitting a shrill whistling sound. A violent gust of air suddenly formed, impacting the ground first, causing it to violently shake and sink in layers in a circular pattern. With the ultimate battle device in hand and the momentum of his descent, Belia delivered his most powerful blow yet. Just as this terrifying blow was about to land on Goku's head, then, Goku calmly raised his right hand, like an ant catching a giant's foot, and met the unstoppable blow head-on. Arrogant, Belia observed this, increasing his strength even more, ready to crush the arrogant individual into pulp. But the next moment, a shock struck him. Bang! With a muffled thud, his body, falling like a meteor, suddenly stopped in midair. And this was not due to any other reason. It was because, at the other end of the ultra battle device he had struck, a hand no bigger than his fingernail firmly held it in place, preventing it from advancing an inch. What? Even his heart was as strong as steel, but he couldn't help but be stunned at this moment. Before he could recover, Goku raised his other hand and grasped the tip of the ultra battle device. Haha. The scene looked like an ant wielding an elephant, absurd beyond belief. As Goku spun on his own axis, Belia, clutching the ultimate battle device, was instantly spun in circles, his body flying through the air. After a few circles, Goku shouted and swung it violently. Whoosh! Belia was flung outward like a cannonball. Boom! The flying Belia toppled numerous boulders in his path, finally carving a long gully through the earth before coming to a stop. Damn it! Belia climbed to his feet, his eyes blazing with rage. The blow wasn't particularly damaging, but it was incredibly humiliating. Anyone thrown by such a much smaller opponent would feel deeply humiliated. Furthermore, he possessed a strong sense of pride, making the psychological toll even greater. His power has increased significantly, Seven exclaimed from a distance, having witnessed the scene. He found it hard to imagine the tide of battle turning so quickly. Yes, this must be his true form, the first generation sighed. They had previously thought Goku was defeated, even dead, but to their surprise, Goku was not only fine, but had actually transformed them. They believed Goku's Super Saiyan form was his true form, perhaps conserving his energy to conserve his previous form. Just like how they had transformed into human form when they journeyed to Earth. After throwing Belia away, Goku crossed his arms and looked at him with a smile. Use whatever moves you have left, or you might lose. Upon hearing that word, Belia clenched his fist and said coldly, don't get carried away. He then suddenly raised his ultimate battle mechanic, and a beam of purple destructive light, laced with crimson lightning, shot out. In the blink of an eye, It crossed a vast distance and, with overwhelming force, hurled itself at Goku. Goku raised his arm, and golden flames surged. A golden energy wave, like a small sun, erupted, colliding directly with a purple destructive beam. Boom! The two energies collided fiercely, unleashing a terrifying surge of momentum. After a second of stalemate, Wukong exerted his strength, forcing the golden energy wave forward against the purple destructive beam, poised to strike Belia, exposing him to the full force of his attack. What? Belia gasped in shock. Without a second to think, he leaped, narrowly avoiding the blow. But just as he leaped into the air, a sharp, piercing sound erupted overhead. Bang! With a muffled thud, Belia felt a buzzing in his ears, and then his body plummeted uncontrollably towards the ground. Finally, it slammed into the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. In mid-air, Wukong retracted his foot, his arms folded across his chest, his powerful stance intact. He stared silently at the dust below, making no further movement. Soon after, a furious Belia brandished the ultimate battle device, clearing the dust and smoke, his eyes fixed on Goku in the air. Without a word, he suddenly bent his legs and soared into the air, instantly leaping over Goku. Then, his muscles erupted, packing a force powerful enough to detonate an asteroid. He struck Goku with a fierce blow. Bang! Instantly, Goku, without moving his arms, leaned back, and launched his kick like a football. Instantly, an immense force surged through the ultimate battle device and then spread to Belia's arm. The next second, Belia could no longer hold on to the ultimate battle device, sending it careening and flying. Belia, too, was in pain, the immense recoil sending him careening backwards. As he landed, he took several steps back, leaving deep footprints in the ground before finally coming to a stop. If that's all your power is, then you're no match for me, Goku said seriously, hovering in midair. You're saying I'm no match for you? Belia ignored the ultimate battle mechanic that had been kicked to the other side. He clenched his fists in anger, staring intently at Goku. He was the king who would dominate the entire universe. He wouldn't be easily defeated by some random bastard. With this thought, he summoned all his strength, and a wave of black and red energy emanating terrifying power emerged from his right palm. Destroyed Ray, he formed his hands into a cross shape, and a black and red electric beam of ultra-destructive force emanated from his right palm. With a terrifying aura of devastation, it blasted towards Goku like lightning. This was his ultimate move, his most powerful attack yet. Seeing this stunning blow coming, Goku placed his hands at his waist in the shape of a calyx. Then, just as the destroyed Ray was about to strike him, he unleashed a powerful Kamehameha wave. Boom! When the two energies collided violently, the resulting massive shockwave instantly dented the earth, crumbling the surrounding rocks into dust in the blink of an eye. Air currents surged in all directions, like countless unbridled horses, sweeping everything around them away. The black-red Deserum Ray pressed against a blue ball of light, attempting to break through it and slam into its owner. But no matter how hard it tried, it could not advance a single step. This battle should be over, Goku observed, his face serene. Resolved, he suddenly increased his power, and the blue ball of light instantly expanded, becoming even greater than the Deserum Ray's energy torrent. Immediately, the blue ball pushed forward with unstoppable force, pushing against this torrent of energy. What? How is this possible? Belia watched in shock and anger, frantically straining his strength, attempting to push the blue ball back. But no matter how hard he tried, the blue ball continued to advance towards him with unstoppable force, quickly reaching him. No. How could I possibly lose? He roared in shock and fury as a blue ball of light pierced through his Deserum Ray and slammed into him with immense force. It immediately engulfed most of him, then carried him far away, finally plunging into the abyss of the earth, where it vanished. The first generation, 7, and the others who had witnessed the entire scene were speechless with shock. That man had actually defeated Belia single-handedly. Too strong. How on earth did he do it? Lei said, bewildered. He wondered how a man of his size could possess such immense power. As someone with a bloodline of rebrand, his strength was already immense for someone of his size. So, what kind of bloodline did this man possess who defeated Belia? I can't believe it. He ultimately saved our kingdom of light. The first generation approached the energy core placed on the ground, picked it up, and spoke with a complex tone. This time, we must thank him sincerely, 7 said solemnly, standing beside him. The Land of Light has always been a place of repaying favors and avenging grievances. As the benefactor who saved their entire nation, Goku naturally deserves their highest level of gratitude. Of course I know that. Let's go and thank him first, the first generation said, heading towards Goku. After defeating Belial, Goku returned to normal and flew towards the first generation and his companions. Hey, he smiled and waved, then landed in front of the group. That's your energy core, isn't it? It's a powerful force indeed. He looked at the energy core in the first generation's hand, examining it curiously. Yes, we were able to successfully reclaim it thanks to you, Goku. The first generation nodded, then said solemnly, thank you, Goku. Thank you for helping us defeat Belial and successfully reclaim our Land of Light's energy core. You're so polite, haha, Goku said, rubbing his head with a silly smile. You're a great benefactor to our Ultra clan. No gratitude is too great, Seven said. Then, the conversation shifted. Next, we can return to the Land of Light, restart the Plasma Spark Tower, and restore the Land of Light. Yes, everyone can recover, the first generation sighed. Goku watched their exchange with a smile, saying nothing more. But suddenly, his expression darkened, and he soared upward, his gaze fixed on the distance. What's wrong, Goku? The first generation asked, somewhat puzzled. That guy's aura is rapidly increasing in strength, Goku replied seriously. That guy, the first generation froze, and then the ground suddenly shook violently, nearly causing him and Seven, Mebius, and the others standing on the ground to lose their balance and fall. What happened? Mebius asked in astonishment. As everyone watched, a gigantic monster suddenly crashed through the ground and emerged from the ground. It resembled a demon, with horns atop its head and devilish black wings on its back. But the most striking thing about it was its body. Hundreds of monsters teemed with its surface, their hideous forms terrifying. It was Belial, the 100-bodied monster Belial, formed by Belial, who, with the innate skill of Leonicus, had absorbed the resentment of the monsters dormant in the monster graveyard. At that moment, perched atop the monster, half submerged within it, Belial fixed his gaze on Goku with a fierce, raspy voice. You alone will never defeat me. He could actually do that. On the ground, the first generation and the others clenched their fists, staring in disbelief at the massive monster. Before this massive beast, towering 4,000 meters tall, they were like infants in swaddling clothes, their once proud heights paling in significance. Goku, take a break. We'll take over. After a moment of shock, the first generation and the others advanced without hesitation, each unleashing their own special moves. Specium Beam, Cluster Beam, Mebium Beam, Gamora, use Super Vibration Wave, Boom. 4 energy attacks, each of the first generation's strongest abilities, struck the monster Beludor with astonishing force. However, these attacks, which in the past would have been enough to annihilate a monster individually, now struck Beludor simultaneously without causing the slightest damage. Not even a scratch on its skin. What? This guy? The 4 were horrified at the sight. Then, before they could make the next move, Belia, atop the monster, glared fiercely, you ignorant fools. I will send you all to hell. With those words, a dense stream of destructive rays emanated from Beludora, carrying devastating devastation and showering the first generation and their surroundings, as well as an area thousands of meters in radius. Boom, 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 boom. As the destructive rays struck the ground, an endless explosion erupted. In the blink of an eye, the ground collapsed, magma spurted out, and the whole scene was filled with the horrific sight of doomsday. However, even such a terrifying attack that could have instantly inflicted heavy damage to the original 7 and his companions did not harm them at this moment. It was not because of anything else, but because a figure stood in front of them, blocking all the attacks that were meant to hit them. Goku, you? The original 7 looked at Goku in shock as he hovered in front of them. Goku had transformed into Super Saiyan again at some point, raised one hand, and a hemispherical golden shield enveloped them all, making them completely invulnerable to the destructive ray. After the destructive ray fell, the shield disappeared. Goku tilted his head slightly and nodded at them. Leave it to me next. Then, he turned his attention back to Beludora. He pinched his chin, thinking seriously, what moves should I use against a monster this size? A moment later, his eyes lit up. That'll do. With an idea in mind, he looked up at Belia, who was standing above the monster, and said, although you've greatly increased your strength through external forces, this power is ultimately not yours. Next, I'll use the power I've cultivated to defeat you. Belia snorted disdainfully, HMPH. Don't be so conceited. If you're capable, Try it. By this point, he had merged the power of countless monsters, perhaps hundreds, perhaps even thousands. With power far exceeding his previous capabilities, he had become arrogant in his own eyes. Wukong said nothing more, his aura surged, his gaze sharpened. Then, he clenched his right fist, and suddenly transformed into a stream of golden light, flying towards the monster. When he was 1,000 meters away from the monster, he swung his fist with immense force. My move is called Dragon Fist, Roar. As his voice fell, a majestic golden dragon flew from his fist, emitting a soul-shattering roar. Immediately afterwards, the golden dragon rapidly grew in size as it flew. Then, with a domineering aura that threatened to rip everything in its path to shreds, it tore a hole through the monster Beliadora's body and pierced through its back. Roar. The dragon, now tens of thousands of meters long, roared to the heavens, its powerful body tightly entangling Beliadora. Then, bang! A massive explosion soared into the sky, releasing boundless light and blazing flames, engulfing Beliadora's entire body. The first generation and the others watched in stunned silence. An indescribable amount of time passed. The monster Beliadora vanished, its charred body plummeting from the sky, slamming helplessly to the ground. Whoosh! A figure appeared above him. Completely incapable of combat, Belial lay motionless on the ground, staring at the Super Saiyan Goku who had appeared above him. He asked in a complex tone, "Can I truly achieve your level of strength through my own training alone?" Goku nodded without hesitation. Of course, whether Belial had listened or not, he simply stared at the sky in silence. Finally, severely wounded, his strength and energy drained, the light in his eyes dimmed, and he fell into deep sleep. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.